Chapter 346. Following Zhao Qingyun, Longchen walked into the heavenly demon palace. Just like how he saw it from the outside, the heavenly demon palace was clean and elegant. The flowers, grass, trees, birds, and flowers were fragrant. It was like a paradise on earth. In fact, the heavenly demon palace was very big, but there weren't many people inside. Therefore, Longchen didn't meet many people on the way. As long as someone passed by, they would look at Zhao Qingyun with reverence in their eyes. They would slightly bow before walking past her. Of course, their gazes were also carefully sizing up Longchen, who was following behind Zhao Qingyun. This youth's face was so unfamiliar. With one look, they knew that Longchen was not a member of the heavenly devil palace. Why is this youth following behind Palace Master? Palace Master usually lives like a wild crane and doesn't care about anything. Sometimes, we don't even see him for a month. I don't know, either, but let's not make wild guesses about Palace Master's matters. The two of them whispered to each other as they walked past Longchen. They even turned around to look at Longchen's figure. Only around the 4th level of the heavenly river tier. He probably isn't a genius, so don't worry. Longchen laughed after hearing this. Looks like the only demon in Heaven Demon Palace is my master, Zhao Qingyun. The others are just people of the secular world, jealous, resentful, and fighting for status. Looks like Heaven Demon Palace is just like Master said, not an easy place to live. Longchen shook his head secretly. Longchen followed Zhao Qingyun, and under the astonished gazes of the people on the way, they arrived at the largest palace hall of the Heavenly Devil Palace. This palace hall's name was Demon Hall. From afar, the building was majestic and domineering. It was indeed worthy of the name Demon Hall. Under the respectful gaze of the guards at the door, Zhao Qingyun walked into the Demon Palace. These guards at the door should also be disciples of Heaven Demon Palace. Go, gather the 3 great demon elders, the 8 great protectors, the 16th elder, the law enforcement elder, the punishment elder, and the other hall masters. I have something to announce. Zhao Qingyun said to the disciple guarding next to him as he walked through the door. Yes. The disciple on guard hurriedly nodded his head, then hurriedly ran off. He needed to inform the other disciples, and then the other disciples dispersed to inform the higher-ups of the Heavenly Devil Palace that Zhao Qingyun had mentioned. Longchen, my Heavenly Demon Palace has a rather strict system for the establishment of positions. However, it doesn't matter if you don't remember it. Among these people, only the 3 great demon elders have the right to speak in front of me. Sometimes, I will also respect the opinions of the 3 great demon elders. After all, they have been in charge of the Heavenly Demon Palace for many years. Zhao Qingyun said to Longchen, who was behind her, as she sat on a large sandalwood chair in the middle of the room. Longchen was a junior, so he naturally did not have a seat here. The 3 great demon elders are all at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Aside from me, they are the strongest in the Heaven Demon Palace. Moreover, they are quite powerful in the Heaven Demon Palace, Zhao Qingyun said. So, in other words, they are not obedient to your teachings, and it is very likely that they are targeting me. Longchen immediately understood what Zhao Qingyun meant. Don't worry, they can't change my decision. Zhao Qingyun rubbed his long beard and smiled. Not long after, people arrived one after another. The lower the status, the faster they arrived. Soon, many elders, protectors, and palace masters had gathered in the demon palace. As for the 3 great demon elders, they still hadn't arrived. At this moment, basically everyone was looking at Longchen, who was behind Zhao Qingyun. To them, Longchen was really too unfamiliar. They had a premonition that the matter that Zhao Qingyun was going to announce today was definitely related to Longchen. With the Heavenly Devil Palace Master present, it was not good for them to discuss loudly. However, they still whispered to each other. The reason why Palace Master summoned us here is probably because of this youth. I know, but what's so special about this young man? His strength should be at the 4th level of Heaven River tier. Among his peers, he's barely passable. But to be able to act like nothing in front of so many people without changing his expression, he must be someone with a firm mind. Whether his mind is firm or not, we'll know later. Time gradually flowed by. Zhao Qingyun still had a calm expression on his face. After all the protectors, elders and hall lords arrived, Zhao Qingyun inclined his head. Only then did the 3 old men slowly enter the Devil Hall. Long Chen immediately inclined his head and observed the 3 legendary Devil Elders. These 3 Devil Elders were the experts of the Sky Devil Palace who were second only to Zhao Qingyun. The age of the 3 demon elders wasn't young. The one in the middle was an old man who looked to be over 80 years old. His figure was weak, and there were many wrinkles on his face. However, his eyes were bulging, and his gaze was like a sharp blade, sweeping across the faces of everyone present. On the left of this old man was an old woman. She looked younger than the one in the middle. She could still walk with her back straight, and her expression was filled with arrogance. Thinking about it, she must be someone who wasn't easy to deal with. And the last one was a short and fat old man. He was a little younger than the old woman on the left. His hair was still black, but his face was fierce and fierce, looking a little scary. Among these 3 people, the one in the middle was the most terrifying. Obviously, he ranked the eldest. The woman on the left should be the 2nd demon elder. As for the fiendish black-haired short and fat old man on the right, he should be the 3rd demon elder. They didn't look very good. In the eyes of the secular world, they were demons. As for Zhao Qingyun, although he wasn't young, he was still a handsome man. When he was young, he must have been as handsome as Dongfang Xianshao. After entering the demon palace, the 3 demon elders took their seats one after another. Then they raised their chins, glanced around, and found Long Chen standing behind Zhao Qingyun. They weren't fools. It only took a moment for them to guess that they were invited here because of Long Chen. A warrior at the 4th level of the Heavenly River realm had troubled the 3 demon elders to come here. In the hearts of the 3 demon elders, they already had a bad impression of Long Chen. As for what Long Chen did, the 3 demon elders didn't care. Today, I called everyone here to announce one thing. Seeing that everyone was here, Zhao Qingyun opened his eyes, which had been squinting, glanced around, and then said calmly. Palace Master, please go ahead. Below, everyone said respectfully in unison. To them, even though Zhao Qingyun didn't care much about the affairs and rarely showed his face, his reaching heaven state strength was solid. Without Zhao Qingyun's presence, the heavenly demon palace would have been trampled to the ground by the royal family long ago. For over 1,000 years, the imperial family and the palace of heavenly demons had maintained the status of having an expert of the reaching heaven state on each side. This had led to the 2 forces existing in the Cangyang kingdom for over 1,000 years and confronting each other for over 1,000 years. Hence, they still had sufficient respect for the palace lord. At this time, Zhao Qingyun pointed at Long Chen and said, "It's not a big deal. I just want to let you all know that this is the 9th personal disciple I've accepted today." As soon as Zhao Qingyun finished speaking, the people below were in an uproar. In fact, it wasn't the first time that Zhao Qingyun accepted a personal disciple. However, normally, he wouldn't gather everyone in such a grand manner. Moreover, the selection of personal disciples was usually from ordinary disciples. Zhao Qingyun, on the other hand, directly pulled a young martial artist in the 4th level of the Heaven River tier out of nowhere. To be honest, the 4th tier of the Heavenly River tier could only be considered very average. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and no one could grasp his temper. Everyone felt that everything about this palace master was good, and the only thing that made people want to look at him in a different light was that his insight was extremely thorough. The true disciples that he had taken in now, in the ranking of the Heavenly Demon Palace disciples, were ranked in the top 50, and the first disciples under the 3 great demon elders occupied the top 3 positions. Even the top 10 were basically all disciples of the 3 great demon elders. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Qingyun's eyesight and teaching ability couldn't be compared to the 3 demon elders. Now, it was even more absurd. He directly gathered everyone to the demon palace and announced that he would let an outsider directly become his personal disciple. This was a bit childish. Of course, the others only dared to criticize Zhao Qingyun's decision in their hearts. However, there were still people who expressed their dissatisfaction, and that was the 3 demon elders. At this time, the short and fat demon elder directly laughed and said, "Palace Master, you must be joking." "Do I look like I'm joking?" Zhao Qingyun narrowed his eyes. He knew that this damn fatty would come out to cause trouble. As expected, he was the first to speak. This young man shouldn't be a disciple of the Heaven Demon Palace. His cultivation is only in the 4th level of the Heaven River tier. His talent is ordinary. How could he be qualified to be the personal disciple of the Palace Master? That's why I thought the Palace Master was deliberately teasing us. After saying this, the 3 demon elders laughed. There's no need to say more. I've already decided. Long Chen, come and meet the elders. These are the 3 demon elders. They are usually in charge of the affairs of the Heaven Demon Palace. Zhao Qingyun didn't bother to pay attention to the 3 demon elders and directly introduced them to Long Chen. Junior Long Chen pays respect to the 3 demon elders. Long Chen knew that it was just a formality. He casually mentioned it according to the rules and then said no more. Of course, he was also very unhappy with the 3 demon elders. These 3 old guys were really not to be trifled with. In this public place, they dared to argue with Zhao Qingyun. Now, let's perform the ceremony of apprenticeship. Zhao Qingyun looked at Long Chen with satisfaction and smiled faintly. Wait. The 3 demon elders suddenly shouted and said, "Palace Master, do you really want to accept him as a personal disciple?" "Palace Master, you have to be careful. Palace Master hasn't told us who this person is. His name is Long Chen. Haven't you heard of this name?" Zhao Qingyun was a little unhappy, raised his eyebrows, and said in a cold voice. "Long Chen." Everyone recalled and then suddenly remembered something, looking at Long Chen in surprise. Chapter 347. It couldn't be helped. During this period of time, Long Chen's name was too resounding. From an unknown kid, he entered the world of the elites of the Zhangyang nation because he did a few earth-shattering things. He killed the 9th prince, killed the 6 commanders of the imperial city guards, and annihilated the Wu clan. Each of these things was difficult for ordinary people, or perhaps they didn't dare to do it. Who could do all 3 at the same time? As for Long Chen, even the 3 demon elders were a little surprised when they heard it. The imperial family was their sworn enemy, and their sworn enemy was tyrannized by this kid. They were secretly pleased. However, in their opinion, if Long Chen wanted to accomplish these earth-shattering things, his cultivation should at least be at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. If he wasn't at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, how could he have killed Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier? The youngster in front of them was only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Therefore, after they sized up Long Chen for a while, they really couldn't figure it out. In the end, they could only think that this was the problem of the Heaven Demon Palace Master. The 3 demon elders also looked at each other. They didn't believe from the bottom of their hearts that the kid at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier could be the Long Chen who was widely known outside. The 3 demon elders were the most direct. He spat and slandered in a low voice. He just wanted to recruit a personal disciple, and he actually used the name of a young genius to replace him. It's really embarrassing. Although his words were unpleasant to hear, it was what most people meant. Of course, others just didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, this was the Heaven Demon Palace, and the Heaven Demon Palace Master was also a good Palace Master. They just felt that the Palace Master was especially unreliable in terms of recruiting disciples, and this time, he was even more unreliable. Zhao Qingyun could obviously hear their words, but he didn't get angry, and just smiled faintly. "Why don't you explain?" Long Chen raised his eyebrows. He believed that if he was the Heaven Demon Palace Master, the 3 demon elders would have been thrown out long ago. Have you ever heard of this saying? If the world slandered me, bullied me, humiliated me, laughed at me, belittled me, despised me, hated me, lied to me, and how to deal with me? Just bear with it, let it, avoid it, endure it, respect it, and ignore it. After a few years, you'll see it. Today, they are belittling you, Long Chen. I don't need to explain. When you can really soar, they will naturally see it, so why should I waste my words? Zhao Qingyun smiled faintly. Long Chen was a little dazed. This was the difference between him and Zhao Qingyun. Perhaps it was because he was still young, so he couldn't wait to retaliate against some insults. However, after hearing Zhao Qingyun's words, Long Chen began to reflect. Because of the influence of the primordial blood spirit dragon, Long Chen's path of ascension was obviously too hasty. From the beginning, he had been in the process of killing while growing, so his current temperament had already been completely influenced by the primordial blood spirit dragon, and his murderous aura was heavy. Perhaps reaching Master's realm of returning to simplicity will be of great help to me. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is never too late, and I'm not in a hurry. During this period of time, I'll cultivate my body and mind in this heavenly devil palace, and steadily improve. Perhaps my strength and my temperament will improve unexpectedly. Long Chen suddenly understood that what he needed to learn from Zhao Qingyun the most was not fighting, but temperament, a kind of calm temperament. Only this kind of temperament could prevent Long Chen from losing himself in the crazy path of killing. From this moment on, Long Chen truly acknowledged Zhao Qingyun as his master, because there was indeed something worth learning from him. At this time, when everyone saw that everything was settled, the 3 demon elders stood up and said directly, "Palace Lord, the announcement has been made. Can we be dismissed? We still have many affairs to deal with, and we don't have so much free time." His words were laced with sarcasm. Indeed, some of the complicated affairs of the Heaven Demon Palace were handled by the 3 demon elders. In the Heaven Demon Palace, Zhao Qingyun was nothing more than a symbol. Go. Zhao Qingyun flicked his sleeve lightly. That's good. By the way, on the roster, are you sure you want to write this young man's name as Long Chen? The 3 demon elders looked at Long Chen with a teasing smile. His aggressive attitude was really not in line with his current status. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with the Heaven Demon Palace Lord. The 3 demon elders shared a common enemy. Since the 3 demon elders were dissatisfied, Long Chen guessed that the other 2 demon elders would not be any better. Let's do something else. At this time, Long Chen suddenly interrupted. He smiled, looked at the 3 demon elders, and said, 3 demon elders, in fact, my real name is Deity, the butterfly of butterfly. Just remember it. Recite it 3 times a day, and it should produce a wonderful feeling. Deity. Everyone was a little confused. How could there be a man with this name? However, when they came to their senses, many people suddenly burst into laughter. The 2 words, Deity, were similar to father. Long Chen did not ask the 3 demon elders to recite it 3 times a day to call Long Chen his father. No one had expected that Long Chen would be so bold. When the 3 demon elders came to their senses, they were immediately seething with anger. They roared at Long Chen and were about to rush toward Long Chen. In the Heavenly Devil Palace, he had always had a respectable status and looked down on everyone. Who would have thought that one day, he would actually suffer such humiliation. Moreover, it was in public, and by a little brat. This was a great humiliation. However, he was forcibly held back by the other two demon elders, because the one in front of Long Chen was Zhao Qingyun. Seeing that the three demon elders were about to make a move, Zhao Qingyun's face instantly turned cold. Fighting in the Devil Hall? Three demon elders, have you forgotten the ancestral teaching? No one is allowed to fight against their own people in the Devil Hall. Today is your last chance. If there is a next time, I don't mind crippling you. Zhao Qingyun was a person who was not angry, but once he was angry, it was terrifying. Even a man made of mud had 3 points of temper, let alone him. Everyone knew that because of Zhao Qingyun's indifference, the three demon elders wanted a foot after being given an inch. If it was not for Long Chen who came to humiliate him in the end, they were afraid that when they went out, they would become arrogant. From now on, they started to pay more attention to Long Chen. After all, he dared to use Zhao Qingyun's influence to directly humiliate the third demon elder, who was the fourth strongest person in the Heaven Demon Palace. This was not something that ordinary people would dare to do. All of you, disperse. Don't let today's incident happen again. His name is Long Chen. Whether you remember it or not, my personal disciple is only in my heart, not in the name list. Zhao Qingyun glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. Yes, Palace Lord. Everyone nodded and left with their heads lowered. Although the three demon elders were unwilling, they could only walk out of the Devil Hall helplessly under the signal of the other two demon elders. However, the way he looked at Long Chen was already filled with a lot of hatred. You really know how to create trouble for me. Aren't you afraid that he will target you from now on? Zhao Qingyun helplessly spoke to Long Chen. Master, you don't know this. For a clown like him, the more you spoil him, the more arrogant he will be. Although you are immersed in the martial Tao and don't want to manage things, you still have to teach such a person a lesson. As for keeping an eye on him, with you, the Heavenly Devil Palace Lord, there's no need for me to worry. Long Chen laughed. At this moment, when everyone was walking out, two people suddenly appeared at the side of the crowd. The other elders and protectors all cast unfriendly glances at one of the two men. Father, I came to tell you something. Among them, there was a man and a woman. Both of them seemed to be above 30 years of age. The man was handsome and suave, while the woman was as charming as a flower. With a single glance, one could tell that they were a pair of lovebirds. At this moment, they walked past the crowd and excitedly entered the Devil Hall. One of the women was in high spirits. As soon as she entered, she excitedly spoke to Zhao Qingyun. However, when she saw Long Chen beside Zhao Qingyun, she was stunned. Even the man behind her was dumbfounded. Naturally, Long Chen was also stunned for a moment. The two people in front of him were his foster father, Dongfang Xianshao, and Xian Ku. Foster father. Long Chen was taken aback as he involuntarily called out. He had never imagined that he would meet Dongfang Xianshao in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Dongfang Xianshao also had a look of surprise on his face. Xian Ku, who was beside him, couldn't react in time. He hurriedly asked, why are you here? After hearing their conversation, Zhao Qingyun was a little stunned. He glanced at the three of them and said in surprise, you guys actually know each other? Of course, Master. Dongfang Xianshao is my foster father. We were originally from Yuanling City. Long Chen reacted and hurriedly explained. He had thought it through. Since Xian Ku was from the Heavenly Devil Palace, it was normal for them to come here. However, Long Chen didn't expect that Xian Ku was actually Zhao Qingyun's daughter. Their relationship was a mess now. Zhao Qingyun was pleasantly surprised by this result. So it turned out that he was related to Long Chen. This was great. Their relationship was even more stable now. At this moment, the four of them stood together. Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku were carefully sizing up Long Chen. Dongfang Xianshao impatiently asked, "Chen, the Long Chen who was rumored to have killed the 9th prince and is now being hunted down. Is that you?" This was what he was most concerned about. When he first heard the news, he didn't believe it. In his opinion, no matter how fast Long Chen's progress was, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in such a short period of time. "Of course it's me. Otherwise, why would I be here?" Long Chen smiled. Shortly after, he asked, "Foster father, did you go back to Yuanling City?" If he didn't go back to Yuanling City, Dongfang Xianshao would probably think that Long Chen was already dead. "Yes, I went back. At that time, you seem to have entered the Blazing Sky secret realm. Ku and I waited for you for a while, but we didn't see you coming out, so we hurried on our way," said Dongfang Xianshao. Because of this, he found out that Long Chen wasn't dead. Not only was he still alive, but he had also become even more powerful. "Chen, I didn't expect you to improve so much." "Oh right, Daddy, how did you know Chen, Xian Ku looked at Long Chen and asked. Chapter 348. You'll have to ask him. Zhao Qingyun smiled mysteriously. Since Zhao Qingyun didn't say anything, Long Chen had to say, "Foster father and my beautiful foster mother, I'm afraid our seniority will be messed up in the future, because I'm his personal disciple and he's my master. That's a good thing. If you can become my father-in-law's personal disciple, your cultivation should advance by leaps and bounds." Dongfang Xianshao was sincerely happy for Long Chen. At this time, the others didn't leave immediately. Many people were straining their ears to hear what Long Chen and others were talking about. Foster father. In a blur, they only heard a name. When they were far away from the Devil Palace, the third demon elder said angrily, "How dare he? I thought he was the real Long Chen. I didn't expect him to be the foster son of the number one loser, Dongfang Xianshao. It turns out that he has connections. No wonder the palace master is so protective of him and gave him the title of Long Chen. The palace master is getting more and more ridiculous." Next to him, the second demon elder, an old woman, also shook her head. "Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll just drag him out for a walk. We'll know what's going on with this kid when we see what's going on. We don't have to be anxious. If Long Chen can't do it, he'll end up like Dongfang Xianshao, losing face for the palace master, not for us. I hope that the palace master will learn from this lesson and find a real disciple to inherit his mantle." At this time, the silent great demon elder said in a hoarse voice. "Mantle? No matter how powerful a disciple is, he can't be compared to the top disciple of the three of us. Even my disciple is about to break through to the 7th level of the Sky River realm, not to mention that your personal disciple has already reached the 8th level of the Sky River realm. When the palace master finds a suitable disciple, maybe your disciple has already reached the reaching heaven state. At that time, he won't have to be the palace master anymore," the third demon elder said with resentment. "Shut up, third demon elder. Don't say that now. Zhao Qingyun is the strongest in the celestial devil palace. We are no match for him even if we join hands. If you want to die, don't drag us down." The first demon elder gave the third demon elder a warning look and then walked away. And the news that Long Chen had become Zhao Qingyun's direct disciple because of his connections gradually spread from their mouths to the entire heavenly devil palace. From this day onwards, a person named Long Chen had appeared in the heavenly devil palace. Of course, whether he was the real Long Chen or not, no one knew. In fact, with Dongfang Xuanxiao's age, he was only at the first level of the heavenly river tier, which made him the weakest in the Sky Demon Palace. This didn't make him seem special, but it was different when he married Zhao Xianhua, the daughter of the Sky Demon Palace master Zhao Qingyun. She was the daughter of the heavens, so who would be willing to marry a pig? Therefore, in the celestial devil palace, Dongfang Xianxiao had a resounding reputation, the number one good-for-nothing in the world. Of course, Long Chen didn't know this. With his current temperament, if he heard it, he would beat up anyone who dared to say it. At this time, Long Chen had already told Dongfang Xianxiao about becoming Zhao Qingyun's disciple. They immediately became familiar with each other. Long Chen also knew that Dongfang Xianxiao and Xian Ku were married. After 18 years of suffering, they finally got married. Long Chen was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. By the way, Ku, you rushed in excitedly just now. It's a little inappropriate. I think there must be some good news. Zhao Qingyun was very happy to have a personal disciple like Long Chen. Xianxiao, you tell him. Xian Ku was a little embarrassed and blushed. Father-in-law, I have good news for you. You're going to be a grandfather. This was the first time Dongfang Xianxiao had experienced such a scene, so he was a little restrained. After all, he had never been a father before. At this time, he was like a child in front of an elder like Zhao Qingyun. Ku is pregnant. Zhao Qingyun was shocked and immediately burst into laughter. He said, today is really a day of double happiness. Not only are you reunited with Long Chen, but you've also given birth to a child. Double happiness. Congratulations. Long Chen was also very happy. This child had come late. He was late for almost 18 years. If the Blue Dragon Patriarch hadn't separated them back then, their child would probably be about the same age as Long Chen. This was a joyous occasion. Coupled with the fact that Long Chen had come to the Celestial Devil Palace, the four of them were very happy. Although they weren't related by blood, Long Chen felt very comfortable in this kind of environment. It was a heartwarming dinner with only 4 people in it. At the dining table, Long Chen chatted with them about his recent experiences. Of course, many of the topics involved his own secrets, so Long Chen downplayed them. Even so, Xianxiao and the others were shocked to hear it. Chen, it's really been hard on you. Xian Ku was about to become a mother. Since Long Chen called her his adoptive mother, she also treated Long Chen like a child. She felt very sad when she heard that her child was suffering. After a while, Zhao Qingyun stood up and said, you guys talk for a while. Long Chen, I'll go get the fire refinement essence for you. The fire refinement essence was a necessity for Xiao Lang. Long Chen had to get it as soon as possible, so he nodded. After Zhao Qingyun left, Dongfang Xianxiao said to Long Chen with a solemn expression, Chen, there's one thing you have to remember. You can't tell anyone about Ku being imprisoned in the Star Demon prison. I'll only say that we were trapped in a secret realm for 20 years. I understand. Adoptive father, you're worried that Master will get angry and destroy the Lingwu family. After all, the Lingwu family was Dongfang Xuanxiao's root. Moreover, Long Chen guessed that Dongfang Xianxiao already knew that the culprit, the Blue Dragon Patriarch, had been killed by Long Chen. There was no need to destroy the entire Lingwu family even if the Blue Dragon Patriarch was dead. That's right. After all, it's the family that gave birth to me. Ku can understand me, Dongfang Xianxiao said helplessly. I still have so much time to spend with you and our child. Big brother Xianxiao, I'm already very satisfied. Xian Ku looked at Dongfang Xianxiao and said affectionately. Their relationship isn't any less than mine and little Xi's. However, I definitely can't let little Xi suffer like this, Long Chen swore in his heart. While they were talking, Zhao Qingyun quickly returned with close to 20 flame essences in his hands. Because the light of the flame essences was too bright, Zhao Qingyun only lit them up slightly before putting them into his cosmos sack and handing them over to Long Chen. These were obtained by the disciples when they participated in the earth vein of fire last time. They're useless to me, so I'll give them all to you, Zhao Qingyun said with a faint smile. To be able to obtain such a good thing without paying any price, Long Chen was filled with gratitude towards Zhao Qingyun. He had always been a person who knew how to repay kindness. Zhao Qingyun's kindness to him today, he would naturally return it 100-fold in the future. Master, the earth vein of fire that you mentioned has a lot of these fire essences and many high-level demonic beasts, Long Chen asked. Indeed, the earth vein of fire is actually a huge river of magma. There are many fire essences and fire-type demonic beasts living in it. Why do you ask? Zhao Qingyun asked. I need a lot of fire-type treasures, whether it's fire essences or fire-type demonic beasts beast cores. So, when can I make a trip to the earth vein of fire? Long Chen asked expectantly. The earth vein of evolving fire will open every once in a while. It will open once every 2 months or so. However, before that, do you have the confidence to make it into the top 10 of all the disciples of Heaven Demon Palace? The top 10 disciples are usually at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, Zhao Qingyun asked with some hope. Sure, Long Chen said decisively. Then there's no problem. Zhao Qingyun smiled gratifyingly. She could tell that Long Chen was a confident person. At the same time, he seemed to have the basis for his confidence. After chatting for a while, Dongfang Xianxiao sent Xian Ke back to her residence because she needed to rest. Anyway, they were both in the Heaven Demon Palace, and there would be plenty of opportunities to meet Long Chen, so there was no hurry. Next, Zhao Qingyun arranged a residence for Long Chen. This was the residence of the Heaven Demon Palace Master's personal disciples, and it was called the Azure Cloud Residence. The Azure Cloud Residence was quite large, and every personal disciple could have their own independent courtyard. All the daily necessities were available. Before this, Zhao Qingyun had also let Long Chen get to know his 8 senior brothers and sisters. However, these people's aptitudes were indeed rather ordinary, and their courage and insight were also rather ordinary. Long Chen didn't even remember a single one of them. However, although they weren't good at cultivation, Zhao Qingyun didn't discriminate against them and treated them as true disciples. On the path of cultivation, a master could only play the role of guidance. Most of the time, one still had to rely on oneself. In terms of guidance, Zhao Qingyun actually did a good job. At least, he never lacked anything that his disciples needed. However, they just happened to be disappointing, and Zhao Qingyun couldn't do anything about it. Now, he could only hope that Long Chen would be able to live up to his expectations. After all, as the Heaven Demon Palace Master, it would be a bit embarrassing if he didn't have a worthy disciple. When Long Chen returned to his residence, and when Zhao Qingyun also left, the other personal disciples gathered together and began to discuss in low voices. Do you guys believe that he's the legendary Long Chen who killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City Guards and the entire Wu tribe? Looking at 9th junior brother's appearance, there's a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he's only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, I would believe it. Don't think too much about it. Isn't there a rumor that he's the adopted son of Dongfang Xianxiao? Master only accepted him as a disciple because of his daughter. He wants someone to stand up for our palace master's personal disciples. Everyone, don't think too much about it. Go back and cultivate. Chapter 349. Long Chen didn't know how many times he had changed residences, but because Dongfang Xianxiao and the others were here, he felt like home. As soon as they entered the residence and closed the door, Lingxi impatiently came out of the Lingxi sword. A tiny figure appeared in front of Long Chen, swaying non-stop. Long Chen hadn't experienced such a scene in a long time. Long Chen gently placed the unconscious Xiao Lang on the soft bed, while Lingxi watched obediently. Big brother Chen, I want you to hug me to sleep. Ling, she said in a slightly distressed manner. She was already used to that method. Now that it had suddenly changed back to this, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Don't worry, I will kill my way back to Baiyang Imperial City in 3 months. The 9 heavens celestial fruit is something I must obtain. Long Chen stretched out his palm and let Lingxi rest on it. Lingxi nodded her head solemnly and said, Big brother Chen, I'm actually fine. I just miss the feeling of having a body. However, the current me has a lot of soul power. Furthermore, there are many spiritual medicines in the Heavenly Demon Palace. I don't have to worry about my life fading away. Furthermore, I can help you a lot. Little Shi, do you like the current me better than the previous me who was just a burden? I will like you no matter what you become, but I don't like others making decisions for me. This time, Lin Zichen forced you to give up the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus. Next time, I must take his life, Long Chen said indifferently as he looked at the starry sky outside the window. Big brother Chen, I think that what your master said makes sense. On the path of cultivation, one's temperament is very important. If you are a little more calm, it might be better for you, Lingxi said softly as she sat on Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen nodded. However, I can't waste this single-horned rhinoceros king. I'm currently at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, and in the Heavenly Demon Palace, it's really not enough. Who knows, if someone provokes me, I might even be humiliated. The one-horned rhinoceros king was a greeting gift from Zhao Qingyun to Long Chen. Long Chen directly used blood refinement to chi on the one-horned rhinoceros king's beast blood. A 7th-tier Earth-tier demonic beast only allowed his true chi to return to the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. There was still some distance from his peak of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen pondered, blood sacrifice is truly a heaven-defying magic ability. In the future, I will definitely have to use it sparingly. Otherwise, my cultivation base will continue to fall. Unless I am in a life or death situation, I will definitely not use it. This time, I'm going to try to cultivate steadily and see if I can reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Also, I've condensed the Heavenly River quickly during this period of time. I have to find a place outside that's close to starlight and slowly consolidate my previous cultivation. Isn't the peak of Mount Emperor Demon the closest place to starlight? Lingxi tilted her head and thought. Little Shi, you are really too smart. Tomorrow, I will ask Master if I can go up there to cultivate. From today onwards, I will settle down and focus on cultivation until I have the ability to deal with Lin Zichen, or even the ability to become the strongest person in Sanyang country. Long Chen's heart was filled with passion. In the midst of cultivation, time gradually passed. When it was almost daybreak, Long Chen realized that Xiao Lang finally had some movement. Xiao Lang's awakening made him exceptionally excited. These days, Lingxi had also treated Xiao Lang as her younger brother. Now that Xiao Lang had woken up, she was also very excited. Relying on the communication of their souls, Lingxi told Xiao Lang everything that had happened after Xiao Lang had fallen into a coma. Only then did Xiao Lang know why he was here. From Lingxi's words, Long Chen also knew that Xiao Lang's burning of the flame of life had caused a lot of negative effects on him. At least, his strength had dropped from the 5th level of the Earth rank to the 4th level of the Earth rank. Long Chen and Xiao Lang were actually very similar in many aspects. The combination of refining blood into qi and blood sacrifice was similar to the upgrade of Xiao Lang's flame of life and devouring flame. However, Long Chen was superior to Xiao Lang because he used the blood sacrifice to increase his strength dramatically, at the cost of a drop in level. On the other hand, Xiao Lang's life was in danger. Afraid that Xiao Lang would act impulsively again, Long Chen could only say this to him seriously, in the future, if you burn the flame of life again, I will not recognize you as my brother. Xiao Lang nodded a little awkwardly. These flame essences are all yours. Moreover, I will tell you a good news. After a period of time, we will enter a place called the Evolving Fire Vein. There are a lot of flame essences there, and there are also a lot of fire attribute high-level demon beasts. So, Xiaolang, the opportunity for you to improve quickly and even far surpass me has arrived. Long Chen said with some excitement. Xiaolang's eyes widened. He was obviously very excited. And the flame essences that Long Chen already had in his hands made him even more excited. It could be said that if this evolving fire vein really existed, it was simply Xiaolang's heaven. However, the premise is that my strength can rank in the top 10 among the disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace, Long Chen said. At this time, Lingxi and Xiaolang talked for a while. Then, Lingxi bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Long Chen, saying, "Chen, Xiaolang wants you to work hard. If he can't go to the evolving fire vein, he will not want you as his brother anymore." Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaolang was counterattacking him. However, the feeling of working hard together was really good. Seeing that Lingxi had become more lively, Long Chen realized that he had been wrong to ask Lingxi to maintain the body of the mysterious sky jade lotus. Now, Lingxi could really help Long Chen. Therefore, she should be more happy and carefree, instead of being a useless person and becoming a burden to Long Chen. "Little Shi, I'm sorry. I haven't considered your own opinion," Long Chen said seriously. "What? I don't know what you are talking about. Xiaolang, let's go and play. Let's ignore this guy who wants to cultivate." Long Chen's days in the Heavenly Devil Palace were peaceful. His life became very monotonous. Because of Zhao Qingyun's permission, he basically didn't go back to the Blue Cloud residence. Instead, he stayed at the peak of the Emperor Demon Mountain day and night. Usually, he would cultivate at the peak of the Emperor Demon Mountain. Every once in a while, he would go down to see Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku and accompany Dongfang Xianshao. Apart from this, Long Chen did not even go to other places in the Heaven Devil Palace. His silhouette flashed in the Devil Hall, and then just like Zhao Qingyun, he appeared and disappeared like a ghost, disappearing from everyone's vision. Time slowly passed, and if it wasn't for someone occasionally bringing up such a joke about having connections, the people of the Heaven Devil Palace would have almost forgotten about him. Regarding this disdain, Long Chen had heard it once when he passed by. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was originally Long Chen. Obviously, people thought that he had impersonated Long Chen because of Xian Shao and became the direct disciple of the Heavenly Devil Palace Master. This really made him speechless. However, recently, Long Chen had been taking care of his body and mind, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. He learned a lot from Zhao Qingyun's calm attitude, which made him more broad-minded. He had already learned to laugh at such slander. There were many things that didn't need to be explained. When Long Chen really soared, everyone would be blinded by his brilliance. At the place closest to the starlight, he cultivated the heavenly river Tyr. Days and nights passed. The 18 galaxies rotated above Long Chen's head. Not only did Long Chen's cultivation level advance towards the 6th level of the heavenly river Tyr, but he also firmly consolidated the heavenly river in the first 5 levels, making his foundation even more solid. The peak of Mount Demon Emperor was surrounded by clouds and mist. Not a single blade of grass grew. Looking down from this place, one could see the scenery of thousands of miles. The city below, in Long Chen's eyes, was only the size of a palm. This showed how high Long Chen's current position was. Day and night, Long Chen was immersed in cultivation, and Lingxi accompanied him as always. As for Xiaolang, he didn't need to cultivate anymore. After swallowing nearly 20 refined fire essences, his strength returned to the 5th level of the earth Tyr, which was the same as Long Chen's 5th level of the heavenly river Tyr. Moreover, like Long Chen, he was also very close to the 6th level. All the mountains looked small. Long Chen stood up in the strong wind at the peak of the mountain, his clothes fluttering in the wind. A month had passed. At this time, his expression was even more reserved. Faint starlight flowed in his eyes and skin, and the redness in his eyes gradually faded, allowing him to regain his clarity. After going through that crazy road of life and death, coupled with the meticulous cultivation on Mount Demon Emperor, Long Chen's temperament had once again taken a big step forward. However, you finally understand and have learned. With your current progress, you will soon reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was Zhao Qingyun's evaluation of him. On this day, Long Chen completely finished his cultivation and returned to Heaven Demon Palace. He first met with Dongfang Xianxiao for a while, then reported to Zhao Qingyun, and planned to continue to the peak of Mount Demon Emperor. He wasn't afraid of tiredness and boredom. Basically, with Xiao Lang and Lingxi accompanying him, these things didn't exist. After leaving Heaven Demon Palace, not long after Long Chen walked, he discovered that there were people in front of him. He didn't want to be nosy, but the things in front of him seemed to be a bit too much. "Brat, quickly lick us clean, lick us one by one. Stick up your butt and let us lick it. If you don't lick us clean, we brothers will make your butt blossom today. Yes, lick Big Brother until he's comfortable. If Big Brother is happy, he might even reward you with some Heavenly River pills." Long Chen saw a row of Heaven Demon Palace disciples standing in front of them, and in front of them, a young man dressed as a servant disciple was kneeling. This young man was crying and begging for mercy, but seeing the tough attitude of the other party, it was probably useless even if he begged. Chapter 350. Long Chen didn't care about such a small dispute. After all, he didn't seem to know anyone in the Sky Devil Palace. However, when he walked closer, he discovered that the kneeling disciple looked a little familiar. He should be the disciple that did odd jobs for Long Chen and the other personal disciples in the Clear Sky residence. He had only met him a few times, and Long Chen had a slight impression of him. In his impression, this guy should be quite timid. Those disciples standing in a row were all arrogant and despotic. Their backgrounds shouldn't be small. At this moment, they all pulled their feet out of their boots and placed them in a row on the ground, wanting the odd job disciple to help them lick their feet clean. These feet all reeked, and yet they were licked clean by the service disciple. This was too much of a bully. At the very least, they had met a few times before. Seeing that the disciple was about to close his eyes and submit, Long Chen walked over. The moment Long Chen appeared, those disciples saw him. However, they naturally didn't recognize Long Chen. Long Chen had only shown his face for a short while in the Demon Palace. Other times, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. These ordinary disciples had heard of his reputation, but most of them didn't know his name. "Who are you?" one of the disciples arrogantly asked Long Chen. "Get up, I'll send you back." Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them, and directly pulled his odd job disciple up. Seeing Long Chen appear, the disciple instantly revealed a relieved expression. He knew that Long Chen was at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Although it wasn't considered strong in the Sky Devil Palace, he was still slightly stronger than these disciples in front of him. He was already very surprised that he could escape this calamity today. Otherwise, he didn't know if he could survive to lick those stinky feet clean. Long Chen's attitude angered those guys. They all clamored, "Brat, are you courting death? Do you know our identities? We are the personal disciples of the 3 demon elders. I advise you to scram within a breath's time. Otherwise, you will have to be like this brat and help us." As they spoke, they surrounded Long Chen. As long as Long Chen didn't leave immediately, they would attack. Xiao Lang was right behind Long Chen, and when he saw how arrogant these disciples were, he couldn't stand it any longer. He spat out a mouthful of flame, scaring the disciples into retreating. Looking at how they screamed and fled, it turned out that they were all useless. What kind of demonic beast is this? They were surprised to see Xiao Lang. No matter what kind of demonic beast it is, it dares to offend us. Brothers, let's kill it. Tonight, we'll have wolf stew. With one person taking the lead, the others responded one after another. They used their combat skills and were about to attack Xiaolang. Xiaolang had too much free time recently. It was rare for someone to bump into him, so he immediately transformed into his combat form. It had a strong and huge body, sharp teeth and claws, black flames flowing on its fur, and a golden sun mark on its forehead. All of these made the wolf cub look extremely terrifying. When the wolf cub transformed into its battle form, before they could even attack, they were already so scared that they almost peed their pants. One by one, they cried and screamed as they fled frantically. Very quickly, they disappeared from Long Chen's sight. What a bunch of trash who bully the weak and fear the strong. Long Chen smiled helplessly. At this time, the wolf cub's interest was also low. It thought that it could have some fun, but it didn't expect that they were all trash. Just now, they were all half dead, but when the wolf cub flew into a rage, they all turned into turtles and fled with their tails between their legs. Thank you. The odd job disciple looked at Xiaolang in awe, then said to Long Chen. According to the rumors, Long Chen was trash, but now, Long Chen's face was calm, as if everything was under his control. He shouldn't be trash. I've seen you a few times. You should be in Clear Sky Residence. Long Chen tried to probe. Yes. I even went to clean up for you a few times, but you were not there. What should I call you? The odd job disciple said. You are not as old as me. Just call me Brother Chen. What's your name? Long Chen had nothing to do, and he was worried that those guys would cause trouble for him again. So, he decided to send him back. Brother Chen, my name is Wang Xing. I am an odd job disciple, but I will be promoted to an ordinary disciple in 2 months. Speaking up to here, Wang Xing was a little excited. Becoming an official disciple of Sky Demon Palace was his dream. Not long ago, there was a possibility that this dream could be realized. Those guys might cause trouble for you. I will send you back. Long Chen called out to Xiaolang, then said to Wang Xing, Thank you, Brother Chen. Wang Xing's eyes instantly revealed pleasant surprise. He had originally thought that Long Chen would be like what the rumor said, that he had become the personal disciple of Sky Demon Palace Master because of his connections. But looking at him now, Long Chen was full of confidence and calmness. He could not tell in any way that he was weaker than others. Along the way, Wang Xing took advantage of this rare opportunity. Moreover, Long Chen was easy to talk to, so he kept chatting with Long Chen. I don't know why they are targeting me. I don't even know them. Maybe they just happened to meet me and wanted to make fun of me. But these people are really too much. Wang Xing clenched his fists. When I have the strength, I won't need Brother Chen to save me. I will be able to defeat all those who bully me by myself. Then do your best. Seeing that he was so full of fighting spirit, Long Chen smiled. He could tell that this young man's potential was not bad. He was very motivated and only lacked experience. Brother Chen, you are the personal disciple of the Palace Master. You should be able to obtain the 3 great secret techniques of Sky Demon Palace, right? When they were about to reach the Verdant Cloud residence, Wang Xing suddenly asked with some anticipation. I heard that the 3 great secret techniques are the pinnacle battle skills of Sky Demon Palace. This is my dream. I really hope that one day, I can cultivate these 3 great secret techniques. What are the 3 great secret techniques? I have just arrived at Sky Demon Palace, so I don't know. Long Chen asked a little doubtfully. Brother Chen, could you really be the legendary Long Chen who killed the 6 great commanders of the royal family and exterminated the race? Wang Xing's mouth opened wide. If Long Chen knew about the 3 great secret techniques, then he should have a deep understanding of Sky Demon Palace because of his connections. But Long Chen did not know about it. From this, it could be seen that he was very likely an outsider. "Do you think I am?" Long Chen teased. "I guess. I don't know either. But my intuition tells me that you are," Wang Xing said without hesitation. "Then you can take it as you are." "Oh right, you just mentioned the 3 great secret techniques. What are they? Tell me in detail," Long Chen said. Speaking of the 3 great secret techniques, Wang Xing was very excited. "Our Sky Demon Palace is rumored to have a total of 3 heaven-tier battle skills. Listen carefully. They are not advanced Earth-tier battle skills. They are true heaven-tier battle skills. There are 3 heaven-tier battle skills." This surprised Long Chen. 3 heaven-tier battle skills were not a joke. If they really existed, then these 3 heaven-tier battle skills should be the treasures of Sky Demon Palace. They were basically on the same level as the Demon God Sword. "Wang Xing, tell me in detail. The 3 great secret techniques, or in other words, the 3 heaven-tier battle skills, what are they?" Long Chen asked with interest. 3 great heaven-tier battle skills. The first is a movement battle skill called the Traceless Spectre. It is rumored that the Traceless Spectre is extremely heaven-defying. When it is used, it is like a phantom. Even fighters of the same level will find it difficult to catch your figure. However, such a miraculous battle skill can only be ranked 3rd among the 3 great secret techniques. Ranked 2nd is a Mystique battle skill. It's called the Great Magic of Dao Heart Demon Seed. It's a mystique, and it's said that there are 2 levels to it. Using the Great Magic of Dao Heart Demon Seed, one can plant a demon seed within one's true chi. When it's unleashed, the demon seed can explode, and basically, it can double one's true chi. As for the 2nd level of the Great Magic of Dao Heart Demon Seed, it can quadruple one's true chi. As for the one ranked 1st, it's even more amazing. It's an offensive battle technique called the Demon Emperor Sword Way. This is an extremely powerful sword technique, and I heard that the only person in the entire Sky Demon Palace who can use the Demon Emperor Sword Way is the Palace Lord. The Demon Emperor Sword Way exists within the Demon Emperor Sword, and only by obtaining the approval of the Demon Emperor Sword and becoming its master can one comprehend the Demon Emperor Sword Way. The 3 great secret techniques are the Traceless Spectre, the Demon Seed Heart, and the Demon Emperor Sword. Each one of them is the peak battle skill of the Sky Demon Palace. If I can obtain one of them, I will be satisfied for the rest of my life. But I know that I am only dreaming. Only disciples of high status and strength have the chance to obtain these 3 great secret techniques. That is why I asked Brother Chen if you have it. Wang Xing rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Long Chen pondered over what Wang Xing had said. Long Chen knew that since Zhao Qingyun had asked him to come to the Sky Demon Palace, he would definitely give him these things. Of course, he wouldn't give them for free. The disciples of the 3 great demon elders were competing for the 3 great secret techniques, and Long Chen's current cultivation level was still insufficient to obtain them. In the recent battles, I have suffered from many battle skills. Among the battle skills I have, only the Divine Fire Doppelganger can barely be of use, and the Blue Dragon battle technique is already useless. Looks like I have to put in a lot of effort in terms of battle skills. When I reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, I will mention this to Master. With my talent in battle skills, I might even be able to learn a heaven-grade battle skill. It had to be said that the Sky Demon Palace was practically a paradise for Long Chen's cultivation. Moreover, with his relationship with Dongfang Xianshao, he and Zhao Qingyun could be considered to be on the same side. Zhao Qingyun did not despise Dongfang Xianshao, which was enough to prove that he was a great person and a respected elder. Wang Xing, we have arrived at the Azure Cloud residence. You can go back first. I am going to the peak of Demon Emperor Mountain to cultivate. Goodbye, Long Chen said with a smile. Brother Chen, goodbye. I will work hard, Wang Xing said with determination. I will see your hard work. If you improve, I don't mind giving you something, Long Chen said with a smile. Chapter 351. In Long Chen's inventory, there were many things that were useless to him, but were extremely valuable to Wang Xing. After getting Long Chen's permission, Wang Xing returned happily. Wang Xing's matter did not take up much time. Long Chen returned to the peak of Mount Emperor Demon. If the 3 heaven-class secret skills are managed by Master, he will definitely give them to me when I have cultivated to a certain level. However, in the Heavenly Demon Palace, the 3 great demon elders seem to have quite a bit of influence. It seems that if I want to get these 3 secret skills, I still have to rely on my own hard work. At the very least, I have to fight for the heaven-class sword skill, Demon Emperor Sword Principle. Long Chen sat on the peak, cultivating steadily while thinking about these things. As for the Traceless Spectre and the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart, I'll mention these 2 heaven-level battle skills to master when I reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. With the talent that the mysterious Dragon Jade has given me, even if it's a heaven-level battle skill, there should be a chance for me to cultivate it. As long as I master it, my battle prowess will at least increase significantly. There's no need to mention the Traceless Spectre. It's definitely an extremely powerful movement technique, and the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart is even more miraculous. It can actually increase the explosive power of true Qi by 2 to 4 times. Doesn't that mean that after I transform with the Dragon Soul, my true Qi will skyrocket again and completely overwhelm people of the same level, or even a level higher? If that was the case, the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart would be something that Long Chen had to obtain. Movement techniques, mystical powers, and offensive battle skills. If these 3 were all heaven-level battle skills, Long Chen would not need the rest at all. Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion, and he had an even greater goal to strive for. However, after coming to the Heavenly Demon Palace, he had learned the word tranquility from Zhao Qingyun. No matter how hot his heart was, he slowly and completely immersed himself in cultivation. He continuously communicated with the power of the stars, stabilizing the Milky Way in his body while increasing his true Qi. Days passed, and Long Chen progressed very quickly, approaching the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier step by step. He had reached the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier before, so the breakthrough this time was much easier. Finally, after 5 days, Long Chen successfully condensed the 6th pair of yin-yang galaxy and successfully reached the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Last time, when he was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen used the blood sacrifice, and his strength reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. In the end, he regressed by 2 levels, and reached the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Now, with the help of refining blood into Qi and his own quiet cultivation, his strength finally returned to the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, reaching the strongest cultivation level he had ever reached. Moreover, this breakthrough was completely achieved through solid cultivation, so his cultivation level was more stable, and the battle strength he could display was also more powerful. Standing up at the peak of Mount Emperor Demon, Long Chen suddenly felt light. The improvement in his strength made his various senses much sharper. "Chen, you broke through again," Lingxi flew out from beside Long Chen's ear, and danced in front of Long Chen's eyes. The 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen nodded. Although I did not use refining blood into Qi, the speed is not bad, and this kind of cultivation has made my foundation much more solid. That's great, Lingxi praised with a smile. Long Chen advanced step by step towards his goal, and Lingxi was also happy for him. Maybe one day, he'll really kill his way back to Baiyang Imperial City and obtain the 9 heavenly immortal fruit. It's just that at that time, how should I choose? Lingxi felt a little conflicted in her heart. Long Chen did not know what she was conflicted about. After reaching the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen did not stop cultivating. He needed some time to digest and consolidate his current cultivation level. From morning to noon, Long Chen wanted to go back to the Heaven Demon Palace. After all, for this breakthrough, he had not gone back many times. Now was the time to go back, and also to tell the good news to Zhao Qingyun, Dongfang Xianxiao, and the others. During this period of time, Zhao Qingyun took great care of Long Chen, and basically granted all his requests. So, in his heart, Long Chen had truly acknowledged him as his master. Come to think of it, Zhao Qingyun could be considered the first master on Long Chen's path of cultivation. Currently, Long Chen had learned the freedom and tranquility of a devil from him. Of course, as Long Chen's master, he would definitely give Long Chen a lot of benefits. Long Chen first went to Dongfang Xuanxiao's home. Dongfang Xianxiao and Zhao Qingyun's days were very peaceful. Long Chen liked it. However, the current him still needed to fight crazily for this goal. As long as he obtained the 9 heaven celestial fruit, he would have the same qualifications as Dongfang Xianxiao. Dongfang Xianxiao had expected Long Chen to reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. He knew how heaven-defying his foster son was. He had climbed from a nameless nobody to where he was today, to a level that even he had to look up to. Afterward, Long Chen found Zhao Qingyun, who was in the midst of cultivation in his temporary residence. "Master, I've reached the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier." Long Chen went straight to the point when he arrived in front of him. "Not bad. You've reached the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier." Zhao Qingyun asked, "Not bad. You've reached it 10 days earlier than I expected. However, 1 month and 5 days have already passed, so there's less than 2 months left. Does he still have the confidence to surpass the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier?" Zhao Qingyun asked. "Of course he's confident. However, Master, I want to ask for a battle technique today." Long Chen had always been straightforward when he spoke to Zhao Qingyun. He didn't mince his words at all. Zhao Qingyun was slightly speechless when he saw Long Chen like this at first. However, he had gradually gotten used to it. Aside from Long Chen, there wasn't any personal disciple who dared to directly ask for something in front of Zhao Qingyun. And this wasn't the first time that Long Chen had done this. Of course, the fact that Long Chen dared to do this also meant that he was much more superior to Zhao Qingyun's other personal disciples now. Zhao Qingyun's strongest disciple was only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, and was already far from being a match for Long Chen. "What do you want?" Zhao Qingyun asked seriously. He saw that Long Chen had come aggressively, so the thing that he wanted to ask for was probably not ordinary. "Traceless Demon Shadow, or the Great Demonic Seed Technique of Tao Heart, he." Long Chen knew how precious these two things were, so he was slightly embarrassed to say it out loud. At least for now, he hadn't done anything for Zhao Qingyun yet. In the current Heaven Devil Palace, there weren't many people who believed that Long Chen was the Long Chen of the outside world. In fact, because of Long Chen's existence, Zhao Qingyun's prestige and position in the hearts of his disciples had decreased considerably. Zhao Qingyun was slightly speechless. He knew that Long Chen had a big appetite, but he hadn't thought that it was to such an extent. A mere 6th level of the Heavenly River tier dared to ask for a Heaven tier battle technique. One had to know that the 3rd level was a dividing line. The first 3 levels of the Heavenly River tier were considered elementary, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Heavenly River tier were considered intermediate. Long Chen was currently only an intermediate level of the Heavenly River tier, and he actually wanted to cross over these 2 massive chasms to learn a Heaven tier battle technique. If you reach the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, then you can try to learn a Heaven tier battle technique. But now, you basically won't be able to successfully cultivate it, Zhao Qingyun said with a frown. It looked like it wasn't that he didn't want to give it to Long Chen, but that he felt that Long Chen wouldn't be able to learn it anyway, so there was no need for him to rush for quick success and delay his cultivation. Master, I have an extraordinary talent for battle techniques. When I was still at the Divine Core realm, I could already cultivate a high-grade Earth tier battle technique. Therefore, I can guarantee that when I cultivate a Heaven tier battle technique, I won't be any weaker than those at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen patted his chest and said confidently. Are you sure that you cultivated a high-grade Earth tier battle technique when you were at the Divine Core realm? Zhao Qingyun was shocked, and asked. I guarantee it. Of course, what Long Chen said was the Divine Flame clone. However, he had slightly exaggerated it. He had successfully cultivated the Divine Flame clone after he reached the Heavenly River tier. Of course, he had exaggerated it because he wanted to obtain a Heaven tier battle technique as soon as possible. Alright, I can let you try. But, if you can't do it, you must stop cultivating as soon as possible, so that you won't be able to improve your cultivation level. You should know that cultivation level is the foundation of everything. Zhao Qingyun nodded and said. What is Master going to give me? Long Chen didn't expect it to be so easy, and he felt a little excited. It looked like Zhao Qingyun was definitely a good master. Long Chen had made the right choice by choosing Mount Demon Emperor instead of the West Sea Nation. Of course, he always knew how to repay kindness. Today, Zhao Qingyun had given him something good, and when he became a powerful warrior in the future, he would definitely return the favor to Heavenly Demon Palace. The great art of Tao Demonic Seed is the reward for the disciple who ranked first in the Fire Evolution Earth Vein. I don't have the right to give it to you without permission. After all, this is something passed down by our ancestors, and we have our ancestors' rules. However, I do have the right to let you try the Traceless Spectre. Among all the young disciples, only 2 of them have obtained the Traceless Spectre, and they are both at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Thank you, Master. Obtaining the Traceless Spectre was even more helpful to Long Chen than the great art of Tao Demonic Seed. After obtaining Zhao Qingyun's permission, Long Chen was filled with gratitude. In the past, he had to put his life on the line to obtain the Traceless Spectre, but today, he was able to obtain it so easily. Long Chen was not used to it, but it felt good. The manual for the Traceless Spectre is hidden in the martial arts library of Heavenly Demon Palace, and it is heavily guarded. I'll take you there now. Since she had already agreed, Zhao Qingyun did not drag her feet, and directly took Long Chen in the direction of the martial arts library. Whether it was the Heavenly Demon Palace Master or Long Chen, they were both people who appeared and disappeared mysteriously in Heavenly Demon Palace. Today, the 2 of them once again appeared in public, and they quickly attracted the attention of many people. Many people did not know what Long Chen looked like because of his connections. At this moment, in the darkness not far away, a few youths were staring blankly at Long Chen. One of them cursed, so he's that backdoor entrant. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant, using a demonic beast to scare us away. These people were the ones who bullied Wang Xing. Chapter 352. Not long after following Zhao Qingyun, a pagoda-shaped building appeared in front of them. The pagoda-shaped building had a total of 7 levels. It was solemn and dignified, completely different from what the secular world thought of as a demon. Long Chen even felt that the Heavenly Demon Palace should be called the Heavenly Deity Palace. That would be more appropriate. From afar, Long Chen could see that there were many guards beside the martial arts pavilion. Among them, there were more than 10 leaders. Their strength was around the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. They were considered a relatively high-end force in the Heavenly Demon Palace. The pagoda-shaped martial arts pavilion should be considered a sacred place for cultivation in the Heavenly Demon Palace. Long Chen and Zhao Qingyun were now standing in front of this sacred place. Within the martial arts pavilion, there are several tens of thousands of battle skills. From primary yellow tier battle skills all the way to heaven tier battle skills. There are defense, attack, movement, healing, body refining, and so on. This is the inheritance of my demonic palace for over 1,000 years. I've seen most of these battle skills, so I have quite a bit of insight into the cultivation of battle skills. If you don't understand, you can naturally ask me. Zhao Qingyun said with some pride. Tens of thousands of combat skills included various levels and types. This showed how abundant the resources of the Heavenly Demon Palace were. There were even heaven-level combat skills on the highest level of the martial arts pavilion. The security next to the martial arts pavilion is very tight. Even the palaces of the three great demon elders are less than 500 meters away from here. As long as there is a slight movement in the martial arts pavilion, the three great demon elders will immediately appear here. The three great demon elders are indeed very annoying at times. However, it is undeniable that they have indeed made a lot of contributions to the Heavenly Demon Palace, Zhao Qingyun said. As he spoke, Zhao Qingyun asked the guards to step aside and directly led Long Chen up. The traceless specter that Long Chen wanted was directly on the 7th level of the martial arts pavilion. As he was about to get a heaven-level combat skill, Long Chen was a little excited. Just then, a series of footsteps came from behind them. Long Chen and Zhao Qingyun both turned their heads. Among the group of people, they were all elders of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Among them, there were two people who were clustered in front of everyone else. One of them was the short and fat but fiendish third demon elder. Behind him stood a tall and sturdy young man respectfully. This young man was more than 2 meters tall. His whole body was covered with muscles. His skin was dark, and his eyes were filled with hostility. He gave Long Chen the impression that he had met the Heavenly Wolf Gang in Prince Yu's mansion. They were all ruthless characters. Standing in front of this burly young man, the third demon elder looked a little ridiculous just by looking at his appearance. Just by looking at the young man's momentum, Long Chen could roughly guess his identity. The two strongest disciples at the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm in the Heavenly Demon Palace were the first disciples of the first Demon Elder and the second Demon Elder respectively. The first disciple of the third Demon Elder was named Yang Jun. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. It was said that he could break through to the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm at any time. He had also practiced many advanced Earth-level combat skills. Among all the young disciples in the Heavenly Demon Palace, his comprehensive combat strength ranked third. He was the disciple that the third Demon Elder was most proud of. The burly and ruthless young man in front of him must be Yang Jun. However, why did they follow Zhao Qingyun to the martial arts pavilion? Greetings, Palace Master. The third Demon Elder led the crowd and bowed to Zhao Qingyun first. After all, Zhao Qingyun was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Palace, so the etiquette could not be ignored. What are you doing here? Zhao Qingyun raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. To be honest, he didn't like the third Demon Elder very much. Palace Master, I was looking for you today. I didn't expect to see you in front of the martial arts pavilion when I passed by here. What a coincidence. It saves us a long walk. Obviously, the third Demon Elder had something to ask of Zhao Qingyun, so his tone was very polite. Tell me, what do you want? Zhao Qingyun said. Here's the thing. The third Demon Elder glanced at Yang Jun behind him with satisfaction and said, in the past, the first disciple of my eldest brother and second sister also got the Traceless Spectre when he was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. Finally, he succeeded in cultivating it. Yang Jun is about to break through to the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm, so I beg you, Palace Master, to give the Traceless Spectre to Yang Jun to cultivate. At this time, the young man, Yang Jun, also bowed to Zhao Qingyun and said, Palace Master, please believe me. I have absolute confidence that I can master the Traceless Spectre in half a year and reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm. Given time, I will be able to fight against Lin Zichen of the royal family. The other elders who came to support also put in a good word for Yang Jun. In fact, Yang Jun should have gotten the traceless spectre long ago, but Zhao Qingyun refused when he asked for it last time. This time, they had more people, so they wanted to put pressure on Zhao Qingyun. They couldn't do it. Zhao Qingyun would still refuse so many people's requests. After all, Yang Jun was an outstanding disciple and was deeply favored by the third demon elder. There was no reason for Zhao Qingyun not to give face to the third demon elder again. Didn't I say it last time? The most important thing for Yang Jun now is to complete the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm as soon as possible. He has been stuck at this level for a long time. If he continues to delay, it will not do him any good. Zhao Qingyun frowned. The third demon elder really picked a bad time this time. There was only one traceless spectre manual, and he had already promised to give it to Longchen. Now, the third demon elder wanted to join in the fun. So who should he give the manual to? Of course, Zhao Qingyun wanted to give it to Longchen. After all, he had already promised Longchen, and Longchen was his personal disciple. However, the problem was that because Longchen was his personal disciple, the third demon elder would definitely put pressure on Zhao Qingyun in the name of favoritism. Palace Lord, I can already feel that my breakthrough will be completed within a month if nothing unexpected happens. I will first obtain the traceless spectre, and then cultivate after that. Is that all right? In any case, in the current Sky Demon Palace, there shouldn't be anyone who needs the traceless spectre within this month. Yang Jun's gaze was never on Longchen. In his opinion, Longchen was only a disciple who had become Zhao Qingyun's disciple because of his connections. He was really not worth paying attention to. Then come back after you reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Zhao Qingyun said impatiently with a wave of his hand. This time, the third demon elder was not happy. He had brought so many people, but Zhao Qingyun still did not give him face. This really made him a little angry. Zhao Qingyun did not give Yang Jun the traceless spectre, which clearly showed that he did not take him seriously. How could he not be angry? So he sneered and said, "Palace Master, the traceless spectre is in the martial scripture pavilion, and no one uses it. It will be given to Yang Jun to cultivate anyway. If you give it to him now, you won't have to trouble Palace Master to personally come next time. Palace Master is not willing to give it to him today. Could it be that you have other uses for the traceless spectre? For example, to give it to your personal disciple, Longchen?" The third demon elder's sarcastic words made everyone laugh. The name Longchen had now become the laughing stock of the Sky Demon Palace. In fact, many people did not understand why Zhao Qingyun would give this person the name Longchen because of his connections. It was to increase his popularity. Indeed, because he was also called Longchen, his fame was like the sun in the Sky Demon Palace. The third demon elder knew that the traceless spectre would not be given to Longchen, so his words were just sarcasm. However, he never thought that he would actually guess it correctly. "You are right. I came here today to give the traceless spectre to Longchen to cultivate. As for Yang Jun, you can come back when you reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier." Zhao Qingyun's voice sounded faintly. He had always been very calm, so he was not afraid of any trouble when he said it directly. As soon as the words came out, there was a complete silence. Everyone looked at Longchen in a daze. After a while, they were sure that they did not hear wrongly. "Give it to him? Are you kidding me? He is just a fake. Does he even know what a heaven-tier battle skill is? Palace Master's decision is really disappointing. Could it be that Palace Master is such a biased person?" This kind of chatter immediately rang out. Furthermore, each of their words was more unpleasant than the last. Not to mention Zhao Qingyun, even Longchen frowned deeply when he heard this. Everyone else could not believe it, let alone the third demon elder and Yang Jun. At this time, Yang Jun did not say anything. He only looked at Long Chen with hatred, which contained endless killing intent. The third demon elder had always been known for his bad temper. How could he tolerate such unfairness? So he immediately put on a ferocious face and smiled. "Palace Master, did I hear wrongly? Giving up a genius like Yang Jun for nothing and letting a kid with no name come out of nowhere have the traceless specter. I really can't believe it. Is this the Palace Master of Sky Demon Palace? All this decision was made just because he is your direct disciple. Palace Master, it is undeniable that your strength determines your unique position in Sky Demon Palace, but this does not mean that you can ignore the ancestral teachings and do whatever you want. I think your decision will not only disappoint me, but also the hardworking kid Yang Jun, and will also disappoint the thousands of disciples of Sky Demon Palace." Although the third demon elder's words were unpleasant, they represented everyone's thoughts at this time. Seeing that Zhao Qingyun did not speak, the third demon elder continued, "My words today were indeed a bit excessive, but I think everyone's thoughts are similar to mine. If Palace Master thinks that I am wrong, please kill me. I will die without regrets." "Yes, Palace Master." Although the third demon elder's words were a bit extreme, they were sincere and moved me. As for the traceless specter, I hope Palace Master can reconsider your decision. "Yes, Palace Master, please reconsider." A large group of people all knelt in front of Zhao Qingyun. Only Yang Jun and the third demon elder did not kneel. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Qingyun said helplessly, "Stand up first." Chapter 353. To be honest, Zhao Qingyun was in a dilemma. It could only be said that the three demon elders were too smart. They had grasped Zhao Qingyun's weak spot and dealt them a blow. If Zhao Qingyun had insisted on giving the traceless specter to Long Chen today, then his reputation in the Heavenly Devil Palace would have fallen to the bottom. His image would have been completely distorted in the hearts of those disciples who were full of hope. It would have made them feel that even the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Devil Palace was a guy who favored his disciple regardless of right or wrong. Did this mean that no matter how hard they worked, it was not better than a relationship? Zhao Qingyun asked the others to get up, but no one did. Seeing this situation, the three demon elders were secretly pleased. They wanted to see how Zhao Qingyun would clean up today's mess. "Palace Lord, if you don't give us an explanation, we won't get up." Those elders had come to support him under the instigation of the three demon elders. In addition, Zhao Qingyun's decision made them feel that it was indeed inappropriate, so they refused to get up. This situation made Zhao Qingyun very embarrassed, but it also achieved the three demon elders' goal. At this moment, he was very pleased with himself. Long Chen didn't expect such a scene. He raised his head and saw that Zhao Qingyun was deep in thought. Right now, he was thinking of a more perfect solution. Long Chen knew that Zhao Qingyun was more willing to hand over the traceless specter to him. Even under such pressure, he still didn't give up. This made Long Chen feel somewhat moved. This was also the reason why Long Chen had no choice but to step forward. "Everyone, please listen to me." Long Chen took a few steps forward and walked to Zhao Qingyun's side. Looking at the guys kneeling in front of him, as well as the three demon elders, Long Chen looked around and said slowly, "I asked my master for this traceless specter, and it just so happens that senior brother Yang Jun also wants it today. Since ancient times, if there is any treasure, it has always been obtained by the skilled. Everyone thinks that senior brother Yang Jun is skilled, so you think that I, Long Chen, do not deserve this traceless specter. But how do you judge that Yang Jun is definitely stronger than me? What do you mean?" Yang Jun's eyes widened as he asked sinisterly. Everyone was startled. They looked at Long Chen in confusion. They found it strange. Could it be that Long Chen was saying that he was more powerful than Yang Jun because of his connections? What kind of joke was that? Even the third demon elder couldn't react in time. Long Chen looked at the kneeling elders and said in a cold voice, "Elders, please get up first. You are all people of status in the Heavenly Devil Palace. If you kneel on the ground and cry because of such a small matter, you will not be able to live up to your status. Moreover, the Palace Lord asked you to get up, but you are not getting up. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to forcefully put the hat of inhumanity and injustice on the Palace Lord's head? I think you all have ulterior motives." Long Chen's sharp words caused the faces of the elders to turn red. They gradually realized that their actions today were too much. Based on Zhao Qingyun's character, he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. That was why they could survive today. If it were another palace lord, they would all be dead. Therefore, when one of them stood up hesitantly, the others followed suit. Beside Long Chen, Zhao Qingyun looked relieved. To be honest, he was forced into a corner just now. If he used violence to suppress them, it would only have the opposite effect. At this time, the most suitable person to step up was Long Chen. Long Chen didn't let him down. With just a few words, he resolved Zhao Qingyun's embarrassment. "Kid, what did you mean by what you said just now?" When everyone stood up after hearing Long Chen's words, the third demon elder's mouth twitched as he asked coldly. "What did you mean? Didn't you say that it was unfair to give me the traceless specter? Then tell me, how do you think it's fair? I, Long Chen, will accompany you." Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked straight at the third demon elder and said calmly, "Kid, how dare you? What kind of tone are you using to talk to me like that? You have no respect for seniority. Don't you have parents who brought you up?" The three demon elders were furious that Long Chen dared to be so rude to them. They glared at Long Chen with killing intent in their eyes. "What kind of tone is that? Third demon elder, I'd like to ask you what kind of tone you used when talking to my master. It seems that you have no respect for seniority. Don't you have parents who brought you up? Are you a beast?" Long Chen said loudly. The third demon elder pressured him by saying that he had no respect for seniority. He didn't expect that Long Chen would turn the tables on him and even call him a beast. The third demon elder had been high and mighty for countless years. He didn't expect that he would have such a day. He was so angry that his face turned red. If Zhao Qingyun wasn't standing beside Long Chen, he would have attacked him already. In the Devil Hall, Long Chen had already caused him to go berserk once. And now, Long Chen caused him to be enraged once more. Yet, he had no choice but to swallow this anger into his stomach. There was no need to mention how sullen the three devil elders felt. It would have been fine if Long Chen didn't make sense, but what he said was very reasonable. Just now, the third demon elder's tone toward Zhao Qingyun was also very rude. Seeing the third demon elder embarrassed by Long Chen's few words, Zhao Qingyun was secretly pleased. Only now did he know why Long Chen could complete that amazing life and death technique. His courage played a big role in it. And the others were stunned by Long Chen. They didn't care about this young man at all. They didn't expect that this young man's words would be so sharp and bold. This unknown person who became the palace master of Celestial Devil Palace through connections was also different. While the crowd was talking, the third demon elder suppressed his anger with difficulty. He thought of something and said fiercely, "Your name is Long Chen, right? You want to say that you want to compete with Yang Jun to see who is superior and who is more suitable for the Traceless Spectre. Fine, I will let Yang Jun compete with you. Do you dare? Since I have already said it, there is no reason for me to take it back," Long Chen said with his head raised. "Okay, Palace Master. Long Chen has agreed. Then let me ask Palace Master, if my disciple Yang Jun proves to you that he is countless times superior to Long Chen, then the Traceless Spectre should belong to my disciple." The third demon elder's eyes went past Long Chen and landed on Zhao Qingyun, who was behind him. Long Chen turned around and gave Zhao Qingyun a confident look. Zhao Qingyun was a little hesitant at first, but the look in Long Chen's eyes made him make up his mind. He knew that Long Chen had killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City Guards and exterminated the Wu tribe. He was a ruthless person who could fight against Lin Zichen, who was at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Such a ruthless person and such confidence shouldn't lose to Yang Jun, who was ranked 3rd in the Celestial Devil Palace. Since all of you have decided to do this, then so be it. Today, whoever is more outstanding will be able to obtain the Traceless Spectre. Everything depends on one's own strength. If anyone dares to go out and gossip, then don't blame me, Zhao Qingyun, for being impolite. There are many things that I don't bicker with you about, but that doesn't mean that I will never bicker with you. Zhao Qingyun's gaze was like lightning, and those who were swept by his gaze all felt their scalps go numb. Only now did they regret their earlier actions. It must be known that in the end, even if all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Devil Palace were added together, they still wouldn't be as valuable as Zhao Qingyun. For them to challenge the pillar of the Heavenly Devil Palace, wasn't that just pure idiocy? With Zhao Qingyun's consent, everything was much easier. At this time, the 3rd demon elder breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Long Chen gloomily and said, "Since the palace lord has agreed, then I will make the rules to decide who is superior. The most suitable way is for 2 people to fight. However, there is such a big difference in cultivation level, so it's inevitable that some people will say that Yang Jun has the advantage. How about this, both of them attack me, and I won't fight back. I will only dodge and block. Whoever can break through the current cultivation level and give me the most amazing attack will be the winner. How about this? In this way, your potential will be the most important, not your strength." After saying this, the 3rd demon elder looked at the crowd complacently. What he meant was that Long Chen's strength was completely inferior to Yang Jun's, and the 3rd demon elder didn't want to take advantage of him, so the 3rd demon elder proposed this method to test their potential. In this way, the 3rd demon elder and the 3rd demon elder would undoubtedly raise the level of the master and the disciple, making them seem fair and merciful. However, Long Chen didn't think so, because both of them were attacking the 3rd demon elder. With the 3rd demon elder's strength, he could completely control the performance of the 2. When facing Yang Jun, he could go easy on him and let Yang Jun perform amazingly. It was very easy for him. In such a short time, the 3rd demon elder could come up with such a flawless method and raise their own strength. Long Chen really admired him. However, all the little tricks were nothing in front of real strength. Therefore, Long Chen was fearless. "Palace Lord, what do you think?" The 3rd demon elder's idea made the crowd applaud. Later, the 3rd demon elder asked Zhao Qingyun for his opinion. Zhao Qingyun naturally saw through the 3rd demon elder's little tricks, but he believed in Long Chen. Besides, he also wanted to see with his own eyes what was so special about Long Chen's battle that could make him perform so well. "That's it. This is your idea. When you are convinced, don't talk nonsense all day. You are one of the demon elders. Don't even know how to protect the image of Heavenly Devil Palace and yourself. If I can make you a demon elder, I can also destroy you." Zhao Qingyun's tone was very calm, but the 3rd demon elder heard the power in his words that made their hearts palpitate. "Of course, I mean what I said. So, let's not waste time. You are the elder brother, so you go first." The 3rd demon elder took a few steps back and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the others all stepped aside to make space. Chapter 354. Everyone made way for Yang Jun and the 3 demon elders in front of the martial arts pavilion. Then they watched with great interest. Their gazes fell on Long Chen from time to time. What surprised them was that Long Chen did not panic or feel pressured. He stood with Zhao Qingyun and looked at the scene indifferently. He looked very calm. The expression on his face was exactly the same as Zhao Qingyun's. "No wonder they are master and disciple," someone said with emotion. "Bullshit. He's just imitating the palace master's temperament. He's pretty good at pretending. You'll be able to tell when he fights against the 3 demon elders later." At this time, Zhao Qingyun turned to look at Long Chen and said, "Are you really sure?" "No, I'm just playing by ear. Worse comes to worst, I don't want it. If it's mine, it'll be mine sooner or later. I'm used to competing with strength." Long Chen smiled faintly. "It seems that you've changed a lot since you came to the Heavenly Demon Palace." Zhao Qingyun was a little proud. "Really?" At this time, Yang Jun and the 3 demon elders said some meaningless words and were about to start the fight. Zhao Qingyun and Long Chen didn't say anything and watched quietly. Because they wanted to figure out the strength of the 3 demon elders and think of countermeasures, Long Chen watched very carefully. At this time, Yang Jun turned his head and looked at Long Chen with provocative and vicious eyes. Then he looked at his master. The strength of the peak of the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm burst out and instantly rushed towards the 3 demon elders. The speed of the attack was superb. Although his body was huge, it didn't affect his agility. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 3 demon elders. "Good." The 3 demon elders nodded with satisfaction and cheered for Yang Jun. Most of the onlookers were between the 6th and 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. Only a few of them had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm. They were very satisfied with Yang Jun's performance at the beginning and started to befriend him. No wonder he's the first disciple of the 3 demon elders. I can see he's extraordinary at the first move. This was what everyone was thinking. In their opinion, Yang Jun was going to win the Traceless Spectre this time. 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger. Yang Jun shouted. Genuine qi burst out from all over his body, and a faintly discernible black qi rushed toward the 3rd demon elder. His fingers burst out, and 7 finger strikes in a row, each with great deterrence, hit the 3rd demon elder from all directions. The 7 killing demon fingers attacked the 7 most important aperture acupoints of the human body. As long as one of them was hit, it could kill him instantly. The 7 slaughtering demon finger was an advanced Earth tier battle skill. With a single glance, Long Chen could tell that this battle skill was extraordinary. 7 consecutive fingers, each one stronger than the last. Experts of the same level would find it very difficult to resist this move. Not bad. The 3rd demon elder snorted and moved his feet. In an instant, countless shadows appeared all around him. When Yang Jun's attack was over, the crowd saw that the 3rd demon elder was still far away. Yang Jun's 7 fingers had passed through the 3rd demon elder and hit nothing but air. Yang Jun, again. He was very satisfied with Yang Jun's performance, so he called out to Yang Jun and asked him to continue displaying the advantages he had learned. Yes, master. With the encouragement of his master, Yang Jun was full of fighting spirit. He moved his tiptoes and rushed toward the 3rd demon elder again. This time, he used a more powerful attack, and this time, he also used the effect of his body maneuvering skill. Long Chen, did you see that? The 3rd demon elder used the body battle skill just now. It was a heaven tier battle skill, Vanishing Spectre. At this time, Zhao Qingyun said in Long Chen's ear. In fact, Long Chen had already guessed it. When the 3rd demon elder used it just now, there were so many of his illusions that it was impossible to tell which one was the 3rd demon elder. In a flash, Yang Jun had already passed by him. Such a battle skill, when used in battle, not only could it be used to dodge the enemy's attacks, but it could also be used to support one's own attacks. One could well imagine how useful it was. Long Chen secretly decided that he must obtain this Traceless Spectre today. Of course, Yang Jun was also fighting with all his might. Because most people were watching, the third demon elder was embarrassed to go easy on Yang Jun. Moreover, Yang Jun did not need to go easy on Yang Jun's 72 true demon fists. Just then, Yang Junshengong rushed to the front of the third demon elder. His body shook like a wild beast and he let out a ferocious roar. Then, his muscles became as hard and dark as steel. He roared and punched at the third demon elder again and again. Yang Junshengong's eyes widened. The first way. The 72 true demon fists was obviously a higher earth-tier battle skill. The 7 slaughtering demon finger just now only had 7 moves, but the 72 true demon fists had a total of 72 moves, which was more than 10 times that of the 7 moves. Moreover, the power of each move became stronger and stronger, and the final destructive power was definitely higher than that of the 7 slaughtering demon finger. Even if it was the same level of combat skills, there was still a difference in strength. For example, the 7 slaughtering demon finger was a relatively basic combat skill in the high level of the earth level, but the actual value of the 72 true devil fists had already reached a relatively high level. The momentum of the 72 true devil punches was very great. Yang Jun was like a gust of wind, forcing the third demon elder, who could not fight back, to retreat. At this time, he was roaring crazily, punching harder and harder. His crazy look made everyone secretly shocked. Yang Jun had always been known as the mad demon in the demonic palace, because he would go crazy when he was cultivating and fighting. This was also the reason why he could become the first disciple of the third demon elder among all the disciples. Honestly speaking, among the disciples of the younger generation, there were not many who were afraid of those 2 freaks at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier. What they were most afraid of was provoking Yang Jun, because that would mean endless trouble. Today, Long Chen had obviously provoked this trouble. Boom, boom, boom. The third demon elder looked solemn. At this time, he did not use footwork, but used simple punching skills to break down Yang Jun's moves. In fact, this was a kind of letting go. If he had used Traceless Shadow from the beginning, Yang Jun would not have been able to force him into this situation. Now the third demon elder looked like he was using all his strength. Not bad, not bad. The third demon elder's sharp punch directly cut to the middle of Yang Jun's body, directly suppressing the punch he received. However, Yang Jun's fist momentum was not disturbed because of this. With a ferocious face, he roared again. True Qi roared all over his body, and suddenly punched at the third demon elder's abdomen. Everywhere it went, there were hideous black shadows. Bang! The third demon elder directly blocked this punch with his arm. However, this punch was obviously exerted by Yang Jun with all his strength. The huge fist force directly shattered the third demon elder's sleeves, and part of his arm was shaken to a little red. At this time, the third demon elder knew that it was enough. The moment Yang Jun hit him, his hand moved very quickly. In an instant, he directly climbed up Yang Jun's neck, firmly choking him. As long as he wanted, he could kill Yang Jun at any time. This meant that Yang Jun had lost. However, Yang Jun was secretly happy. With the strength of the 7th level of the Sky River Realm, he could shatter the sleeves of a martial artist at the 9th level of the Sky River Realm. This was an unprecedented good result. Of course, it was because the third demon elder let go. I've already shattered Master's sleeves, and Master probably can't even touch Long Chen. It seems that this time, the Traceless Shadow will definitely be mine. Yang Jun was very happy. Under the command of the third demon elder, he silently backed off and gave the field to Long Chen. Although this brat didn't win against me, he still has the guts to go against me, Yang Jun. I can't kill you openly, but there are countless ways to kill someone in this world. Long Chen, Long Chen, today can only be considered your unlucky day. Who asked you to mess around blindly and even delay my efforts? Yang Jun originally thought that he could get the Traceless Shadow immediately, but he didn't expect that Long Chen would come out to make trouble and almost get the traceless shadow. If the third demon elder hadn't pressured the Sky Demon Palace Master, today would have been Yang Jun's tragedy. If a genius couldn't even beat a disciple who had just entered the sect, there was no need for Yang Jun to continue living in this world. Long Chen, perform well, Zhao Qingyun said to Long Chen. Long Chen nodded and walked into the field. The third demon elder, who had already lost a sleeve, was looking at Long Chen with great interest, his hands behind his back. It seems that the third demon elder's hands are itchy. You actually stretched out your hand to let your disciple scratch it. I don't know if your hand is still itchy. I not only know how to scratch, I know everything. Long Chen's sarcastic words immediately made the third demon elder's face turn red. He looked at Long Chen coldly and scolded, "Kid, don't be so glib-tongued in front of me. Time waits for no man. You better be neat and do it. I still have a lot of affairs to deal with in the palace. I don't have time to waste with you here." Long Chen smiled and was already preparing for battle. At the same time, he was thinking of a perfect way in his mind. It seems that I still have to use that trick, pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. Thinking of this, Long Chen slowly rushed toward the third demon elder. He didn't even use the blue dragon halberd or the dragon soul transformation. He directly used the demon spirit sword finger at the third demon elder. Such a low-level combat skill is not even qualified to scratch my itch. Seeing Long Chen's weak attack, the third demon elder suddenly burst into laughter. Sure enough, although the demon spirit sword finger was good, it was directly shattered by the third demon elder with a gentle wave of his hand. It couldn't break the third demon elder's defense at all. Long Chen turned to a look of horror and said hoarsely, "Impossible. My advanced profound level combat skill is very powerful. Why can't it even touch him?" His panicked appearance was within everyone's expectations. Chapter 355. Zhao Qingyun snickered inwardly. Long Chen was really too cunning. Everyone thought that he was a backdoor entrant, and that he was impersonating Long Chen. Therefore, he beat them at their own game and revealed his weakest side. Moreover, he pretended to be decent, which made everyone laugh. Even the three demon elders were very relaxed. They decided to tease Long Chen a little, and that would probably be the end of it. Of course, he didn't dare to go too far. After all, Long Chen's master, the Sky Devil Palace Lord, was still here. If he made him unhappy, it would be bad. After Zhao Qingyun's warning, the third demon elder knew that they still had to care about the Palace Lord's face. "Boy, let me play with you. What is the real martial arts? You can attack me without worry," the third demon elder said with a smile. "Impossible." Long Chen couldn't believe it. He sped up and soon came in front of the third demon elder. At this time, he had already taken out the blue dragon halberd. With a move of dragon battling in the star field, it turned into countless little dragons and swept towards the third demon elder. This move is a bit interesting, but I guess it's only a primary Earth tier battle skill. Boy, is this your strongest battle skill? No wonder you want to obtain a Heaven tier battle skill. Your current battle skill is too weak, too weak. The third demon elder laughed as he easily dodged Long Chen's attack. You're too weak, too weak. It's not even worth mentioning. The third demon elder laughed as he easily dodged Long Chen's attack. After he finished speaking, Long Chen's dragon battling in the star field had already been successfully dodged by him. During this process, he didn't even use Traceless Shadow, because the third demon elder knew that the more relaxed he was, the lower Long Chen's potential value would be. Even dragon battling in the star field can't touch you. Impossible. I will let you have a taste of this move now. I don't believe that even this move of mine can't deal with you. Kill. He turned into a whirlwind and swept towards the third demon elder. Blue Dragon Combat Technique, Dragon Soaring to the Ninth Heaven. The Blue Dragon battle halberd danced wildly. As the halberd twisted crazily, a huge illusory dragon shadow appeared out of thin air from the third demon elder's crotch and slashed upwards. If it could hit the third demon elder, it could probably kill them all. However, the third demon elder was already so old that it was probably useless. Not bad, but not good enough. Third demon elder sneered. Before Long Chen's blue dragon halberd arrived, he had already stretched one hand into the range of Long Chen's halberd and punched the side of the blue dragon halberd. Then Long Chen was shaken to one side and fell to the ground after several somersaults. His embarrassing appearance immediately made everyone laugh. They all knew that this time, the palace master of Celestial Devil Palace had not only accepted a good-for-nothing personal disciple, but also a weirdo. He's the same as his foster father, a useless good-for-nothing. He was quite arrogant just now and I thought he had some ability. I didn't expect him to be so weak. The corners of Yang Jun's mouth twitched as he coldly laughed. The palace master's decision this time is really funny. I bet that in the future, Long Chen will definitely become the laughing stock of Celestial Devil Palace. He is now the laughing stock of Celestial Devil Palace. Listening to the discussion around them, the third demon elder was secretly pleased. From what he said just now, it seemed that he could totally fight against Yang Jun. I didn't expect him to be a good-for-nothing. But this guy is really good at bluffing. He even stunned me. Third demon elder was a little speechless about Long Chen. At this time, he only lightly shook off Long Chen's blue dragon halberd, but Long Chen still rolled on the ground a few times. If he really made a move, Long Chen would already be dead. Forget it. Let's quickly subdue him. With his current performance, he is not comparable to Yang Jun at all. Thinking of this, third demon elder came to Long Chen in an instant and said coldly, "Boy, can you still stand up?" Long Chen's face was pale. In his eyes, there was a trace of fear for third demon elder. He struggled to get up from the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't lose. I am a beast warrior, and I have beast soul transformation." Then show me your beast soul transformation. I'd like to see how much more powerful your beast soul transformation can be. 1/10 or 100th? Third demon elder looked disdainful and stood casually in front of Long Chen. Wait and see. Long Chen mustered up his courage and said. Then, he used dragon soul transformation. Fine blood-red dragon scales and bone spurs gradually covered his body. Wow, this beast soul transformation is not bad. Third demon elder was in a good mood and said with exaggerated surprise. Watch me use my most powerful move to deal with you. Long Chen said bravely. In fact, everything he was doing now was just an act. His acting was so good that it could be described as flawless. Not only did the three demon elders relax their vigilance, but the other onlookers also relaxed their vigilance. They wanted to see how ridiculous Long Chen's most powerful move was. It could be said that Long Chen had successfully grasped their psychology. At this time, Zhao Qingyun was watching all this. He knew Long Chen, so he could understand everything about Long Chen. No wonder this kid can do so many things that ordinary people can't at such a young age. With his understanding of people's hearts, there will be a good show to watch later. Just as Zhao Qingyun was thinking, Long Chen, who had dragon soul transformation and whose strength had skyrocketed to the 7th level of the Heavenly River State, launched his most powerful attack at Third Demon Elder, who was close at hand and could not defend against it. Divine Fire Doppelganger. Devouring World of Blood. Spirit Devouring Demon Pupil. Dragon Emperor's Downfall. Long Chen basically used these 4 things at the same time. First, he used the Devouring Blood World to suppress the Third Demon Elder and affect his mobility. Then, he surrounded the Third Demon Elder with 125 mystical fire doppelgangers, blocking all his escape routes. Under the dense mystical fire doppelgangers, the third demon elder didn't even have the space to use Traceless Phantom. Then, Long Chen used the devouring demon eye to affect the third demon elder's mind. Although the effect was negligible, it was better than nothing. Surrounded by the divine fire doppelgangers, Long Chen used Dragon Emperor's downfall with the 7th level of the Heavenly River state, which was his most powerful attack. Long Chen, who was so weak that third demon elder completely let down his guard, burst out such a precise and terrifying attack. Not only were the others stunned, but even third demon elder was stunned for a while. When he came to himself, Long Chen had blocked all his ways of retreat with divine fire doppelgangers. 125 divine fire doppelgangers piled up together like a giant flaming egg, with third demon elder in the middle as the egg yolk. What's going on? Third demon elder's expression changed in an instant. To be honest, Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's downfall was absolutely no threat to third demon elder on other occasions. But it was different in this situation. The two of them were very close. Third demon elder was sure that if Long Chen didn't use his combat skills, he would definitely be hurt by this sudden and fatal attack. In history, there were precedents of masters dying in the hands of weaker opponents because of carelessness. At this critical moment, third demon elder didn't think too much. Facing this almost fatal attack, third demon elder subconsciously made a move, which was the 7-kill demon finger. 7 consecutive attacks and strong finger wind. At the last moment, third demon elder used offense as defense and suppressed Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's downfall. When third demon elder used the 7-kill demon finger, Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's downfall was less than half a meter away from third demon elder's throat. The 7-slaughter demon finger used by someone at the 9th tier of the Sky River realm was definitely not something that Long Chen could resist. However, the third demon elder had already violated his own rules by using this move. He broke the rules first, so at the last moment, Zhao Qingyun's figure appeared in front of the third demon elder. The 7-slaughter demon finger of the third demon elder was directly caught in Zhao Qingyun's hand and then released, unharmed. Such a sudden change made the scene fall into a dead silence. Timely, Long Chen put away all the divine fire doppelgangers and the devouring world of blood. He stood next to Zhao Qingyun and looked at third demon elder with a smile. His current calmness was totally different from his previous embarrassment. Everyone knew by now that Long Chen was purely pretending to be weak just now. Being able to pretend to this extent and successfully deceive third demon elder and everyone else, Long Chen's behavior was also a kind of realm. At this moment, looking at this calm smiling young man, everyone had mixed feelings. Third demon elder, didn't you say before that you only defended and dodged, but didn't attack? What about the 7-kill demon finger just now? Can I take it that you relied on dodging and defense to resist my attack? In order to save your life, you used an advanced Earth rank combat skill? You know, even I haven't used an advanced Earth rank combat skill. Long Chen looked at third demon elder, whose face was flushed and ridiculed. At this moment, the third demon elder's heart was also in turmoil. He looked at Long Chen with uncertainty, feeling especially conflicted. He knew that he had been completely fooled by Long Chen this time. He didn't expect Long Chen to be able to burst out the true qi of the 7th level of the Sky River realm. Is he really the rumored Long Chen? Looking at him, the same thought gradually appeared in everyone's minds. Thinking back, Long Chen's temperament from the moment he appeared was definitely not something a good-for-nothing could have. Especially his forbearance and pretense, which showed that he was a cut above others in terms of patience and understanding of human nature. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a person could surpass a huge level and complete the reversal of life and death. Third demon elder, I don't know who you think will win between me and Yang Jun this time. Just when everyone was shocked, Long Chen directly asked with a smile. Chapter 356. Who would win? In fact, it was already very clear. When Long Chen withdrew his dragon soul transformation, everyone estimated that his cultivation level was around the 6th level of the Sky River tier. Although his cultivation level was lower than Yang Jun's, he could force the 3 demon elders in the 9th level of the Sky River tier to use a battle technique to save their lives. Yang Jun only made the 3 demon elders lose a piece of their sleeves. It was obvious who was the winner. In front of Zhao Qingyun, even if the 3 demon elders wanted to put in a good word for Yang Jun, there was nothing they could do. His face became more and more livid, staring at Long Chen. In the end, he could only say, "You did a better job in this competition." Even the 3 demon elders had no choice but to admit that the matter had been decided. Originally, they could have let Yang Jun and Long Chen fight to decide who would be the owner of the Traceless Spectre. However, the 3 demon elders thought themselves clever and made such a rule, so he had to admit defeat. This meant that Long Chen was about to get the Traceless Spectre. To the others, this seemed a little unbelievable, because before the battle, basically no one dared to imagine that the good-for-nothing Long Chen would be able to obtain the Traceless Spectre. They were very clear about Yang Jun's battle prowess, so they only thought that it was a fantasy. "No, I don't accept it." At this moment, Yang Jun's breathing became heavy, and his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Long Chen, gritted his teeth, and said, "Everyone, Long Chen was able to force my master to act in the end, not because he's strong, but because he's cunning and deceived my master. In terms of true strength, he's definitely not my match. Palace Master, I implore you to agree to let me fight him, and then we can decide who the Traceless Spectre belongs to." Yang Jun was very dissatisfied, and even hated Long Chen. However, Long Chen already got the Traceless Spectre. He was not a fool, so he said, "Why are you talking so funny? The rules of the competition were made by your master. You agreed to it at that time, but now you've lost and you're reneging on it. Are you a man? Also, fighting is about intelligence. If a stupid donkey like you doesn't know the art of intelligence, you won't be making noise here." Naturally, Long Chen would not be polite to him. "Brat, what are you talking about? I'm going to kill you," Yang Jun said malevolently. "Enough." The 3rd demon elder was shocked and quickly held down the impulsive Yang Jun. Then he said to Zhao Qingyun, "Palace Master, this young man is not convinced after losing. Please don't take it to heart. Yang Jun, come with me. Don't embarrass me here." The 3rd demon elder said to Yang Jun gloomily. Yang Jun's face was still filled with an unreconciled expression. His venomous gaze had never left Long Chen. It could be said that the 3 great secret techniques of the Heavenly Devil Palace had been his dream ever since he had started cultivating. And now, when he was so close to achieving his dream, Long Chen had interfered and snatched away his things. How could he not hate him? "It goes to the skilled." "That's what you said," Long Chen said lightly. This farce was about to end. The 3rd demon elder and Yang Jun were about to leave in embarrassment. The other people's impression of Long Chen had changed greatly. Long Chen's performance had earned him a lot of face. Zhao Qingyun was very pleased. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to get the Traceless Spectre." "Wait." At this moment, an old voice was heard. Long Chen turned his head and looked over. It turned out that the other 2 elders had heard the commotion and were walking over. Along the way, the 2 of them had already figured out what was going on. "Greetings, Palace Master." The other 2 demon elders came not far from Zhao Qingyun. Their eyes were now secretly sizing up Long Chen. They were at least smarter than the 3rd demon elder, so they already knew that Zhao Qingyun's new personal disciple must be the legendary Long Chen. "What do you want?" Zhao Qingyun frowned slightly. She could see that these 2 guys were also here to make trouble. "Palace Master, I just want to say that the Traceless Spectre has always been granted to outstanding disciples above the 7th level of the Heavenly River realm. This is the rule of our ancestors. I want to ask if Long Chen has reached the 7th level of the Heavenly River realm. The first Demon Elder was not as reckless as the third Demon Elder and said solemnly. He is now at the 6th level of the Heavenly River realm. Zhao Qingyun said lightly. That's right. Let's not talk about the rule of our ancestors. The 6th level of the Heavenly River realm is 2 levels away from the combat skill of the Heaven grade. It is impossible to practice it. Yang Jun is about to break through to the 8th level of the Heavenly River realm. In my opinion, the Traceless Spectre in the hands of Long Chen will not be comprehended within half a year. Why not let Yang Jun comprehend it first? When Long Chen reaches the 7th level of the Heavenly River realm, Yang Jun will just finish comprehending it. Isn't this just right? The first Demon Elder said. Big Brother is right. In this way, on the one hand, Long Chen will not delay the time to improve his realm and waste his energy. On the other hand, the Traceless Spectre can be put to practical use. Instead of people who should cultivate it, people who should not cultivate it are occupied by people who should not cultivate it. On the other hand, it will not break the rule of our ancestors. The second Demon Elder followed up. What they said was based on reason, so many people agreed with them. Yang Jun himself had said that he would be able to reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier in less than a month's time. With his comprehension ability, he would probably be able to comprehend a little of the Traceless Demon's shadow in another month's time. At that time, he would not need the secret manual anymore. If Long Chen arrived at that time, he could just hand it over to Long Chen, and everyone would be happy like that. However, it was impossible for Long Chen to do so. Long Chen knew that he had to solve this problem by himself. So he took a step forward and said, "What you two said is very reasonable. However, what if I am confident that I can completely comprehend the Traceless Spectre in 20 days? What?" Long Chen's words stunned everyone for a while. Then, they started to make a ruckus. Completely cultivating the Traceless Spectre in 20 days? Does he think that the Traceless Spectre is a low-level martial art that can be easily cultivated? That's a heaven-tier battle skill we're talking about. To learn it in 20 days, what kind of joke is that? I think there is something wrong with his head. He must be crazy about the combat skill of the heaven level. He even dares to make such a boast. Long Chen's confident words made the first Demon Elder and the second Demon Elder look at each other. In any case, Yang Jun will not be able to reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier within 20 days. According to the logic of the two of you, it would be better for me to take the Traceless Demon Shadow back to cultivate first than to leave it here. If I am unable to cultivate it by then, I will naturally take it back. Long Chen's calm tone allowed everyone to see his strong confidence. Long Chen, are you serious? The first Demon Elder asked tentatively. A gentleman keeps his word, Long Chen said with a smile. In that case, Palace Master, I won't say more. If Long Chen fails to comprehend the Traceless Spectre, I hope Palace Master can give it to Yang Jun. I know Yang Jun's efforts over the years. With more training, he will become the pillar of the demonic palace in the future. The first Demon Elder looked at Zhao Qingyun and said. Since it has been agreed, you can all go back. Zhao Qingyun was really annoyed with them. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. After 20 days, Long Chen, do you dare to make another bet with me? Yang Jun stood next to the third Demon Elder and said to Long Chen, gnashing his teeth. After 20 days, no one knows whether you can succeed or not. Of course, you have to come out and play, right? Why don't we have a fight in 20 days? It's just before the trial of the Earth Vein of Emancipation Fire. If you can cultivate the Traceless Spectre, you can show it to your heart's content and broaden my horizons. Do you dare or not? This was entirely Yang Jun's idea, but he was confident that the third demon elder would definitely support him. As expected, after he said this, the third demon elder nodded secretly. After 20 days, Longchen boasted too much. "I'll let Yang Jun try him and see how he will embarrass himself." Today, Yang Jun was defeated by Longchen. If he doesn't fight with Longchen to get rid of this knot in his heart, he won't even be able to reach the 8th level of the Sky River realm. The third demon elder thought to himself. Everyone's eyes were focused on Longchen. Since Longchen had boasted, he should be prepared to be humiliated. At this time, Longchen was thinking about the earth vein of emancipation fire. "Master, does it mean that if I defeat Yang Jun, I can enter the earth vein of emancipation fire?" Longchen said to Zhao Qingyun next to him. "If you defeat Yang Jun, you will be ranked third among the young disciples of the Heavenly Demon Palace. As long as you are in the top 10, you can participate in the trial of the earth vein of emancipation fire," Zhao Qingyun said. Everyone listened to their conversation, but they thought that Longchen was just wishful thinking. "Longchen, do you dare or not?" Yang Jun asked again at this time. "Of course I dare. I hope that when you lose, you won't renege like today," Longchen said without hesitation. Today's bet would be spread throughout the entire Heavenly Demon Palace through the mouths of so many people present. Today was the day that Longchen's reputation rose in the Heavenly Demon Palace. Longchen's shocking performance in front of the martial scripture pavilion made everyone realize that Longchen still had some ability. However, his boasting that he could finish cultivating the Traceless Spectre in 20 days also spread throughout the Heavenly Demon Palace. Of course, everyone knew that Longchen did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and was just wishful thinking. After the agreement was made, the crowd gradually dispersed. "Are you really confident that you can finish cultivating the Traceless Spectre in 20 days and then defeat Yang Jun?" Truthfully speaking, even Zhao Qingyun did not think that Longchen would be able to accomplish this. After all, the difficulty was truly too great. Even the Zhao Qingyun from back then was far from being able to accomplish this. "I don't know either. However, the greater the pressure, the greater the improvement." 20 days is enough," Longchen said with a smile. "The end of the world is coming. My dear friends, if you still have money, hurry up and vote, or else it will be useless." Chapter 357. From the top floor of the martial arts pavilion, Longchen obtained the first heaven-tier battle skill in his life, the Traceless Spectre. After putting the unknown material into his cosmos pouch, Longchen felt a bit more at ease. This was his mission for the next 20 days. Longchen had already boasted about it, so in the next 20 days, he had to learn the Traceless Spectre. In the demonic palace, there were a total of 3 great secret books. Longchen's current goal was to obtain these 3 great secret books while increasing his cultivation level. Right now, he had already completed the first step. Of course, it was not complete yet. Only when he had completely mastered the Traceless Spectre would it be considered complete. Otherwise, after 20 days, the secret book of the Traceless Spectre would be handed over to Yang Jun. At that time, Longchen would definitely become the laughing stock of everyone. You should familiarize yourself with it for a while. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me," Zhao Qingyun said. Longchen nodded. He knew that if it was in terms of theory, he would definitely understand it. The mysterious dragon Jade had given him a strong understanding ability. Of course, in terms of application, he was slightly lacking. That was why he needed 20 days to practice. After saying goodbye to Zhao Qingyun, Longchen returned to his usual place of cultivation. This was the peak of the demonic mountain. At the peak of the demonic mountain, Longchen sat on the bluestone that he usually sat on and began to practice the Traceless Spectre. Traceless Spectre, Traceless Spectre. A heaven-tier battle skill is indeed extraordinary. Longchen flipped through the book once and felt that it was exquisite and powerful. Ordinary battle skills could not be compared to it at all. The most complicated battle skill that Long Chen had practiced so far was the High Earth Tier Divine Fire Clone. However, the Traceless Spectre was 10 times more obscure than the Divine Fire Clone. With his extraordinary comprehension ability, Long Chen was able to easily read and understand the secret book. Next, he began to practice. By Long Chen's side, Lingxi watched along with him. She had quite a bit of understanding towards heaven-tier battle skills, so her understanding would be of great help to Long Chen. It was easy to understand, but it wasn't easy to practice. Especially in the process of practice, there were many difficulties. Every step technique had many variations, and they were linked to each other. Finally, one could complete the Traceless Spectre. To be able to use the complete Traceless Spectre and reach the level of being traceless was actually not easy. However, as long as one reached the Great Accomplishment realm, he could be like the 3 demon elders, instantly turning himself into thousands of people, making it hard for others to recognize him. Basically, it would be difficult for warriors of the same level to detect the movement of the warrior after using Traceless Phantom. This Traceless Spectre really isn't easy. It's easy to lose control of your speed. Little Shi, what do you think I'm lacking? Long Chen stopped practicing. It was already the 5th day since he started practicing the Traceless Spectre. However, he knew that he hadn't made much progress. At the very least, he hadn't grasped the true essence of the Traceless Spectre. I always feel that I'm lacking something. Lingxi tilted her head and thought. As for what it was, she couldn't tell. I'll practice for a while more, then I'll go down to see my adoptive father and the others, and then I'll go and see Wang Xing. I promised to give him something last time, so it's time to give it to him. Time passed by slowly. Long Chen practiced for a while more, then he packed up and left Mount Emperor Demon with Xiao Lang and Lingxi. The Sky Devil Palace was on the mountainside of Mount Emperor Demon. It took Long Chen 15 minutes to arrive at Xian Zhao's place. After staying with them for a while, Long Chen returned to the Green Cloud residence. At this moment, the other pro-disciples were gathered in the Green Cloud residence. When they saw Long Chen, they all took a few steps back. No one dared to approach him. They already knew that this Long Chen was probably the Long Chen that was rumored outside. That Long Chen had killed too many people, so they were instinctively afraid of him. However, Long Chen had boasted in front of the Martial Scripture Pavilion recently, which made them feel that Long Chen was really overestimating himself. They knew that Long Chen was powerful, but with his current strength, he shouldn't be that powerful. Long Chen was too lazy to care about these strange gazes. To him, these people weren't even considered as passers-by, so there was no need to be bothered by their gazes. He returned to his residence, and at this moment, the little boy Wang Xing was cleaning for him. Wang Xing, Long Chen called softly. Brother Chen, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Although he said he was cleaning for Long Chen, he was actually waiting for Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen coming out, he was really happy. He immediately ran up to Long Chen and looked at Long Chen with anticipation. Wang Xing's current strength was around the Heavenly Core realm, but his strongest combat skill was only a mid-mystic combat skill. Long Chen had copied down the secret of the Devil-Spirited Sword Finger and passed it to Wang Xing. He even gave him some Divine Jade and Sky River pills from his Cosmos sack, as well as the huge amount of healing pills that he had robbed from others. Thank you, Brother Chen. Wang Xing was so excited that he almost kneeled down in front of Long Chen. Luckily, Long Chen pulled him back, so he didn't kneel down. Just focus on your cultivation. Let's take a look now. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I'll be heading to the peak of Mount Devil Emperor soon. Long Chen sat down on a stone chair and said. This young man's eyes were filled with passion and admiration. Besides, he still had the fighting spirit. Therefore, Long Chen didn't mind giving him a hand. Maybe his life would change a little. After fiddling with the spirit demon sword finger for a while, Wang Xing said to Long Chen with some apprehension, "Brother Chen, can you accompany me on a trip? I don't dare to go out for the next few days. I want to go to the treasury hall and buy something." "Why don't you dare to go out?" Long Chen was startled and asked. Do you remember those people who bullied me last time? They are the disciples of the third devil elder, that's why they are so arrogant. I'm just a servant disciple, no matter my status or strength, I can't compete with them. That's why I don't dare to go out. But, Brother Chen, if you come with me, I will. You are much stronger than them. They bullied you? Long Chen frowned. Yes. Wang Xing nodded and said, "But that time, I escaped on my own, and they threatened to beat me up every time they see me in the future." Wang Xing was still a little scared when he thought about it. "What do you want to buy?" Long Chen wanted to see if there was anything in his Qinkuan bag. If there was, he could give it to him directly. "Red heart grass," Wang Xing said. Long Chen didn't have it. It should be a profound class item. Although he had collected many profound class items, he didn't have everything. Moreover, Long Chen felt that as his level increased, these things were becoming more and more useless. "Alright, I'll go with you." Long Chen nodded and stood up. He knew that in every faction, the place where goods were exchanged was the most lively place. Long Chen was now an influential figure in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Wherever he went, he would inevitably be looked at like a monkey. However, he was not afraid, so he was naturally not afraid of these gazes. "Thank you, Brother Chen. I'll lead the way." Wang Xing was a little excited. He hurriedly packed up and invited Long Chen out. After that, he ran in front of Long Chen and led the way for Long Chen. Honestly speaking, Long Chen had never been to this treasury hall before. In the Sky Devil Palace, the Devil Hall was an iconic building. The martial scripture pavilion he saw earlier could also be considered an iconic building. This treasury hall was also one of them. From the outside, the treasury hall looked like a giant tortoise lying on the ground, occupying a lot of land. Only when one got closer to the treasury hall could one feel the splendor of gold and jade. Although they hadn't gotten close yet, a dense medicinal fragrance gushed towards Long Chen. At the same time, there were also quite a few treasures. Most probably, in this treasury hall, everything a disciple needed would be there. In the transactions here, the Sky River pellets would be used. Only those items that were too low in value would be marked with divine jades. Just when he was about to enter, Xiaolang turned around and walked to a mountain rampart alone. He sat down and squinted his eyes, waiting for Long Chen. Right now, Xiaolang basically didn't need to cultivate. He was waiting for Long Chen to learn the Traceless Spectre and defeat Yang Jun. Only then would he have the opportunity to enter the Fire Evolution Earth Vein. At that time, Xiaolang would truly soar. If the environment was good enough, his strength would instantly surpass Long Chen. Xiaolang didn't wish to enter this place with so many people. Long Chen didn't bother with him. He followed Wang Xing into the treasury hall. At this moment, there were already people who recognized him. "Look, isn't this the 9th personal disciple of the Palace Lord, Long Chen? I heard that he already obtained the Traceless Spectre, and said that he would learn it within 20 days. Do you believe it?" "Nonsense, you'd be a fool to believe me. I don't even believe that he's Long Chen. That legendary ruthless person not only killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City's guards, but also the leader of the Wu tribe, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Does he look like that kind of person to you? Doesn't look like it. This kid looks just like a pretty boy." Such discussions could be heard everywhere. These idiots. "When I, Long Chen, beat you up, you'll know who's boss." Lingxi was a little angry when she saw Long Chen belittling them like this. "Ignore them. When the time comes, they'll change their opinion of me. It's useless for me to explain too much now, so it's better to let nature take its course, Long Chen said with a smile. Really, after you became that old man's disciple, even your personality has slowly become closer to his. If it was you in the past, if someone said something that made you unhappy, you'd beat them up, Lingxi said with pursed lips. This can only mean that Big Brother has matured, and is filled with manly charm. Long Chen sniffed the medicinal fragrance, and headed in a certain direction. Chapter 358. After arriving at this treasury hall, Wang Xing probably wouldn't be bullied by others. After arranging a meeting place, Long Chen told him to buy his own things, and then headed towards the area where spirit medicines were sold. Chen, what are you doing? Lingxi asked expectantly. It seems that after I got you the green netherworld soul fruit, I haven't bought any spirit-nurturing medicine for you anymore. How are you now? Long Chen asked carefully. My spirit has been nurtured sufficiently in these few days that I've stayed in the mysterious heaven jade lotus, and has already recovered a lot. However, it still hasn't reached a full state. If there are some relatively high-level earth-level spirit medicines, I should be able to help you a little. At least if you encounter a more troublesome situation, I can help you a little, Lingxi said seriously. When you say troublesome situation, what do you mean? Long Chen asked. At least, I can help you block a cultivator at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, and after that, I can still maintain about 1/3 of my current spiritual power. Lingxi was a little excited to be able to help Long Chen again. That's great, but remember, without my orders, you definitely can't act recklessly, Long Chen warned. Long Chen warned. In reality, if it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice and his life was in danger, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Ling Shi to act. That was because Ling Shi cared about his life at times, and it was very easy for her to lose her sense of propriety, just like what had happened in the Star Demon prison. Fortunately, there had been a perfect ending. Otherwise, she and Long Chen would have disappeared from this world forever. Lingxi hurriedly opened her eyes wide, and looked at Long Chen timidly. Then, she nodded. After a while, Lingxi already smelled something. She was a little surprised, and said, "There are many soul-nurturing seeds here, about 6, but there's something strange." "What's strange?" Long Chen asked hurriedly. Soul-nurturing seeds are obviously high-level earth-level spirit medicines, but they're being sold as elementary-level earth-level spirit medicines. One soul-nurturing seed only costs 20 heavenly river pills, Lingxi said doubtfully. Let's go take a look, Long Chen said. Lingxi led Long Chen through the crowd, and after a few turns, they arrived at this area. In this treasury pavilion, many of the shops were established by the disciples of Heavenly Devil Palace. The owner of the shop in front of Long Chen was a skinny man in his 30s. At this moment, he was holding a book and seemed to be lost in thought. After sensing that someone was in front of him, he raised his head and looked at Long Chen weakly. "What do you want?" Long Chen casually looked around, and his eyes fixed on a small radish basket. Sure enough, there were 6 black seeds about the size of a thumb, and they were emitting a very obscure and powerful fluctuation. If one didn't carefully sense them, it would be very difficult to tell what they were. Why have I never seen this black bean before? What is it? Long Chen casually asked. This thing was priced at 20 heavenly river pills, but if he was in a hurry to buy it, then the shop owner would naturally realize that this thing was not ordinary, and might even increase the price. This is called the soul-lifting fruit. After consuming one, it will give you enough energy to cultivate for 10 days and 10 nights without stopping. It's an earth-rank spirit medicine. How about it? Buy one. Seeing that Long Chen had taken a liking to this thing that he hadn't been able to sell for a long time, the shop owner immediately became interested. That's amazing. Long Chen's face was full of excitement, but soon, his expression became bitter. I want to buy all of them, but the price seems a bit high. All of them. All of them were 120 heavenly river pills. It seemed that Longchen really was interested. The shop owner hurriedly said, in that case, a total of 100 heavenly river pills. What do you think? All right. Long Chen's face was full of heartache. He spent 100 heavenly river pills, put the 6 soul seeds into his cosmos sack, and directly left. Finally, I've killed a fool and sold that damn thing. The heavens really do reward those who wait. The skinny man said with a wretched smile. He didn't know that he was the fool. This soul-breeding seed was obviously a high-grade earth-rank medicine. It could improve one's perception and nourish one's soul. It couldn't be bought with less than 20 sky river pellets. At this time, inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi's face was full of smiles. Chen, you are so bad. Lingxi was a little disgusted. Naughty. If I were naughty, I would have eaten you while you were asleep. Sigh, every time I think about how I wasted a profound sky jade lotus, my heart aches incomparably, said Long Chen with a smile. Nonsense, I don't care about you. Thinking of the past, Lingxi blushed. At this time, there was a sudden noise from outside. Xiao Lang is still outside. Nothing bad happened, right? Let's go out quickly. Thinking of this, Long Chen hurried outside. Back to when Long Chen had just entered the Hall of Treasures. Xiao Lang chose a cool mountain wall and lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Behind him was a fake mountain, which was easy to climb. Not long after, a group of playful youths passed by Xiao Lang. One of them quickly saw Xiao Lang and immediately shouted, "Everyone, look! That demon wolf, isn't it the one that follows Long Chen?" Long Chen. Surrounded by the crowd, there was a fair-faced youth. His eyes were filled with pride and arrogance that young people should have. At this time, when he heard the people next to him looking at Xiao Lang, he quickly looked over and asked, "The Long Chen you are talking about, is he the one who defeated my brother in the martial scripture pavilion and is going to fight my brother in 10 days? Yes, Master Bing, this is the demon beast that follows Long Chen. It's a demon wolf that's around the 5th rank of the earth rank. It's very powerful. We were bullied by it last time. If we didn't escape fast enough, we would have died under its claws. Yes, Master Bing, this is the demon beast that follows Long Chen." The other youths started to jeer. If Long Chen was here, he would recognize these youths as the ones who bullied Wang Xing. And this Master Bing should be Yang Jun's younger brother, Yang Bing. How preposterous. It's one thing for people to be arrogant, but at least they have the ability to be arrogant. Even this beast is so arrogant. They are really rebelling. Do they think the Heaven Demon Palace is their territory? Chen Bing's face darkened after hearing this. Yes, Master Bing. Not only is that Long Chen arrogant, claiming to be able to cultivate the Traceless Spectre in 20 days, this beast is also extremely arrogant. Demonic beasts also cause trouble in human territory. With Master Bing's strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, he can easily take care of it. Provoked by this person's words, Chen Bing immediately nodded, and said, "Such a beast, if I don't teach it a lesson, I will be letting down my brothers." He sized up the dozing Xiao Lang, and suddenly saw the fake mountain behind Xiao Lang. An idea flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Brothers, since this demonic wolf dares to humiliate you, then I will humiliate it first. Just watch." After saying this, Yang Bing walked out of the crowd, and under everyone's expectant gaze, he walked to the back of the fake mountain. Then, like an ape, he climbed up, and soon stood at the top of the fake mountain. Looking down, he saw that Xiao Lang was right below him. What is Master Bing doing? Everyone looked at each other. They did not understand, but were full of anticipation. When they saw Yang Bing begin to undo his belt, they finally reacted, and immediately suppressed the laughter in their hearts, because they knew what Yang Bing was going to do. Because Xiao Lang had chosen a more secluded place, there were not many people here. Looks like Master Bing is going to use his ultimate move, Gan Lin descends from the sky, hee. This beast is really lucky, to actually be able to enjoy the Gan Lin descends from the sky, Kaka, lucky, why don't you give it a try? I don't want to. Master Bing's Gan Lin descends from the sky, my weak body can't take it. At this moment, Yang Bing had already completely undone his belt. He smiled proudly at the crowd, and then took out his weapon. Master Bing's treasure is as big as ever. I'm so jealous. Of course, otherwise, Master Bing would not dare to show it off like this. I heard that Master Bing is already a veteran in bed, unlike us, who have never even touched a woman's hand. You guys don't know, right? Master Bing has already agreed to secretly bring us down Mount Demon Emperor tomorrow to have some fun. I heard from Master Bing that the girls he introduced are all very hot. It's true. Everyone was extremely excited. They looked at Yang Bing taking out his weapon and pointing it at Xiao Lang. At this moment, Yang Bing's face was full of smiles, and his mouth moved as he said softly, ultimate move, Gan Lin descends from the sky. Water poured down. The group of teenagers stared at it. At this moment, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing that the murky water was about to pour down on him, Xiao Lang was quite speechless. In fact, he already knew that this group of teenagers was tormenting him, but he was just too lazy to care about them. He didn't expect that the one above him would be so excessive. Xiao Lang was furious. He raised his head and a mouthful of 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire shot out from his mouth, instantly entangling Yang Bing's Gan Lin. Then, it began to freeze. In an instant, the black ice spread from the top of Xiao Lang's head to Yang Bing's crotch, directly turning the weapon he took out into black ice. Xiao Lang looked up and thought that it was a close call. The black ice was less than half a meter away from his head. If he had reacted a little slower, he might have been drenched. Xiao Lang shook his head in boredom, wagged his tail and walked away. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. After half a breath's time, Yang Bing's face was flushed red. He let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, all the black ice turned into powder, and Yang Bing's crotch was already bare. There was nothing left. Everyone estimated that Yang Bing would never be able to use his unique ultimate move, Gan Lin descends from the sky again. Chapter 359. A 9th hell ancestral demonic fire had destroyed Yang Bing's 1,000 autumns. Yang Bing screamed and fell from the rockery. His entire body was twitching. In fact, Xiao Lang had a sense of propriety, so he only made Yang Bing lose a certain organ. As for the other parts of his body, he didn't injure them. However, his crotch suddenly became completely bare. Any man would not be able to withstand it. Yang Bing could not believe it. He kept touching his crotch until he was sure that there was nothing there. Then, he let out a cry of pain as his blood rushed to his heart and he fainted. Everyone surrounded him and looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. Young Master Bing's brother is nearby. Let's go find him. One of the youths saw that Xiao Lang didn't leave and found another place to take a nap, so he quickly ran away. After a while, Yang Jun arrived. At this time, Long Chen had already bought the soul seed. When he heard the commotion outside, he ran out. His eyes met Yang Jun's cold gaze again. When Xiao Lang saw Long Chen come out, he gave Long Chen an apologetic look. What happened? Long Chen asked. Xiao Lang raised his head and let Long Chen look at the unconscious Yang Bing. Following everyone's gaze, Long Chen easily saw the bare crotch of Yang Bing. You did it. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that he was the only one who would do such a thing. Xiao Lang nodded helplessly. Little Wolf said that that guy actually peed on him. He originally wanted to scare him, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't hold back. Ling Shi giggled. Well done. I would have done the same if I were in his position. Long Chen didn't blame Xiao Lang. Instead, he smiled. His words were actually meant for Yang Jun to hear. When Long Chen said this, Yang Jun's face turned even more ashen. He took a few steps forward as a heavy aura pressed down on Long Chen. Long Chen, what did you just say? If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, don't even think about leaving here alive. Are you trying to scare me? Long Chen had an indifferent look on his face as he said, do I need to explain what happened today to you? It's very obvious, and I believe that many people have seen it. The guy lying on the ground peed on Xiao Lang, but he didn't expect to be burned in his vital parts. He's just asking for trouble, and he's reaping what he sowed. Long Chen's nonchalant attitude caused Yang Jun to explode. In another 10 days, they would meet on stage. But today, Yang Jun couldn't help it. If that's the case, then hand over this beast, Yang Jun said through gritted teeth. In your dreams, Xiao Lang is my brother. How can I hand my brother over to you? Long Chen laughed. Brother, Long Chen, are you a brother to a beast? Are you a beast? Yang Jun laughed sinisterly. His words immediately caused the crowd to roar with laughter. He had finally suppressed Long Chen with his words. Yang Jun had finally found a bit of a balance. However, Long Chen wasn't angry at all. He looked at Yang Jun on the ground and said, whether he's a beast or not, he's my brother. At least he has a handle, not like someone else's brother who doesn't even have a handle. How can he be considered a brother? I think we should just call each other sisters. That's more intimate. Long Chen, you. In terms of bickering, even 10 Yang Juns wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. He instantly became anxious. Under the gazes of the surrounding spectators, his eyes were about to spit fire. Remember, there are still 15 days until the time we agreed on. No matter how much hatred you have for me, let's meet in 15 days. Now is not a good time, Long Chen reminded. In reality, Long Chen was the personal disciple of the Sky Devil Palace Master. His status was even higher than Yang Jun's. Moreover, now that Long Chen had already revealed his outstanding talent, he was deeply favored by the Sky Devil Palace Master. If they fought now, even if Yang Jun could suppress Long Chen, as long as he injured Long Chen, he would definitely incur the wrath of Zhao Qingyun. It wasn't worth it. Therefore, Yang Jun could only endure. Even if his own younger brother had already become inhuman, he still had to endure. 15 days later, everything would be revealed. Alright, you said it. 15 days later, I will settle today's grudge with you. Long Chen, remember, I won't hold back when the time comes. In battle, fists and legs have no eyes. If you are accidentally killed by me, don't blame me. Wait until you have the strength to talk big. Long Chen curled his lips. 15 days later, not only would he have to defeat Yang Jun, but more importantly, he would have to successfully cultivate Traceless Spectre. Long Chen still had no clue about Traceless Spectre, so he felt some pressure in his heart. 15 days is really enough for me. At this time, he had no choice but to ask such a question. After Yang Jun left with Yang Bing, the surrounding spectators gradually dispersed. However, with the conflict between Long Chen and Yang Jun to such an extent, the spectators were very much looking forward to their respective performances in 15 days. However, most of them wanted to see Long Chen make a fool of himself. After all, Yang Jun was ranked third among the younger generation, and he had never been shaken before. This had already been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. How was it possible to cultivate Traceless Spectre in 20 days? They reckoned that Long Chen probably didn't even understand the secret manual of Traceless Spectre. While Yang Jun and Long Chen were arguing, not far away, a man and a woman were watching the commotion. This man and woman were both under 20 years old, but it was obvious that their achievements were extraordinary. The man was dressed in green, and he had an expressionless face. He was tall and slender, and his skin was the color of wheat. His eyebrows were like a knife, and he had a high nose bridge. Thin but tightly pursed lips, and a pair of pitch-black eyes that occasionally flashed with a dark green light, made him look incomparably deep. Beside him was a woman dressed in black. Her figure was incomparably slender, and her exposed skin was shockingly snow-white. Her face was also wrapped in black, and it was hard to see what she looked like. However, just by looking at her silhouette, it was obvious that she was a peerless beauty. If Long Chen saw her, he would definitely find this woman somewhat familiar. "Sister Yu, do you think this Long Chen is the real deal?" At this moment, the man said softly to the woman beside him. "I've seen him before." "He's Long Chen," the woman said in a mellow voice that was like the chirping of an oriole. "Oh, why haven't I heard you mention him before?" The man was a little surprised. "Do I have to tell you everything about me?" The woman looked coldly at the man beside her, then said, "I'm going back to cultivate first. Goodbye." After she finished speaking, she didn't even turn her head back as she walked away. Watching the young woman's slender figure as she left, the man's eyes were a little fiery. "What are you so arrogant for? One day, you'll still have to kneel under my crotch. Murong Yu, is there any woman in this world that I, Yang Danfeng, can't wait for?" After bringing Wang Xing back to the Green Cloud residence, Long Chen then prepared to return to the peak of Mount Emperor Demon to continue cultivating the traceless specter. What happened today had given him some pressure. "Chen, don't be nervous. There's still a lot of time. Take it slow. The more nervous you are, the more you'll lose your sense of propriety. It's better to be calm," Lingxi said carefully. "Xiao Shi, you're right." During this period of time, Long Chen had been pursuing a quiet cultivation. Although what happened today had given him a lot of pressure, Long Chen was able to adjust his mood very quickly and continue to immerse himself in the world of the traceless specter. "There's a girl waiting for you in front," Lingxi said unhappily. Long Chen was startled. He used the soul-devouring demonic pupil and the surrounding scenery slowly changed. Then, he saw a young woman with a black veil on her face standing on the path that he had to pass. One look and he knew that she was waiting for him. 8th level of the Heavenly River Tier. She should be one of the 2 geniuses at the 8th level of the Heavenly River Tier in the Demonic Palace. The girl should be called Murong Yu. Long Chen thought to himself. Soon, he walked in front of Murong Yu. This Murong Yu was tall and had a cold temperament. She was a little similar to Yin Mengyao in the past, but she didn't show her true face. As he got closer, Long Chen realized that he had actually seen this Murong Yu before. At that time, he had just killed the 6 commanders, and it was Murong Yu who had given him a high-grade earth-level spirit medicine. Only then did he recover from his injuries. Even the news of the Wu tribe had been told to Long Chen by Murong Yu. At that time, Long Chen had guessed that it was Murong Yu's strength. If she was from the Zhangyang nation, she would probably be from a powerful force like the Demonic Palace. He hadn't thought that it would be true. "Long Chen, you should remember me, right?" Murong Yu had just arrived when Long Chen raised her chin, and her cold voice surged towards Long Chen. "Come to think of it, I am still indebted to you. Of course I remember you." In Long Chen's heart, this Murong Yu wasn't an enemy. Murong Yu nodded. Then, she looked around Long Chen, and said, "Did you still fail? Where did that beautiful girl go?" She knew about Long Chen's story, so she was quite concerned about Lingxi's whereabouts. After all, in her opinion, there weren't many girls as beautiful as Lingxi in the whole world. Even she felt inferior. Murong Yu asked out of kindness, so Long Chen could only say, "Thank you for your concern. I didn't fail." I can only say that she is now in a safe place and very happy. That's good. Such a beautiful girl, I can't bear to see anything happen to her. Murongyu nodded. Then, she looked at Long Chen and said, I'm guessing that your purpose in coming to the demonic palace is to obtain the 3 secret manuals and the Demon Emperor sword. Then, you can go back to Baiyang Imperial City for revenge. Am I right? Long Chen nodded. This girl was very smart, so he didn't need to hide anything. As expected, then we are competitors. Another competitor. I have already mastered the Traceless Spectre, and I have also obtained the first level of the great skill of Dao Heart Demon Seed. The fight for the Demon Emperor sword is probably not far away. Let's wait and see. Murongyu's words weren't polite, but her voice was very polite. It was obvious that she was excited to have another competitor. Chapter 360. As expected of one of the 2 most outstanding disciples of the Heaven Demon Palace. Compared to him, Yang Jun was on a completely different level. The current Yang Jun didn't even have the Traceless Spectre, while Murongyu already had the first level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Dao and Heart. You are very competitive. You already have the Traceless Spectre now, and in the next trial of the Fire Flow Earth Vein, if you can get first place among those below the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, you can get the first level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Dao and Heart, Murongyu analyzed. 7th level? How is that calculated? Long Chen asked. Yang Danfeng and I have already obtained the first level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Dao and Heart, so this time, the 2 of us will compete for the 2nd level. Whoever wins will get the 2nd level, and you will compete with Yang Jun and the others for the 1st level, Murongyu said. Yang Danfeng should be the other young cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen, aren't you a little too bold? The reason why I came here today is to ask you how your cultivation of the Traceless Spectre is going. The outside world was already abuzz with Long Chen's claim that he could cultivate the Traceless Spectre in 20 days. There was no reason for her not to know. I only know a little, Long Chen said honestly. When I first started practicing the Traceless Spectre, I tried for a long time, but I still couldn't figure it out. Later on, I found a trick. I practiced in the water, where the water resistance was much greater. It helped me control my speed. You can slow down your speed, and when you get the hang of it, you can increase your speed. You should understand what I'm saying. Not only did Long Chen understand, but he also suddenly understood. Thank you so much. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. Long Chen was truly grateful to her. He could only say that with her advice, his future path would be much easier. No need to thank me. I'm leaving. Murongyu said and left quickly. When she was completely gone, Lingxi came out of the sword, her mouth puffed up as she stared at Long Chen with wide eyes. What's wrong? Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tell me, why does she treat you so well? Lingxi was a little jealous. It's actually very simple. Long Chen chuckled and patted his chest. Because I'm handsome. In Mount Demon Emperor, Long Chen found a deep lake. The depth of the lake was about 30 meters from the surface to the bottom. The water was green and muddy, but it didn't affect Long Chen's vision. Although Murongyu's method is a little tricky, there is no doubt that it will be very useful. After 3 days of practice, Long Chen discovered that he had finally grasped the knack of the Traceless Spectre. He had already laid the foundation and planted the seed. All he needed to do now was to properly water and fertilize the seed, and it would soon grow into a towering tree. If this goes on, I will definitely be able to completely use the Traceless Spectre in the remaining 12 days. Of course, if I want to truly master it, I will still need some time to practice. Long Chen calculated in his heart and then continued to practice the Traceless Spectre day and night. He performed the Traceless Spectre at an extremely slow speed, but he found that it was much easier to control. It took him about half a day to complete one practice. However, the time would only get shorter and shorter. At this rate, it would take about 10 days for Long Chen to be able to complete the Traceless Spectre in an instant. Such a boring practice. Long Chen didn't feel bored, because Lingxi was always by his side, helping him improve. Xiao Lang was also staying not far away. With these two guys by his side, Long Chen felt very motivated, very motivated. His original worries were now completely gone. In truth, it hadn't even been 10 days. After around 9 days, Long Chen was already able to use the Traceless Spectre. This was a heaven-tier battle skill, and in less than 20 days, Long Chen had already mastered it. When you find out that I've truly mastered the Traceless Spectre, I wonder what your expressions will be like. Long Chen sneered in his heart. There are still 3 days left. I'll first hone the Traceless Spectre in the water. Long Chen used the Traceless Spectre to quickly swim through the deep pool. Although the pool was deep and large, Long Chen had already been to most of the places. The Traceless Spectre was actually fast. Only by changing one's movements quickly would one be able to reach the level of a spectre. All that was left was to wait for the appointed battle 3 days later. While he was using the Traceless Spectre, Long Chen suddenly felt the mysterious dragon jade in his mind tremble when he approached a certain place. The dragon jade is moving. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Generally speaking, the dragon jade would only move when it encountered something it liked. What was it this time? Long Chen carefully observed his surroundings. Because this area was relatively narrow, he usually didn't come here when he used the Traceless Spectre. He hadn't expected that there would be something good here. This was an unexpected surprise for Long Chen. He hurriedly searched the area. After the dragon jade moved once, there was no more movement. Long Chen could only search by himself. Chen, what are you doing? Lingxi came out of the sword and looked at Long Chen suspiciously. There should be something here. Long Chen said with a frown. The bottom of the deep pool was filled with muddy black mud. It was disgusting to look at, let alone dig. However, Long Chen had already checked. There was water all around. If there was anything, it should be in the black mud at the bottom of the pool. Maybe I was wrong. The dragon jade didn't move at all. Long Chen thought dispiritedly after searching for a while. I'll also look for something. The probing ability of Lingxi's soul power was much stronger than Long Chen's. She scanned the area bit by bit, and after searching for a quarter of an hour, Lingxi pursed her lips and said, "It's all soil here. The deeper we go, the firmer the soil becomes. There are quite a few rocks, but there's nothing else. The only thing that might be a little strange is that it seems to be the shell of a rune. This rune should be a rather high-level rune, but because it has lost its rune spirit, it should be useless." The rune's shell. Long Chen's eyes lit up. A little hope was better than nothing. He anxiously asked, "Little Shi, where is this rune shell?" Lingxi flew to a place and pointed down. "It's about 15 meters down here. It's pressed under a rock. Do you want to go down and get it?" "Of course." Long Chen nodded. If it really was a treasure, he wouldn't care about how dirty and messy it was. Under Lingxi's instructions, Long Chen started to drill into the soil. He simply transformed into a dragon soul, and with his hard bone spurs and claws, it was easy for him to dig through the soil. It didn't take long for Long Chen to come into contact with a large rock after a distance of 15 meters. Lingxi said that the body of the runic symbol was right under this boulder. The closer he got to the rune, the stronger the feeling in Long Chen's heart became. It was as if there was a connection between the two bloodlines. Long Chen was a little excited. He guessed that the rune below should be related to dragons. Gently prying open the stone, Long Chen followed Lingxi's instructions and used his fingers to feel around. Very quickly, he came into contact with a flat stone that was about the size of a palm. The stone was very thin, about 5 millimeters in diameter. One side was very smooth, while the other side was covered with runes and was a bit uneven. It was cold to the touch. Long Chen's heart shook. A familiar feeling gushed out from his body. He didn't stay any longer and quickly returned to the deep pool. Then, he brought Lingxi and quickly returned to the surface of the deep pool. Long Chen sat on a big blue stone and carefully looked at the flat stone slab, or rather, the stone talisman. The stone talisman was light gray in color and looked no different from ordinary rocks. The only difference was that there was a black dragon engraved on one side of it. This dragon engraved looked a bit similar to the dragon engraved in Long Chen's Sea of Consciousness. Besides the dragon engraved, there were many other runes. As Long Chen looked at it, he suddenly felt like his eyes were sinking in, and he found it difficult to extricate himself. "Little Shi, what do you think this is?" Long Chen picked up the stone talisman. "As I said, this should be a relatively powerful rune-type treasure. However, the strange thing is, why does it have a dragon engraved on it? For ordinary runes, if they were to add other symbols, such as dragon engravings, they would not be able to display their effects. I don't know what's going on either." Lingxi swayed back and forth on the stone talisman with a frown. She couldn't figure it out. "Then, tell me, what use do I have for this thing?" Long Chen asked with anticipation. He knew that it was definitely this thing that had caused the mysterious dragon jade in his Sea of Consciousness to tremble. "It's useless. I've already said it. In the past, this thing might have been a powerful rune that could unleash powerful attacks. However, it has lost its rune spirit, soul and power. It's like a person without soul and power has died. It's just a corpse." "It's useless," Lingxi said. "It's useless." Long Chen was a bit disappointed. He carefully examined the stone talisman. If it could cause the dragon jade to tremble, then it shouldn't be useless. In any case, the traceless specter was more or less finished. Long Chen decided to spend some time studying this rune. "Chen, you still haven't given up?" Lingxi was a bit speechless. "No, I'm just bored. I've been cultivating too hard these past few days. Now I'm taking a break and casually fiddling with this thing," said Long Chen. "I wonder what will happen if I pour my true energy into it." Long Chen was filled with interest. Chapter 361. Little Shi, if I infuse my true qi into it, it should be fine, right? Long Chen was a cautious person, so he asked Lingxi before he did it. "It's fine, it's just a shell," Lingxi replied. With Lingxi's assurance, Long Chen became a lot bolder. Lingxi didn't know about the existence of the dragon jade, so she didn't care about the stone talisman. However, Long Chen had a feeling that the stone talisman wasn't that simple. At this time, he guided his true qi and slowly infused it into the stone talisman. Yes. Long Chen suddenly discovered that the true qi he infused was actually being absorbed by the stone talisman, instead of directly flowing away. Little Shi. This strange situation left Long Chen with no choice but to ask Lingxi to explain. After Long Chen shouted, the black dragon pattern on the stone talisman suddenly flickered with a black light. This light was very weak, like a candle flame slowly flickering. "Why is this happening?" Lingxi was a little surprised. She approached the stone talisman in Long Chen's hand and said with wide eyes, "Chen, I also don't know why this is happening. It's really strange." "You also don't know?" "That's strange." Although the stone talisman was shining, it seemed that nothing had happened. Long Chen turned it up and down a few times, but the black light still didn't dissipate. However, at this time, Long Chen suddenly felt a power that made his soul tremble coming from the mysterious stone talisman. "What kind of feeling is this?" Long Chen faintly felt that the stone talisman was like a ripple spreading in all directions. This ripple was invisible, but Long Chen really felt it. He even felt that because of the stone talisman, he, Lingxi, and Xiao Lang, who was not far away, were all controlled in a mysterious space. As soon as the palpitations appeared, Lingxi exclaimed, "Chen, look at the sun." Long Chen looked up and was stunned. He saw that the sun, which had been in the center of the sky, was now setting toward the west at an extremely fast speed. In just a breath's time, the sky had already turned dark. How could this be? Be it Long Chen or Ling Shi, both of them were completely dumbfounded. Before they could even react, the sky had already lit up after 2 breaths of time. The sun rose up from the east, and then, at an extremely fast speed, it flew towards the west. In just 2 breaths of time, the sky turned dark once more. Heavens, what's going on? At this moment, Long Chen's mind was a complete mess. What he was seeing right now was simply too shocking to him. Any normal person wouldn't be stupefied by something like this. What Long Chen saw now was that a long day had been compressed into 4 breaths of time. In 4 breaths of time, an entire day had passed. The sun was like a shooting star, rising from the east and setting from the west. It was only enough time for Long Chen to say a single sentence. "Little Shi, how could time pass so quickly?" Long Chen felt like he was having trouble breathing. It's not that time has passed quickly, it's that the time here has slowed down. It has slowed down countless times. Lingxi said anxiously. Their conversation had taken up an entire day. To them, this was simply too shocking. "Quick, get out of here." As soon as Long Chen said this, he jumped down from the big green rock. He didn't know how much time had passed, but at this moment, the fast-flowing time finally stopped. The sun was still hanging in the sky, and everything seemed to be the same as before. "Little Shi, could it be that we were dreaming?" Looking at the stable sun in the sky, Long Chen said in a hoarse voice. "That shouldn't be, it's impossible that we were dreaming together." Lingxi also looked around in disbelief. "Chen, I think, maybe it's already noon in a few days," Lingxi said weakly. Long Chen's heart was filled with shock. Impossible, how could such a miraculous thing happen? Can the flow of time be changed? Long Chen shook his head, his face pale. "Chen, yes. I've heard that there were some heaven-defying existences in ancient times who had the power to control time. There was even an ancestral dragon who could control the river of time. Therefore, it is entirely possible to control time. We can assume that the flow of time and space around us suddenly slowed down countless times compared to the outside world. We might feel that we are normal, but the outside world is very fast. However, when we look from the outside world, we might not be moving at all." Lingxi's voice trembled as she spoke. When Lingxi mentioned the ancestral dragon, Long Chen remembered that he was still holding the stone talisman in his hand. At this time, the black light emitting from the dragon pattern on the stone talisman had completely disappeared. Long Chen's hand holding the stone talisman was trembling slightly. He said gloomily, "Little Shi, if it is really as you said, and the time around us slowed down countless times, does that mean that it was this thing's doing? It should be." Ling Shi stared in shock at the ordinary-looking stone talisman outside. She really couldn't understand. If this stone talisman was really so heaven-defying, why would it appear in such a small place? What exactly was this stone talisman? These questions also existed in Long Chen's mind. He didn't dare to hold the stone talisman anymore, but he also couldn't throw it away. He could only immediately put it into his cosmos sack. This way, he could feel a little more at ease. There is a dragon on the talisman. "Little Shi, what is the name of the ancestral dragon that can control time that you mentioned?" Long Chen had a feeling that there must be some relationship between them. "I can't remember, I just heard it casually. It should be Taishu." I can't remember what Taishu is anymore. Lingxi said a little embarrassedly. Taishu. Long Chen didn't dare to think too much about it. It was still a long way from him. This guy, Xiao Lang, even after such a big thing happened, he is still sleeping. Lingxi pouted, a little speechless. Long Chen also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nowadays, Xiao Lang liked to sleep more and more. Basically, he would lie down when he had nothing to do. Of course, it was also because he had nothing to do. I'll give him the traceless spectre to try another day. Long Chen thought in his heart. Little Shi, if you want to verify whether what we just saw was an illusion or not, as long as we return to Heavenly Devil Palace, we will know. Oh no. Thinking of a certain point, Long Chen was shocked. What's wrong, Chen? Seeing Long Chen's expression suddenly become so lifeless, Lingxi hurriedly asked. If there's really a problem with the flow of time, we only have 2 days left. If we miss it, I'll lose face. Not only will I lose face, I'll also lose face for my master. No, I have to go down there immediately. That's right, I have to go down there immediately. Thinking of this, Long Chen let Lingxi return to Lingxi's sword, kicked Xiao Lang, and shouted for him to follow. Without saying a word, he directly rushed in the direction of Heavenly Devil Palace. I hope we don't miss the time. The appointed time is noon. It is noon now, but it is noon in a few days. Palace Master, it is already noon. Where is Long Chen? The third demon elder's shrill voice rang out, full of pride. This time's appointed battle was very grand in Heavenly Devil Palace, to the extent that everyone knew about it. Therefore, on this day, basically everyone in Heavenly Devil Palace with a bit of status was present. Next to the martial arts arena stood a dense crowd of Heavenly Devil Palace disciples. Basically, all the disciples of Heavenly Devil Palace had come to join in the fun. As for Zhao Qingyun, the 3 demon elders, all the hall masters, the protectors, and the elders, they all had their own seats, watching from high above. However, at this time in the martial arts arena, only Yang Jun was in the martial arts arena, arms crossed, looking down coldly. His eyes were filled with deep disdain and pride. The time was up, but Long Chen did not. What did this mean? It meant that Long Chen had stage fright. Why did he have stage fright? This meant that his bragging had failed. Learning the traceless spectre in 20 days was simply a joke, a huge joke. Long Chen saw that he had failed, so he didn't have the face to come and embarrass himself. In fact, many people had expected such a situation to occur. After all, no matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to learn the traceless spectre in 20 days. Under the third demon elder's loud question, everyone focused their eyes on Zhao Qingyun, waiting for his answer. Zhao Qingyun was originally full of confidence in Long Chen, so he did not go to look for Long Chen before this. Unexpectedly, Long Chen did not come, which was also out of his expectation. What's the hurry? Maybe he was delayed by something. Anyway, since we are all gathered here, there is no harm in waiting a little longer. Zhao Qingyun said lightly. To be honest, he did not have much confidence in his words, because he did not know whether Long Chen would come or not. As soon as Zhao Qingyun's voice fell, many people had their opinions. Are you kidding me? So many of us came to wait for him. Is he acting tough or does he not dare to come at all? Let's not wait anymore. That coward has probably gone down Mount Emperor Demon by now. We don't know where he has escaped to. Let's go, let's go. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. Similar complaints came one after another. Beside Zhao Qingyun, Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku were also frowning their brows. Dongfang Xianshao looked around and knew that if Long Chen didn't show up today, he would definitely be more humiliated than Zhao Qingyun. What's wrong with Chen? With his character, he would not be so unreliable. Father-in-law, I will go and find him, Dongfang Xianxiao said. No need. He will come when he is supposed to. Zhao Qingyun shook his head. At this time, after hearing Zhao Qingyun's words, the third demon elder sneered and said, Who knows? We can wait, but we can't wait forever. I think we should forget about it today. He has not come until now, so how can he come? Chapter 362. The third demon elder's words were booed by many people. Zhao Qingyun didn't frown. This time, it was Long Chen who didn't come. He was in the wrong, so he didn't know what to say and just let them be. Why is Long Chen so unreliable? Given his character, even if he hasn't cultivated successfully, he shouldn't have stage fright. Zhao Qingyun was also puzzled. Palace Master, I think we'd better forget it. That so-called Long Chen might have already sneaked out of Mount Emperor Demon with the traceless phantom. I'm afraid our Palace of Demons will only have 2 secret books left. The third demon elder sneered. Shut up. This time, Zhao Qingyun was a little angry. The roar of an expert in the reaching heaven state shook the third demonic elder like a storm. The third demonic elder let out a muffled groan and took several steps back, almost falling to the ground. Let me tell you, the Palace Master of Heavenly Devil Palace is me, not you. Long Chen is my disciple, and you say that he betrayed me? Aren't you saying that I'm blind? How dare you, third demon elder? It would have been better if Zhao Qingyun had not flown into a rage. Once he did, everyone was scared into silence. Everyone was ready to join the 3 demon elders in grabbing Long Chen. Seeing Zhao Qingyun angry, they remembered that Long Chen was Zhao Qingyun's favorite disciple, and then realized that they had gone too far with their words. The third demon elder was not convinced that Zhao Qingyun had suppressed him. But with Zhao Qingyun's identity and strength, he really couldn't resist. Third demon elder, why are you in such a hurry? We might as well wait for another 2 hours. Palace Master will take care of it. The first demon elder's hoarse voice woke the third demon elder up and he nodded cautiously. At this time, behind the first demon elder stood his first disciple, Yang Danfeng, at the 8th level of the Sky River Realm, and behind the second demon elder stood her disciple, Murongyu, at the 8th level of the Sky River Realm. Murongyu said softly, I think he will come. I told him the secret of my cultivation. If it takes him more than 40 days, he should come. But 20 days is too short. I don't think he will just take the secret book and leave. If he is not delayed, he will come. Murongyu's words stunned the people around. They all looked at her strangely, especially Yang Danfeng, who didn't understand at all. Little you know Long Chen and have a good relationship with him. The second demon elder said in a serious voice. Murongyu nodded and told them about their encounter in the Misty Valley. I just saw that he works hard and is a man who knows how to take responsibility. He should be a good man, so I helped him for a while. Murongyu was a little embarrassed. Nonsense. The second demon elder lowered his voice and scolded. Murongyu was a little stunned by the scolding. Little you, listen. Try not to have any contact with Long Chen in the future, or I will punish you. The second demon elder said in a low voice. The 3 of them had adopted the attitude of rejecting Long Chen. But Murongyu, as the first disciple of the second demon elder, had given Long Chen so much help, which really pissed the 3 demon elders off. You shouldn't have helped him at that time. You should have let him die there. Then your third uncle wouldn't have to worry so much about Yang Jun. The second demon elder looked at Murongyu with some blame. Master, I don't understand. Isn't Long Chen good? He has great potential. If he joins the Celestial Devil Palace, the strength of the Celestial Devil Palace will be like a tiger with wings. Maybe there will be a figure in the reaching heaven realm in the future. Besides, he has a grudge against the royal family, so we are like-minded. After hesitating for a while, Murongyu finally spoke out her doubts. Little Yu, are you really an idiot? The second demon elder shook his head and said, you have forgotten the rules of our ancestors. According to the rules, you can only become the next palace master if you hold all the 3 secret classics, practice them successfully, and make the demon imperial sword recognize you as its master. Do you want the orthodoxy of the celestial devil palace to fall into the hands of an unknown outsider? Murongyu was aware of this point. She also finally knew the reason why the 3 great devil elders were afraid of Longchen. When they confirmed that this Longchen was the Longchen of the outside world, they didn't rejoice in their hearts. Instead, their ridicule turned into vigilance. They had already reserved the position of the next heavenly devil palace master for their disciple. Now that Longchen had appeared out of nowhere, who would feel at ease? Murongyu could only smile helplessly. In fact, she did not particularly care about the position of the palace master. The person she cared about the most was standing next to her, and that was Yang Danfeng. At this time, Yang Danfeng was looking at Murongyu, and there was an unknown light shining in his eyes. On the side of the 3 demon elders, Zhao Qingyun was subdued. But the other disciples had waited for a long time, and they could not wait any longer. They greeted each other and whispered. Forget it, let's go back. We are destined to be stood up today. Damn it, I have been looking forward to it for so long. Damn it, that Longchen is really a grandson. At this time, not far away from them was Wang Xing's childish face. He originally came here with infinite reverence, but now that Longchen did not come, he was very uncomfortable to hear others scolding him. At this time, he finally could not stand it anymore. He turned around and shouted, bullshit, how could my brother Chen be afraid of this Yang Jun? He must have been delayed by something important. Just wait and see, he will soon appear here and use Traceless Spectre to defeat Yang Jun. Little brat, what did you say? Do you want to die? Looking at Wang Xing's attire, he was just a servant disciple, and a servant disciple dared to yell at him. It was really rebellious. Seeing that the other side revealed a look of wanting to beat someone up, Wang Xing was scared half a step back. But when he thought of Longchen, his courage was boosted, and he said, I am just saying the truth. Brother Chen will appear soon. You people who speak ill of him are all looking for death. Ouch, he really did it. Brothers, beat him. Without saying a word, a group of people raised their fists and surrounded Wang Xing. When they were about to beat him, a figure stood in front of them. It turned out to be Yang Danfeng. Seeing that there was still fighting below, the first demon elder was worried that the situation would get out of control, so he asked Yang Danfeng to come down to control it. The troublemakers were all disciples of the first demon elder, and there was also a servant disciple. You guys, go back and slap each other 100 times. I will go back and check whose face is not swollen. I will do it for you. Yang Danfeng's cold voice made them feel like falling into an ice cave. There was no doubt that they would choose to slap themselves. If Yang Danfeng slapped them, they would not be able to live. Several disciples fled in embarrassment. Yang Danfeng looked back at the timid Wang Xing and said, You know Longchen. Yes, Brother Chen is very good to me. Wang Xing said proudly. Yang Danfeng smiled and returned to the back of the first demon elder without saying a word. This little conflict was just a small episode for the whole situation. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, when everyone completely lost their patience, Zhao Qingyun could not suppress the complaints in everyone's heart. If he forced so many people to stay here, his prestige as the palace lord was about to decline to the extreme. Father-in-law, Chen may not be able to come. Let's disperse first. Dongfang Xianxiao was worried that Zhao Qingyun's reputation would decline, so he suggested. Zhao Qingyun could only helplessly nod his head. Just as he was about to announce the result, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Zhao Qingyun's heart trembled as he looked to his left. Indeed, there was a silhouette rushing over at an extremely fast speed. With a loud bang, that silhouette directly broke through the crowd and stood on the stage. This person was none other than Long Chen. Looking at the young man who was panting but had a determined expression on his face, everyone's minds went blank for a moment. They originally thought that if Long Chen really came, he would be scolded to death. However, looking at his panting appearance, it seemed that he really had been delayed by some matters. Finally, he came. Zhao Qingyun showed a satisfied smile. If Long Chen did not come today, it would be difficult for Zhao Qingyun to clean up the mess no matter what the result was. Dongfang Xianshao and Zhao Xuanke also breathed a sigh of relief. On the side of the three great demon elders, the only one who breathed a sigh of relief was Murongyu. She knew that her judgment was right. Long Chen could kill Songzhong City. It was impossible for him to be afraid of Yang Jun, who was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. As for the three great demon elders, their expressions were very interesting. The three great demon elders were the most furious and directly scolded, Long Chen, if you don't have the guts, don't come and fight with Yang Jun. What do you mean by leaving 10,000 people of the Heavenly Demon Palace here? Long Chen was also extremely depressed. He had inexplicably touched the rune, and then the flow of time had slowed down. In just a few breaths of time, 2 days had actually passed. When he rushed over with all his might, everyone had already been waiting here for almost an hour. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I was delayed because of some important things, but you don't have to complain, because you are about to see an extremely exciting battle. I believe that everyone who comes here will not feel that they are at a disadvantage. Long Chen looked around, and his words showed strong confidence. He succeeded in his cultivation. Murongyu had a hunch. At this time, Yang Jun slowly raised his head and said gloomily, you made tens of thousands of people of the Heavenly Demon Palace wait for an hour because of your important matter. Long Chen, you think too highly of yourself. That's right. Who do you think you are, Long Chen? You made me wait here for you. Practicing the Traceless Spectre for 20 days? What a joke. Long Chen, if you have the ability, show us the Traceless Spectre. The people below were angry. Since I've delayed everyone's time, I won't talk nonsense. Yang Jun, it's useless to talk. Let's start. Chapter 363. Regardless of how Long Chen was doing, now that he had already raised the challenge, the spectators did not clamor anymore. They knew that there was actually no need for further mockery. As long as Long Chen was defeated by Yang Jun, it would already be a great mockery for him. In fact, Yang Jun had not thought that Long Chen would come at the last moment. Previously, he had always thought that Long Chen was afraid of him. He had not come at the beginning, and it was impossible for him to come later. As for Long Chen's panting just now, it should have been an act. Being timid is a very normal thing. There is absolutely no need to hide it. Yang Jun laughed coldly, and gradually uncrossed his arms. One could see that turbulent true qi was beginning to revolve around his body. His tall and burly body was like a bomb, filled with endless power. Long Chen smiled calmly. Dragon Soul Transformation. Under the effect of this mystical power, blood-red scales began to cover Long Chen's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, Long Chen had already turned into a blood-red battle machine. Right now, Long Chen's appearance should clearly look ferocious, yet it gave off a feeling of supreme perfection. Such a low-grade beast soul transformation, and you still dare to show off in front of me? Yang Jun laughed, and his expression suddenly became incomparably ferocious. With a roar, his thick legs stomped on the ground, and his whole body was like a cannonball, rumbling toward Long Chen. Under Yang Jun's stomp, the entire arena began to tremble. From this, it could be seen exactly how powerful Yang Jun was. This guy has definitely also cultivated a high-level earth-level body-refining battle technique. In terms of physique, he is probably much stronger than me. Thus, what I need to do is to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and use my advantage in speed to deal with him. Long Chen pondered silently. In truth, after he, who was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, had undergone the Dragon Soul transformation, his current true energy was already about the same as Yang Jun's. It was just that there was still a slight difference in power. The Blue Dragon Battle Halberd appeared in Long Chen's hand. Although the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd was no longer useful, it was still the only weapon Long Chen had that was convenient to use. Wielding the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, Long Chen moved his feet and flew towards Yang Jun. Of the two of them, one was calm, one was violent, and the other was calm. The battle at this moment was full of visual shock. Die. 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger. As he neared Long Chen, Yang Jun immediately used an advanced Earth tier battle skill. Immediately, a fierce gust of wind swept toward Long Chen. Long Chen had seen the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger twice, so he had a general understanding of the pattern. However, at the beginning, Long Chen chose to face it head-on, because he had enough confidence in dealing with Yang Jun Blue Dragon Battle Skill, Dragon Emperor's Downfall. The Blue Dragon Battle Halberd suddenly trembled, turning into a blood-colored thread that instantly pierced towards the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger. The power of the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger was scattered, while Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's Downfall was completely concentrated. Regardless of the level, the Dragon Emperor's Downfall would definitely be very suitable to break the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger. However, it was different now. Under the situation where true energy is at a disadvantage, using a medium Earth tier battle skill against an advanced Earth tier battle skill is purely looking for death. Long Chen has not cultivated the Traceless Spectre at all. He has even used his strongest move, so he must be at his wit's end. On the stage, the third Demon Elder's face was full of smiles. Having his disciple defeat the disciple of the Sky Demon Palace Master in front of everyone gave him a sense of accomplishment. However, what happened next made him drop his jaws. Long Chen suddenly exerted force, and the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd moved violently. The explosive power forced Yang Jun's 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger back, and Yang Jun was also pushed back a few steps by Long Chen's Battle Halberd. It could be said that Long Chen, with the strength of the 6th tier of the Heavenly River tier, used a medium Earth tier battle skill to directly break a advanced Earth tier battle skill. Yang Jun had the absolute advantage, but in the first attack, he was at a disadvantage. Impossible. Yang Jun let out an angry roar, his eyes bloodshot. Without another word, he attacked even more fiercely, sweeping towards Long Chen. Looks like after quietly cultivating in the Sky Demon Palace, my previous problem of being easily rash and bloodthirsty in battle has improved. Long Chen was slightly relieved. At this moment, Yang Jun was so angry that he had lost his rationality. The thing he could not accept the most was that he would lose to Long Chen, so he was in a hurry at this moment. Long Chen, I will definitely skin you alive. Since you were able to break through the 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger by luck, I will let you see this move, the 72 True Demon Fists. This set of fist techniques was like a gust of wind, one punch after another, the power of each punch stronger than the previous. Long Chen could only survive after enduring 72 punches. Of course, if Long Chen's strength was strong enough, he would be able to complete his opponent's fist techniques in the middle of the fight. First path. The fist aura, which was like a tidal wave, suddenly pressed down on Long Chen. Under Yang Jun's huge aura, the entire arena was shaking. Everyone below the arena was extremely nervous at this moment. Behind Yang Jun, there seemed to be a huge demonic shadow that was transmitting endless power to him. With this small amount of power, Yang Jun could completely unleash the full power of the 72 True Demon Fists. This time, Long Chen is not finished. The 7 slaughtering demon finger just now had already exceeded the expectations of the 3rd demon elder. Therefore, the 3rd demon elder did not believe that the current Long Chen could still shock him. Where's the true demon fist? Looking at the fist aura, Long Chen was not nervous at all. It's time to use the traceless shadow. Although such thoughts were running through his mind, Long Chen's figure still did not move. He stood in the distance, waiting for Yang Jun to come closer. What's going on? Everyone was confused by Long Chen's actions. Even if he had exhausted all his tricks, there was no need for him to court death like this. Father-in-law. Dongfang Xianxiao was a little anxious. Just as he was about to stand up, he was held down by Zhao Qingyun. At this moment, Zhao Qingyun's face was already filled with surprise. Could it be? Seeing that Zhao Qingyun was not worried at all, Dongfang Xianxiao was not a fool. He had already roughly guessed that Long Chen did not disappoint him. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Yang Jun's first fist was already rushing towards Long Chen's face. If Long Chen was hit, he would lose at least half of his combat strength. However, Long Chen still had no intention of resisting. This made many people close their eyes subconsciously, as they were afraid that they would see a scene that was too cruel. You're courting death. Yang Jun was also a little confused. However, this was a huge opportunity. Even if he killed Long Chen now, it would ultimately be attributed to Long Chen seeking death. Thinking of this, Yang Jun was excited and increased the strength of his fist. At this critical moment, Long Chen smiled. Whoosh! The first punch of the 72 true devil punches hit the air. Yang Jun was shocked. When he raised his head, he suddenly saw that in front of him, there were all black blurry figures flashing crazily. Traceless Spectre. There was a burst of loud noise around the martial arts arena. The sitting 3 great demon elders, protectors, elders, and temple masters all looked at the arena with shock in their eyes. Their bodies had unconsciously stood up. Looking at the blurry shadows in front of Yang Jun, it was basically difficult to see which was the real body of Long Chen. Only when he has practiced Traceless Spectre to the advanced level can he show such a level. Not only has Long Chen learned Traceless Spectre, but he is also more familiar with it than Danfeng and Xiaoyu. Although he did not believe it, the first demon elder was still a little stunned and said such a sentence. When Yang Danfeng and Murongyu heard this, there was a storm in their hearts. They all looked at Long Chen, but their emotions were different. Murongyu was purely surprised. Even if she told Long Chen a trick, she did not expect that Long Chen could practice to this level. At this time, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Long Chen in the arena, and she was already a little dull. As for Yang Danfeng, the first demon elder said that Long Chen had surpassed him, which made him, who had always been one of the best in the demonic palace, very uncomfortable. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Yang Jun. How could he like someone whom Yang Jun hated? So there was a trace of viciousness in his shock. Even the people outside the arena were stunned, not to mention Yang Jun, who had no idea where Long Chen was. Traceless Spectre was so famous in the demonic palace that Yang Jun could see at a glance that Long Chen had definitely used Traceless Spectre. Impossible. This should be the power of a dabbler. As long as I am careful, I can easily break his Traceless Spectre. I must not be scared. Yang Jun desperately warned himself. He knew that the most important thing now was not to use the 72 true devil punches, but to escape first. However, would Long Chen let him escape? After Yang Jun's first true devil punch failed, Long Chen had already used Traceless Spectre. He instantly changed his figure and came behind Yang Jun. Then, the blue dragon halberd in his hand had directly hit Yang Jun's back. Slap. Yang Jun staggered a few steps from the slap and nearly fell to the ground. There was already a blood red wound on his back. Son of a bitch, his body is so strong. Long Chen could not help but swear. He had used all his strength to hit Yang Jun with the blue dragon halberd, but he did not expect that it would only leave a bloody mark. However, for Yang Jun, this was already the most humiliating of all. He suddenly turned around and was about to attack Long Chen, but Long Chen's blue dragon halberd had already hit his face. Slap! Yang Jun let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with a few shining teeth. Yang Jun completely collapsed because he found that he could not see Long Chen's figure at all. He looked up and the sky was full of Long Chen. Which one should he attack? Slap! Yang Jun's butt was slapped and he flew out. Chapter 364. If I can't whip you to death in one strike, I refuse to believe that you won't die after 10,000 times. Long Chen's laughter echoed throughout the arena. Everyone's scalps went numb as they heard a series of cracking sounds followed by Yang Jun's screams of despair. In the arena, Yang Jun's face was filled with misery as he was chased around by Long Chen. At this moment, his clothes were already in tatters and his entire body was covered in blood. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Before this battle, even if they were to explode their brains, they still wouldn't have thought that such a scene would occur. No one would have thought that not only would Long Chen be able to cultivate the traceless spectre, he would also be able to use it to such a degree. This kind of talent was far too monstrous. I concede. Only when Yang Jun was on the verge of tears did Long Chen stop his attacks. Standing in front of Yang Jun, he looked at him with a mocking smile. Yang Jun, I'm sorry. Today, I acted as your father and whipped you a few times. In the future, you better not be disobedient. Otherwise, I'll whip you again. I'll whip you until you cry, and I'll whip you until you beg for mercy. Long Chen. At this moment, his entire body was burning with pain. Because he had lost quite a few of his teeth, Yang Jun's words had become labored. Right now, he was as miserable as he could be. This was the power of the Heaven-tier battle skill, the Traceless Spectre. A Heaven-tier battle skill truly is extraordinary. After I use it, this fellow doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Long Chen thought to himself. Yang Jun glared venomously at Long Chen once more. He no longer had the face to stay on the arena any longer. Right now, his entire body was burning with pain, and his mind was completely blank. This kind of reality was far too shocking for him to believe. After Yang Jun left the arena, Long Chen stood alone on the arena. He suddenly enjoyed the feeling of being the focus of everyone's shocked gazes. At this time, the three demon elders looked at each other. After a long time, the first demon elder sighed and said, I have to admit that he is indeed a genius. It seems that the rumor that he killed the 6 commanders and exterminated the Wu tribe is absolutely true. This man is quite terrifying. The palace master has bet on the right treasure this time. Then what should we do? Second demon elder asked worriedly. What can we do? Fortunately, Long Chen is only in the 6th tier of the Sky River tier, and a new round of competition for the Demon Emperor Sword is about to begin. As long as he doesn't get the Demon Emperor Sword, everything will be fine, the Great Demon Elder said calmly. Second Demon Elder also nodded. She looked at the shining young man on the Grand Elder and was a little dazed for a moment. Because she found that this young man had a feeling of looking down on the world. Even though she was much stronger than Long Chen, she always felt a little strange. It seemed that Long Chen was superior, and she could only look up to him like an ant. My eyes are blurred at this age. Alas. Second Demon Elder sighed and then looked at the third Demon Elder next to him. At this time, the third Demon Elder's face was so dark that it was almost dripping blood. Third Demon Elder, what are you thinking about? Second Demon Elder asked. The third Demon Elder was silent for a while, and then said in a low voice, I'm thinking how to kill this guy without causing any retaliation. Don't. This is not the time. You are not young. Don't be impulsive. Hearing his words, the great demon elder hurriedly warned him. Well, goodbye. After saying that, the third demon elder stood up. He was too ashamed to stay here. He called Yang Jun, broke through the crowd, and walked out. Zhao Qingyun watched them leave, and then looked at Long Chen on the arena. The more he looked at this young man, the more satisfied he was. At this time, the battle was over. Before Long Chen came, Zhao Qingyun had been so sullen, but now he could finally hold his head high. So he stood up and said with a smile, "Everyone, the result of this battle is very clear." Long Chen fulfilled his promise. He not only completely practiced Traceless Phantom, but also defeated the third-ranked disciple of the young generation. Yang Jun, let's give him a round of applause first. With Zhao Qingyun taking the lead, there was no reason not to applaud. Suddenly, the tide of applause shook the entire Celestial Devil Palace. Before, they looked down on Long Chen because they thought Long Chen was bragging. Now that Long Chen obviously had such strength, more people sincerely admired him, especially those who had criticized Long Chen. At this time, their faces were burning. Among them, Wang Xing shouted the loudest. It could be said that because of this battle, Long Chen could finally use his identity of Long Chen. He finally had a name. In the future, when he was in Celestial Devil Palace, he did not have to sneak around and listen to people talking about him. However, Long Chen had an even more important matter to attend to in this challenge. Master, I heard that there is a trial of the Earth Vein of Fire. I don't know how many days it will take place. Long Chen asked. The trial of the Earth Vein of Fire is in 5 days. Zhao Qingyun nodded. He knew what Long Chen was going to do. It seemed that Long Chen had the intention to enter the Earth Vein of Fire before. I want to ask, with my current strength, whether I am qualified to enter the Earth Vein of Fire for the trial. Long Chen asked with a smile. Of course, you have defeated Yang Jun. Among the young disciples, you are already ranked third. You are fully qualified to enter the Earth Vein of Fire. How about this? The previous 10 people should have already been decided, and Long Chen is qualified enough, so today's trial of the Earth Vein of Fire will increase to 11 people. Zhao Qingyun announced. In this way, the guy who ranked 10th would not resent Long Chen because he was squeezed out. Thank you, Master. After successfully obtaining this place, Long Chen was very happy. The help of the Earth Vein of Fire to him was the great method of Dao Heart Demonic Seed, and the help to Xiao Lang was even greater. Long Chen could imagine that it should be a paradise of flames. Xiao Lang was a demonic beast born because of flames. He was now only at the 5th grade of the Earth rank. As long as he entered the Earth Vein of Fire, his strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. Master, I want to bring my demonic beast Xiao Lang in. It should be okay. He has always been with me. When I am not here, if he is not controlled, it will not be good if he hurts others. Long Chen said. Of course, this is okay. Zhao Qingyun was in an extremely good mood. At this time, he might even agree to any of Long Chen's requests. How about this? Long Chen, the trial is about to begin. You still don't know anything about the rules. Little you, if you have time, you should talk to Long Chen about it. Entering the Earth Vein of Fire, Long Chen would be alone. The top 10 were all disciples of the 3 great demonic elders. Zhao Qingyun was worried that Long Chen would be besieged, so he thought of Murongyu. Among the disciples of the 3 great demonic elders, only Murongyu was relatively well-behaved and had no prejudice against anyone. Moreover, she was also powerful. If Long Chen could take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Murongyu, it would be of great help to his trip to the Earth Vein of Fire. Morongyu didn't expect that Zhao Qingyun would suddenly mention her. She was a little stunned for a moment. She had just been warned, so her first reaction was to look at her master. However, since Zhao Qingyun had spoken, second demon elder didn't dare to let Morongyu refuse. So Morongyu nodded and said, "Palace master, I will try my best." Zhao Qingyun nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked around and said, "Today's business is over. Everyone can leave. Those who want to participate in the trial of the earth vein of fire, prepare well. In 5 days, I will open the passage. At that time, who can get the great skill of Taoist Heart Demon Seed will depend on how hard you work." "Yes, Palace Master." Because of his relationship with Long Chen, Zhao Qingyun's prestige did not decline, but rose a lot. In the past, the only thing people in Celestial Devil Palace criticized was the ability of the Palace Master to accept disciples. When Long Chen rose, Zhao Qingyun's image instantly became perfect in the eyes of all disciples of Celestial Devil Palace. The crowd gradually retreated. Except for Morongyu, who was still in the same place, the other 3 great devil elders also left without saying a word. What Long Chen didn't see was that Yang Danfeng's eyes were always gloomy when he left. He glanced in the crowd and finally found a thin young man. Then he hurried to follow him. Long Chen naturally didn't know all this. "Alright, Long Chen, little Yu is a genius cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, she is kind-hearted and has a good temper. You should have a good conversation with her. It will be of great help to you on your journey to the elemental fire vein," Zhao Qingyun said before leaving with Dongfang Xianshao and Dongfang Xianshao. Only Long Chen and the veiled Morongyu were left in the field. "It seems that my master wants you to cover me in the earth vein of fire. It seems that I have to ride on your coattails," Long Chen said with a wry smile. "Coattails?" Morongyu was a little angry. Although Long Chen's words didn't mean that, Morongyu felt that something was wrong. Moreover, Morongyu still remembered the warning of the 3 demon elders. "Long Chen, I'll tell you the rules of the earth vein of fire. I'll leave after I tell you. Listen carefully," Morongyu said. "Okay." Long Chen nodded. The earth vein of fire is a huge magma river. There are 2 things hidden under the magma river. One is the fire essence, and the other is a demonic beast at the 6th level of the earth stage, the fire flame beast. Generally, the fire flame beast will guard the fire essence. Under normal circumstances, only by defeating the fire flame beast can you get the fire essence. Our rule is that whoever gets the most fire essence will be the winner. This time, I will compete with Yang Danfeng, and you will compete with others. If you get the most fire essence, you can get the first level of the Taoist Heart Seed method. It's so simple. Long Chen was a little surprised. "What else do you think it needs?" Morongyu said. "What if I get more fire essence than you and Yang Danfeng?" Long Chen asked. "I don't know. You can ask the Palace Master. But don't think too much. Yang Danfeng and I have entered the earth vein of fire twice and are very familiar with it. It's basically impossible for you to surpass us." Chapter 365. After that, Morongyu planned to leave. Although the second demon elder had already left, Morongyu knew that the second demon elder was watching her performance. If she stayed here for too long, she would definitely be scolded. "Oh right, there's one more thing." Halfway through, Morongyu turned around. "What is it?" Long Chen asked. He saw that Morongyu was in a hurry and did not take care of him like before. After thinking for a while, he roughly understood that the 3 demon elders were pressuring her. Right now, in the demonic palace, the 3 demon elders seemed to be fighting with the demonic palace master openly and secretly. Long Chen and she belonged to different factions, so this was normal. In the fire evolution earth vein, the fire refinement essence is the most common thing. The fire refinement essence has been refined by magma for countless years and can form a God-refining crystal. In our trial, it would be even better if we could obtain a God-refining crystal. The value of a God-refining crystal is comparable to 100 fire refinement essence. If you are lucky enough to obtain a God-refining crystal, it is basically equivalent to you obtaining the great Tao Heart Seed magic. God-refining crystal, I'll remember it. In this way, Xiaolang had another goal. Also, the fire refinement essence has an even stronger God-refining crystal, and the fire flame beast also has an even stronger demon beast, known as the divine flame beast. The appearance of the divine flame beast is similar to the fire flame beast, but it is even bigger and more powerful. The divine flame beast is a 7th grade demon beast of the earth stage, and there are many of them in the fire evolution earth vein. Although Murongyu deliberately kept a distance from Long Chen, she had indeed told Long Chen everything that needed to be said. From this, it could be seen that she still took care of Long Chen. Thank you. Long Chen nodded to her. Generally speaking, there were not many people who were good to him. Well, also, you have to be careful of other people. I don't know if they will make things difficult for you. You know who I'm talking about. Goodbye. After that, Murongyu left. On the huge martial arts arena, only Long Chen was left standing. At this time, Xiaolang jumped onto the arena from a nearby corner and excitedly came to Long Chen's side. These days, Long Chen's strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds, while he had been making no progress. Fortunately, his good days were coming. However, what Xiaolang didn't understand was that he clearly remembered that there were still 2 days before the battle with Long Chen. Why did 2 days pass just like that? The matter of the Heavenly Devil Palace had come to an end, and Long Chen's attention was now completely focused on the mysterious stone talisman. Such a miraculous thing, but it's a pity that I am unable to grasp it. I'll just leave it for now. If I continue to improve, then one day I will be able to completely understand this thing. After thinking it through, Long Chen brought Xiaolang back to the Azure Cloud residence. There were only 5 days left, so Long Chen didn't plan on cultivating anymore. Right now, the Traceless Spectre could only be improved through actual combat. On the way back, everyone looked at Long Chen in a completely different light. In the past, everyone would laugh at him because of his identity and because of his boasting. But now, it was different. He was the true Long Chen. Furthermore, he had already cultivated a heaven-tier battle skill and broken the records of the Heavenly Devil Palace. With such a monstrous genius, who would dare laugh at him? Other than respect, there was only reverence in their eyes. I'll stay here for the next 5 days and familiarize myself with the Traceless Spectre. As for the demonic seed of Wei and the Demon Emperor sword, I have to obtain them both. Once I have them and my strength increases again, that will be the time when I kill my way back to Baiyang Imperial City. Xiaoxi, just wait. I will obtain the 9 heavens immortal fruit for you very soon. Yes. Seeing the burning passion in Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi nodded obediently. Shortly afterwards, deep sorrow appeared in her eyes. This was because there was something that she could not tell Long Chen, nor could she bear to tell Long Chen. If Long Chen really did obtain the 9 heavens immortal fruit for her, it was very likely that they would be separated forever. This was the matter that caused Lingxi to feel more and more terrified. If their relationship was still the same as when they first met in Baiyang town, then Long Chen had agreed to help her reconstruct his body. She had thought that after the body was reconstructed, she would give Long Chen some compensation and then leave this place. However, she could not do it now. Her soul was already in Long Chen's body. If they were to separate, her soul would definitely be thrown away here, turning her into a soulless person. She would rather stay with Long Chen in his current state forever, but she knew just how powerful Long Chen's obsession was. Long Chen was the kind of person who would not turn back once he had decided on something. As a result, if he did not obtain the 9 heavens immortal fruit, he would definitely not give up. Of course, this was all in the future. After he and Lingxi had their own thoughts, Long Chen returned to the Green Cloud residence. He had already stayed in the Heavenly Demon Palace for almost 2 months, but he did not stay in the Green Cloud residence for more than a few days. There was only 1 month left, and these 2 months were peaceful. Long Chen knew that in the next month, the Heavenly Demon Palace would be in a turbulent period. At this moment, Long Chen saw a shoe on the ground. There was only one shoe, and it looked a little strange for it to be there all alone. This is the shoe of a servant disciple. In the Green Cloud residence, there is only one Wang Xing. Why did Wang Xing leave his shoe here? Long Chen was a little puzzled. He picked up the shoe and was surprised to find a sentence engraved on the sole of the shoe, alone, under the locust tree at the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain of the Heavenly Demon Palace was on the road leading to the peak of Mount Demonic. There was a locust tree that was especially tall. Long Chen remembered at the last time Wang Xing bid farewell to the other disciples, it was also near that locust tree. They actually have their eyes on Wang Xing. Who exactly is it? Yang Jun is already injured, so it shouldn't be him. It should be Yang Danfeng. Of course, this was just a guess. Without another word, Long Chen told Xiao Lang to stay at a distance while he headed to the back of the mountain. He had been rushing along this road for the past few days, so he quickly arrived at the place marked by the sole of the shoe. When he saw the locust tree from afar, Long Chen already saw 2 people standing there. One of them was Wang Xing, and the other was a cold and stern man leaning against the tree. It was none other than Yang Danfeng. Wang Xing, put on the shoe. After walking to Wang Xing's side and realizing that he was not injured, Long Chen felt a little more at ease. He then threw the shoe in his hand to Wang Xing and stood in front of him, looking at Yang Danfeng. Brother Chen. At the sight of Long Chen, Wang Xing's eyes were already brimming with tears. Yang Danfeng had told him that if Long Chen did not know how to do it, he would execute Wang Xing. Thankfully, Long Chen had really come. There's nothing else for you to do. Go back first, and don't tell anyone else about what happened here. Long Chen said calmly. All right. Wang Xing knew that he would only be a burden to Long Chen if he stayed here. Besides, he had great respect for Long Chen. He did not believe that Yang Danfeng could do anything to Long Chen. After Wang Xing left, Yang Danfeng's lips curled into a cold smirk. Seems like you're quite concerned about a lowly servant disciple. It's fate that we met. Being able to exchange a few words and have some friendship is even more so the fate of fate. In my opinion, this has nothing to do with strength or status, and there is no conflict. However, you, on the other hand, do not need to do this at all. If you want me to come out and see you alone, you only have to say a word, Long Chen said. Yang Danfeng smiled, and said, I brought him here because I wanted to see if you really cared about his death. We core disciples completely have the right to kill servant disciples without punishment. Even if I killed him in public, it would also be normal. Do you understand? What do you mean? Just tell me your purpose directly. Long Chen looked at Yang Danfeng's stance. It was obvious that he wanted to make an enemy out of him. Yang Danfeng was a martial artist at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and he had also cultivated the Traceless Demon Shadow and the Great Demonic Seed technique of Dao Heart. Long Chen was sure that the present him should not be a match for him. I will make a few requests of you. First, you cannot take first place in the trial of the Earth Vein of Fire below the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Second, you are not allowed to speak to Little Yu in the future, much less have any contact with her. Yang Danfeng's voice was cold. Long Chen almost laughed out loud. This Yang Danfeng was really full of himself. Even Zhao Qingyun did not have the right to restrict Long Chen like this, so what kind of person was Yang Danfeng? What right do you have to make me do this? Long Chen said with a smile. I knew you would ask this. Yang Danfeng's expression was as if everything was within his expectations, and he said, if I threatened you and said that if you could not do it, I would kill you. This kind of threat is really too small. You are proud and arrogant, and I believe that you already think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Then what else do you have on me? Yang Danfeng's attitude made him very uncomfortable, so in Long Chen's eyes, the ferocity was already gradually aroused. It's very simple. I have already told you. I can see that you, Long Chen, are a person who values relationships. The life of an odd-job disciple is like grass to me, but it is a treasure to you, and I have many forces in the heavenly demon palace. I can guarantee you that I have 100 ways to kill Wang Xing. If you dare to violate the above two conditions, you can just wait to collect his corpse. Yang Danfeng hit Long Chen's weak spot, and said proudly. Long Chen did not speak. He was indeed wary, and did not want Wang Xing to lose his life because of him. However, this did not mean that he would be bullied in that case. Thus, Long Chen raised his head, his gaze gradually turning cold, and he said, since that is the case, then I will also tell you that if anything happens to Wang Xing, there will be a day when you will also lose your life. I can even kill the city of the Pine Middle, so do you think that I cannot kill you? Farewell. After saying this, Long Chen did not even look back, and directly left. The enmity had already been formed, so there was no need to say any more nonsense. Little you and I are childhood sweethearts, and we have been together for 20 years. If you cause trouble, even if I lose this life of mine, I will kill you, Long Chen. Behind him, Yang Danfeng hooted. Chapter 366. 5 days later, the trial at the Fire Evolution Earth Vein officially began. Before this, there was no need to mention how excited Xiao Lang was. Long Chen discovered that after Xiao Lang had taken over the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body, his personality had become more and more childish. He was like a child all the time, and only when he encountered real trouble would he become serious. Early in the morning, Xiao Lang eagerly followed behind Long Chen, and at this time, Xiao Qingyun was already waiting for Long Chen outside. As they walked towards their destination, Xiao Qingyun asked, how did it go with Murongyu? Don't worry, even if I'm alone, I won't lose to them. What do you think? Long Chen said confidently. Xiao Qingyun nodded, and said, actually, I'm just worried that Yang Danfeng will join forces with little you to deal with you in order to avenge Yang Jun. Only then will it be difficult for you to resist. No. This was something that Long Chen could guarantee. He could see that though Yang Danfeng was attentive to Murongyu didn't really pay any attention to him. Then it's settled. Remember, the more fire essence, the better. The Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique is a good thing, Xiao Qingyun instructed. Long Chen nodded. Oh, that's right. If I obtain more fire essence than the two of them, then can I directly obtain 2 levels of the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique? Long Chen probed. The first level of the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique could increase the explosive power of true qi by 2 times, while the second level could increase the explosive power by 4 times. Long Chen's Dragon Soul transformation itself had a 10-fold amplification. In this way, perhaps it could increase to 40 times. 40 times was a very terrifying concept. This meant that after Long Chen used the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed technique, his true qi could be amplified to a level even stronger than a 7th-level Heavenly River tier cultivator. Therefore, the Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed art was indeed a good thing. Of course, since it was a mystical ability with a grade, it wouldn't work if Long Chen's strength far exceeded this grade. Take the Divine Fire Doppelgangers for example. The strongest strength of each doppelganger was around the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. When Long Chen's strength far exceeded the heavenly river tier, the divine fire doppelgangers would only be at the high level of the earth tier, so they wouldn't be able to improve. The great Tao Heart Devil Seed art was the same. Before Long Chen's strength surpassed Zhao Qingyun's, the great Tao Heart Devil Seed art could be used. But if he did, then it would be useless. Long Chen's question left Zhao Qingyun dazed for a moment. Nothing like that has happened yet. However, you want to obtain 2 levels of the great Tao Heart Demonic Seed art. Zhao Qingyun said seriously. Long Chen nodded and said, who doesn't want more mystical ability manuals? Then later, you should put on a show and provoke the 3 great demon elders with words. If I agree, they will definitely oppose it. If they agree first, then I will agree. However, Long Chen, I know Dan Feng and Little Yu. It won't be easy for you to surpass them. You should know that they are the 2 strongest geniuses in the Cangyang country after Lin Zichen. Long Chen was an intelligent person. Whatever Zhao Qingyun said, he basically understood with a hint. I'll try my best. Long Chen smiled. Traceless Spectre, Great Tao Heart Demonic Seed Art, and Demon Emperor Sword Principle. The 3 secret manuals were all in his pocket. Following Zhao Qingyun, Long Chen had already arrived at the back of the mountain. The entrance to the earth vein of fire had to go around the back of the mountain, pass through the deep pool where Long Chen practiced, and walk a short distance before arriving at a cave. The entrance to the earth vein of fire was in this cave. In the back of the mountain, the 3 great demon elders with 10 disciples were already waiting for Long Chen. This was like a confrontation between the new and old strength of the Sky Devil Palace Master and the 3 great demon elders. Long Chen was very bitter. He should be the same as Zhao Qingyun. They were all alone. Zhao Qingyun could fight 3, but Long Chen was a little worse. When the 2 sides met, because of the conflict between Long Chen and Yang Jun, the air seemed to be full of the smell of gunpowder. Those young disciples were all under the same faction of the 3 great demon elders. They shared a common enemy. They didn't dare to have any opinions about Zhao Qingyun, so they all looked at Long Chen with cold eyes. Long Chen was just at the 6th tier of the Dragon Vein tier. The 10 disciples present were all above the 7th tier of the Heavenly River tier, and there was even one at the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier. Except for Murongyu, they all looked at Long Chen with cold eyes. Logically speaking, when Long Chen faced such pressure, he should be scared to the point of peeing. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen didn't have any reaction at all. He still looked indifferent, which was quite similar to Zhao Qingyun next to him. This guy's temperament is really outstanding. It's not easy to deal with him. The 3 great demon elders had some concerns. In fact, if Long Chen didn't appear, the Traceless Demon Shadow and the Great Art of Tao Heart Demonic Seed were prepared for Yang Jun. They knew that Yang Jun could enter the level of Yang Danfeng when he reached the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier, adding another top disciple for the 3 great demon elders. Unfortunately, Long Chen appeared. Not only did Long Chen snatch the Traceless Demon Shadow, but he also beat Yang Jun up in the challenge. Yang Jun was depressed. He had missed the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier. It was estimated that it would be very difficult to reach the 8th tier of the Heavenly River tier in a short time. This was all brought to Yang Jun by Long Chen, so at this time, the person who hated Long Chen the most was Yang Jun. Everyone is here, then let's go. Of course, Zhao Qingyun knew that the atmosphere was abnormal. However, he just turned a blind eye to it. In the past trials, there was no disciple of Zhao Qingyun. At that time, the 3 great demon elders were very awe-inspiring. This time, there was finally Long Chen who could help him flaunt his prowess. Although Zhao Qingyun didn't say it, he was secretly happy in his heart. In the thick smell of gunpowder, everyone arrived in front of the cave. Before they reached the cave, Long Chen felt a hot breath hit him in the face. At this time, Xiao Lang hurriedly got up from Long Chen's arms. His sleepy eyes looked at the cave, and immediately became hot. Xiao Lang liked to sleep so much. Long Chen guessed that it was because he burned the fire of life last time. We're here. You are about to undergo the 5-day trial of the derived fire earth vein. Whoever can obtain the most fire-refined essence will be the final winner. Are you all ready? Zhao Qingyun turned around, and swept a somewhat serious gaze over everyone. Ready. Everyone nodded, and their voices were loud and clear. If there are no questions, I will open the passageway now. Zhao Qingyun's gaze swept over everyone, and once again confirmed. I have a question. Long Chen knew that Zhao Qingyun was creating an opportunity for him. He hurriedly asked, Master, I want to know, if I obtain more fire-refined essence than the two of them, then can I directly obtain the 2 levels of the great demonic seed technique of Tao and Heart? Long Chen was extremely daring, and directly swept his gaze over everyone. He looked at Yang Danfeng with a provocative gaze, and said in a clear voice. His words stunned everyone. He dared to say that he had collected more fire-refined essence than 2 martial artists in the 8th level of the Heavenly River realm. Moreover, they were outstanding martial artists in the 8th level of the Heavenly River realm, and each of them had practiced 2 heaven-grade combat skills. Are you kidding me? With your strength, if you can really get 2 levels, what's the harm in giving you 2 levels? Yang Danfeng was amused when he heard this. He was extremely confident in himself. Long Chen's greedy idea was nothing more than a joke. The 3 great demon elders also looked at each other. The only criterion of this trial is the fire-refined essence. Whoever obtains more fire-refined essence is the strong one. If I can get more, it means that I am stronger than them. Even they can get the 2nd level, then why can't I completely get the 2nd level? Long Chen looked around at everyone and said word by word. Wishful thinking. Everyone shook their heads. Stop it. The great demon elder shook his head. He looked at Zhao Qingyun and asked, Palace Master, what do you think about this matter? It's all up to you. Zhao Qingyun threw this problem to him, which put the great demon elder in a difficult position. He knew that Zhao Qingyun was pressuring him. If he didn't agree to Long Chen's request, it seemed that the 3 great demon elders had no confidence in their disciples. But if he agreed, he was worried that there would be some special changes, which would benefit Long Chen. Looks like the 3 demon elders don't have much confidence in their disciples. Fine, forget it. If I were to casually obtain the 2nd stage of the great demon seed method of Tao Heart, some people might feel unbalanced and secretly plot against me. That wouldn't be good. Long Chen's face was filled with ridicule. Don't say any more. Since the palace master has given me the right to decide, then do as you say. My disciples are frank and open people. The great demon elder could only say helplessly. If he refused Long Chen at this time, it was really a little bit to boost the morale of others and reduce his own prestige. Zhao Qingyun did not directly decide, but threw the right to the great demon elder to force the 3 great demon elders to agree. Successfully completed, Long Chen was very happy in his heart. Next, under the leadership of Zhao Qingyun, everyone walked into the cave. This was a fiery red cave. There was no flame in the cave, but the temperature was extremely high. The rocks in the cave were all red. Next, under Zhao Qingyun's lead, everyone entered the cave. This was a fiery red cave. There were no flames in the cave, but the temperature was extremely high. The rocks in the cave were all red in color. As he walked, Long Chen saw that he had already reached the end. At the end, there was a huge iron gate. This iron gate was covered in rust, as if it had been there for countless years. Through this iron gate, you will reach the earth vein of derived fire. There are 10 passages in front of you. Go down along these passages, and you will go to 10 different positions. I suggest that if you don't want to be found by your own people, go to the earth vein of derived fire and quickly change your position. Zhao Qingyun's explanation was purely for Long Chen to hear. After all, only Long Chen had enmity with them. If he met them, who knew what would happen? Long Chen nodded secretly. After that, Zhao Qingyun grabbed the huge handle of the metal door and used all the strength in his body to pull the metal door outwards. The loud sound of metal rubbing against metal resounded in the cave. Chapter 367. After Zhao Qingyun opened the iron gate, a gust of hot air came from inside. It was so hot here, not to mention inside. Smelling the fire, Xiaolang was completely restless in Long Chen's arms. His two round eyes were wide open, staring at the inside of the cave. His serious look made him look a little silly. Murongyu, who was not far away, saw Xiaolang's look and suddenly felt envious. Go in, all of you. There are 10 passageways and a total of 11 people. Little you will familiarize yourself with the environment inside. You will enter one of the passageways with Long Chen. Once we reach the elemental fire vein, we will split up, Zhao Qingyun ordered. He was playing the same trick again, using his authority to tie Murongyu and Long Chen together. This time, second demon elder was a little angry. If first demon elder had not stopped her, she might have directly contradicted Zhao Qingyun. After all, Murongyu was her disciple, and she was the middle of the 3 great demon elders. Zhao Qingyun's action was almost like poaching her. Yes, sir. Murongyu nodded. She didn't care. Anyway, after arriving at the earth vein of derived fire, they had to separate. It didn't matter if they stayed together for a while. However, Murongyu had no objection. Yang Danfeng's objection was too big. He dared not disobey Zhao Qingyun, so he could only vent his anger on Long Chen. His resentment towards Long Chen deepened. When the 10 passages came out, Yang Danfeng wanted to suggest to Zhao Qingyun and the 3 great demon elders that Murongyu should go with him. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Zhao Qingyun had already arranged for Long Chen. Under Zhao Qingyun's arrangement, disciples began to walk into the passage one by one. When Long Chen and Murongyu walked into the same passage, the iron gate behind them slowly closed. After the iron door was closed, the surroundings became even brighter. The surrounding rocks in the passageway were all fiery red in color. Scorching heat was emitted from the rocks and set off waves of heat in the passageway. The passage was slanted downwards, which meant that Long Chen had been heading underground. The lava should have been underground to begin with. At this moment, Murongyu didn't say anything. She walked in front by herself. In the hazy fiery red light, her exquisite and delicate body was wrapped in a tight black muslin. It was faintly discernible, and her tall and slender figure was especially alluring. Zhao Qingyun bringing Murongyu here was purely to cause trouble. In fact, Long Chen no longer needed anyone's help. Howl! Xiaolang let out an agitated cry. If it were not for Long Chen, he would have rushed down immediately. His cry finally made Murongyu turn her head. She was still covered with a veil and her face could not be seen clearly. At this time, she stopped and waited for Long Chen to walk to her side. She carefully looked at Xiaolang in his arms and whispered, "What a cute Xiaolang. Long Chen, what is the name of this demon beast?" "He is called Flame Beast, and he likes flames the most." Long Chen made up a story. Flame Beast. Murongyu searched through his memories, but he didn't seem to know anything about a demonic beast like the Flame Beast. Furthermore, this name was simply too inferior. "You are playing with me," Murongyu said angrily. "If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself." Long Chen rolled his eyes. He knew that Murongyu did not want to talk to him, but because Xiaolang was too cute, she did not have much resistance. In the end, she still chatted with Long Chen. Ask him yourself. Murong Yu was a little dazed. She looked at Xiao Lang and asked in a low voice, Xiao Lang, are you called Flame Beast? Xiao Lang let out a burp and spat out a flame from his mouth. Can you let me hug you? Murong Yu said with some expectation. No. In Lingxi's sword, Lingxi hurriedly called out, Xiao Lang, if you let her hug you, don't call me Sister Lingxi in the future. Xiao Lang immediately shrank into Long Chen's arms, including his tail. See, he doesn't want to, and I can't do anything about it. Long Chen spread out his hands helplessly. Why? Murong Yu said, feeling a little unlucky. Maybe it's because you're too ugly, Long Chen blurted out. You. Murong Yu glared at Long Chen angrily, then she quickened her pace and walked in front. It seemed that she would not talk to Long Chen from now on, Long Chen said. The passage to the Fire Evolution Earth vein was very deep. Long Chen had walked at least a few thousand meters, but he had not reached the end yet. The passage was winding downwards. Long Chen guessed that the shape of the passage should be in the shape of a spiral, from the Iron Gate to the bottom of Mount Emperor Demon. For the rest of the journey, Murong Yu did not speak to Long Chen anymore, and Long Chen was happy to be at ease. Ling Shi was currently staring at him through the sword in his ear. Whenever Murong Yu approached, she would stare at him like a tiger watching its prey. Long Chen also did not want his ears to suffer for nothing, so it was good that Murong Yu did not speak to him. By the way, Long Chen, you have been in Demonic Palace for so long, why haven't you seen that girl? When they were about to walk out of the passage, Murong Yu suddenly stopped and said. It seemed that Murong Yu was very concerned about Lingxi. I can't see her for the time being. When I become stronger, I can let you see her. What's wrong? Long Chen asked. Of course, he would not tell her that Lingxi was in his ear. Nothing. At that time, I saw you risking your life to protect her and you even got punched a few times. I felt that you should like her very much, so I just asked casually. Since there is nothing wrong, it's fine. Murong Yu said lightly. From her tone, he could not tell that she had any feelings. Only then did Long Chen know why Murong Yu often helped him. First of all, she was a woman. Long Chen was willing to risk his life to protect a woman. Perhaps she was touched, but Murong Yu was very clear that all of this would not belong to her. Did you feel it? The temperature has increased by about 10 times compared to when we came in. We have arrived at the Fire Evolution Earth vein. Murong Yu changed the topic. Long Chen also felt it. After entering the Fire Evolution Earth vein, I have my own things to do. When the time comes, we will separate. However, Long Chen, I still have to remind you. If you can, you should try to get as much refined fire essence as possible. The more the better. Murong Yu hesitated for a moment and said it. Why? Long Chen felt that Murong Yu still had something to say. I heard that except for Yang Danfeng, the other people will gather the refined fire essence and give it to Yang Jun. In this way, it will be the same as the sum of the other 8 people. So, you should know how much you need. Murong Yu said. That works too. Long Chen was a little speechless. Fortunately, Murong Yu reminded him. Otherwise, this time, Long Chen would underestimate the number of Yang Jun's refined fire essence. Therefore, he felt a lot of gratitude towards Murong Yu. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, it will depend on how much refined fire essence you have. You can even snatch their refined fire essence before the time is up. Of course, you can't use the refined fire essence that you have previously obtained. The temperature of the refined fire essence that has just been taken out from the magma is hundreds of times different from the refined fire essence that has been placed in the outside world for a year. At a glance, you can see the difference. Don't tell me you brought the refined fire essence to make up the number. Murong Yu did not explain this to Long Chen, so she was worried that Long Chen would have this idea. "No, I don't have any on me." Long Chen was a little speechless. If Xiao Lang was here, it would be impossible for him to keep any refined fire essence. Speaking of this, Long Chen suddenly felt that the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. On the ground in front of him, there was a small hole. Long Chen walked to the side of the hole and looked inside. All he saw was scarlet-red magma as far as his eyes could see. Other than magma, there was nothing else. The magma was rolling, and a vast wave of heat rushed towards Long Chen. In the magma below, there were bubbles emerging from time to time and exploding. In his vision, it was like a pool of red muddy boiling water, releasing a huge amount of heat. This is magma. This was the first time Long Chen had seen it. That's right. The Li Fire Flame Beast and the refined fire essence are both hidden in the depths of this magma. You need to dive deep to be able to gain anything. Without true energy at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier or above, there is no way you can protect yourself and move freely below. You, Xiao Lang, are you alright? She still did not know Xiao Lang's level, so she asked a little worriedly. Don't worry, he was born for flames. Long Chen smiled mysteriously. Alright, then. I won't say anything else. They have probably been running all the way, and should have entered the river of magma by now. I cannot delay any longer. Goodbye. Long Chen nodded. After saying this, Murongyu did not hesitate and jumped down from this small hole. True energy surrounded her, giving her body the ability to resist the heat of the magma. Then, she plunged headfirst into the fiery red magma and disappeared. Xiao Lang looked down with a burning gaze. Let's go as well, Xiao Lang. This is your paradise. The earth vein of evolving fire, the Li Fire Flame Beast. With my spirit-devouring demonic eyes, all the demonic beasts have nowhere to hide from my eyes. If we find the demonic beasts, won't we find the refined fire essence? This way, we will not have to worry about finding less refined fire essence than them. What Long Chen needed to do was to collect the refined fire essence in the shortest amount of time with the highest efficiency. After preparing with Xiao Lang, Long Chen also copied Murongyu, enveloping his body with true energy and jumping into the river of magma. As for Xiao Lang, this magma was nothing more than bathwater to him. It is indeed very hot. As soon as he plunged in, everything around him was red. He could not see anything, only the pushing force from the magma that was like flowing water, shaking Long Chen back and forth. Long Chen controlled his body and then used his true energy to open up a space. Only then could he see the things around him. And Xiao Lang was in the magma in front of him. What could be seen was that traces of flames, almost automatically flowing into Xiao Lang's body, being swallowed by Xiao Lang. Come, let's start searching. Chapter 368. In this fire vein, what Long Chen had to face was not only the attacks of the demonic beasts, but also the attacks of the other disciples of Heavenly Demon Palace. Long Chen believed that in Heavenly Demon Palace, besides Murongyu, as long as other people saw him, they would attack him. At the very least, they would snatch away Long Chen's fire-refined essence. In fact, ever since he cultivated the Traceless Spectre, Long Chen was not afraid of anyone except Yang Danfeng among the disciples of Heavenly Demon Palace. However, Long Chen was not willing to encounter Yang Danfeng and the others before he obtained enough fire-refined essence. After all, Long Chen only had two goals this time. One was to help Xiao Lang level up, and the other was the great art of Dao Heart Demonic Seed. In this huge magma river, Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon pupil played a big role. When he entered the magma, he was surrounded by rolling red magma. If he could only rely on luck, Long Chen did not know how long it would take to find the fire-refined essence. However, with the spirit-devouring demon pupil, it was different. Using the spirit-devouring demon pupil, the surrounding magma completely disappeared. Long Chen could see the souls within a radius of 1 mile. This was the first time he used the spirit-devouring demon pupil, and Long Chen saw 2 souls. One of them was Murong Yu. She was heading west. Long Chen did not follow her. Instead, he went in the direction of the other soul. Li Fire Flame Beast. That's right, within a radius of 1 mile from Long Chen, there was a Li Fire Flame Beast. Long Chen called out to Xiao Lang, and without saying anything, he went in the direction of the Li Fire Flame Beast. The blazing flame beast lives in magma and feeds on magma. It is similar to the 8-clawed fire hornless dragon that we encountered on Goldfish Island. However, the blazing flame beast is much stronger than the 8-clawed fire hornless dragon. The flame essence is the essence of magma. The blazing flame beast cannot directly swallow it. Therefore, it usually hibernates beside the flame essence and absorbs its flame essence. Therefore, wherever there is a blazing flame beast, there will be a flame essence. This was the information Long Chen had gathered over the past few days. By using the spirit-devouring demon eye to find the Li Fire Flame Beast, he had also indirectly found the fire-refining essence. With this kind of speed, Long Chen did not believe that he would be slower than others. Generally speaking, regardless of whether it was the mythical fire flame beast or the fire refinement essence, they were all located at the bottom layer of the magma. The current situation was no exception. In fact, if one were to look at the surface distance, the distance between the mythical fire flame beast and Long Chen was not far. However, the vertical distance was several hundred meters. Long Chen continued diving downwards. As he was in the magma, moving too much could easily cause the magma to churn. Therefore, Long Chen's speed was not fast, and he could only cautiously dive deeper. I'm almost there. Long Chen could already sense that the mythical fire flame beast was not far from his eyes. He held his breath. At first, he had wanted to let Xiao Lang show off his skills, but now that Xiao Lang had released his 5th-level Earth tier, it would be more convenient and faster for him to act. Silently, Long Chen transformed into his dragon soul, wielding the blue dragon battle halberd. With his battle prowess that could match a 7th-level Heavenly River tier cultivator, it was not difficult for him to deal with a 6th-level Earth tier Li Fire Flame Beast. When he neared, Long Chen could roughly see the appearance of this mythical fire flame beast. This was a demonic beast that was half the size of the sun-devouring demon wolf, and looked a little like a lion. It had a thick mane, and was filled with a domineering and arrogant air. However, its body was covered in fiery red thick scales, and its teeth and claws were very sharp. The strangest thing was that its tail was actually no different from the tail of a scorpion. So this is the mythical fire flame beast, and it looks not bad. This demonic beast was probably born in the magma, for it exuded a thick aura of malice. If an ordinary 7th-level Heavenly River tier cultivator fought with it in this magma, it would probably be more difficult for them to win. This was already the bottom of the magma. Long Chen looked around for a while, and indeed, he saw a fire essence not far from the feet of the mythical fire flame beast. At this moment, the fire essence was actually burning with flames, and the extremely high temperature in the surroundings was largely due to this fire essence. Do it. When Long Chen was as close as he could to the mythical fire flame beast, he suddenly used the Dragon Emperor's demise. With his true chi that was equivalent to the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, he instantly erupted. Moreover, he was using such a fast attack like the Dragon Emperor's demise. The blue dragon battle halberd instantly pierced into the head of the mythical fire flame beast that was pretending to be asleep. Long Chen suddenly exerted force, and when the mythical fire flame beast opened its eyes in pain, the blue dragon battle halberd had already completely pierced into the head of the mythical fire flame beast. The mythical fire flame beast howled, and countless crimson flames surged out of its mouth. Then, it died in Long Chen's hands. I don't believe that you can survive such a sneak attack. Long Chen laughed. He picked out a fist-sized demonic core from the head of the mythical fire flame beast, and then tossed it to Xiaolan. Xiaolan's face was filled with excitement. Without another word, he directly put the demonic core into his mouth, and with a gulp, he swallowed it into his stomach. How is it? Long Chen asked, a little expectantly. Xiaolan's eyes widened, and he looked at Long Chen innocently. The demonic core of the mythical fire flame beast had indeed been swallowed by him. However, it seemed that he had not yet filled his stomach. Fuck me, you glutton. Long Chen laughed loudly. Then, he picked up the fire-refined essence from the ground, and stored it into his cosmos sack. As for the corpse of the mythical fire flame beast, the bloodline of a 6th-level Earth-tier demonic beast would not be of any help to him. Thus, Long Chen could not be bothered to clean it up. Let's go. Next target. I've already obtained a fire-refined essence. I just don't know how fast they are. Long Chen guessed. They did not have the spirit-devouring demonic eyes, so it would actually be easier for them to discover the fire-refined essence. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers, and they were also familiar with the fire evolution earth vein. Thus, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. With the experience of dealing with the mythical fire flame beast the first time, the following battles would be much easier. There were more mythical fire flame beasts in the fire evolution earth vein. Basically, there would be fire-refined essence beside every mythical fire flame beast. If one was unlucky, there would be none. As for divine flame beasts and divine refined crystals, Long Chen had not encountered any. Because he had the spirit-devouring demonic eyes, Long Chen basically spent most of his time collecting fire-refined essence. In his battles with the mythical fire flame beast, he basically had an overwhelming victory. Unless he encountered two mythical fire flame beasts at the same time, he would need to battle for a relatively long time before he could finish them off. Long Chen estimated that under normal circumstances, the number of mythical fire flame beasts that others had found should not be as many as his. Thus, he still had a very good chance of obtaining first place, and even surpassing 2 8th-level Heavenly River tier cultivators. 3 of them. And this time, Long Chen directly encountered 3 mythical fire flame beasts. As Long Chen approached, he directly killed one of the mythical fire flame beasts with a sneak attack. After all, the other 2 mythical fire flame beasts had discovered his movements. The mythical fire flame beasts were violent and ruthless, and would not retreat because of this. The moment Long Chen revealed himself, they immediately engaged in an intense battle with Long Chen. Devouring World of Blood. When he used all these, the 2 mythical fire flame beasts no longer had any resistance, and were continuously hacked to death by Long Chen's blue dragon battle halberd. After collecting the 5 fire-refined essence beads on the ground, Long Chen tossed the 3 mythical fire flame beasts' demonic cores to Xiaolan. Xiaolan had finally broken through to his current cultivation level. His demonic power and all the other aspects of his body had been strengthened, and he had reached the 6th level of Earth tier. Long Chen counted. This time, Xiaolan had consumed more than 30 mythical fire flame beasts' demonic cores. This meant that Long Chen had already killed more than 30 mythical fire flame beasts. Within his cosmos sack, he had already obtained 40 fire-refined essences. Fire-refined essences were even more helpful to Xiaolan, but Long Chen still needed them to obtain the Great Dao Heart demonic seed art. He could only give them to Xiaolan after he left. It's already been more than half a day. If I can maintain this frequency, I should be able to obtain around 300 fire-refined essences in 5 days. But I can't be sure. After all, the surrounding mythical fire flame beasts have more or less been wiped out by me. It seems that I should find a place with more mythical fire flame beasts. Xiaolan had already reached the 6th level of Earth tier. Adding the Godfire Doppelganger and the 9 Serenities demonic ancestral flame, the mythical fire beasts would most likely not be his match. In the following search, Long Chen's speed would increase. Let's go and head to the next territory. Another day passed. In the process of hurrying along, the number of fire-refined essences collected was not as much as at the start. However, there were already around 80 of them now. It had to be mentioned that during this period of time, Long Chen had seen Yang Jun once. Yang Jun was surrounded by 7 other 7th-level Heavenly River tier martial artists. After Long Chen had discovered them with his spirit-devouring demonic eye, he had fled far away. Unless he had no other choice, he would not fight against 8 7th-level Heavenly River tier opponents. Murong Yu is right. It seems that the fire-refined essences that they have found have already been given to Yang Jun. But why are they gathered together now? If they had searched separately, then he would have been able to find more fire-refined essences. If they were gathered together, the efficiency would probably be lower. Although he was puzzled, Long Chen could not be bothered with them. He continued to advance, continuing to use his spirit-devouring demonic eye to search for traces of the mythical fire flame beast. After a total of 2 days, Long Chen had already sensed that he seemed to have entered deep into a more secluded area. The lava here was actually mixed with a faint black-colored flow of fire. The surrounding temperature was also much higher, as if there were countless fire-refined essences in the surroundings. There is no mythical fire flame beast here, but there is an even more powerful force. If my guess is correct, there should be an even more powerful demonic beast hibernating ahead. It should be a 7th-level Earth tier divine flame beast. Long Chen guessed with his sharp intuition. Indeed, after he stealthily advanced for a period of time, he could already use his spirit-devouring demonic eye to see a demonic beast that was slightly smaller than the mythical fire flame beast. The spirit-devouring demonic eye could only sense the existence of souls. As for what it looked like, Long Chen did not know. "Awo!" Xiao Lang cried out softly. From his eager eyes, Long Chen understood what he meant. He wanted to deal with it himself. Chapter 369. As they approached, Long Chen was finally able to see the appearance of the divine flame beast. It was more or less the same as what Murong Yu had described. The appearance of the divine flame beast was actually no different from that of the mythical fire beast. They both had thick and heavy scales and a scorpion tail. The only difference was that the divine flame beast's entire body was black while the mythical fire beast's scales and mane were fiery red. Furthermore, the divine flame beast's body was slightly smaller than the mythical fire beast's. "Xiao Lang, this is what you want." The divine flaming beast is a level 7 Earth-class demonic beast. Moreover, it has an even more outstanding combat power in the magma. "You're just a level 6 Earth-class, how dare you?" Long Chen mocked. Xiao Lang nodded. Although there was a difference in level, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was more favored by flames than the divine flaming beast. Moreover, Xiao Lang had many tricks up his sleeves. He didn't believe that he couldn't even deal with a divine flaming beast. "Be careful." Xiao Lang had already made up his mind. Long Chen could only remind him at the last moment. Xiao Lang nodded. Then, he gradually transformed into his battle form in front of Long Chen. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's battle form was majestic and breathtaking. It was even more terrifying than the divine flaming beast. Especially the strange black flames flowing on the surface of his body and the golden sun mark between his eyebrows, all of which showed his uniqueness. The sun-devouring demonic wolf and the divine flaming beast were both black. When Xiao Lang suddenly accelerated towards the divine flaming beast, Long Chen stayed where he was, carefully observing the surroundings. If anything happened, he could help Xiao Lang. After all, the evolving fire-earth vein wasn't a safe place. At this time, the divine flaming beast had already discovered the sun-devouring demonic wolf. There were two kinds of demonic beasts in the fire evolution earth vein, the divine flame beast and the distant fire flame beast. The distant fire flame beast was basically the subordinate of the divine flame beast. Therefore, the divine flame beast would not be provoked except for the fights and provocations between males during the breeding period. However, at this time, a demonic beast that he had never seen before suddenly appeared and dared to provoke him. Sensing the grade of the wolf cub, the divine flame beast's brain grew bigger. It suddenly let out a roar that did not match its size at all. Flames surged out from its mouth and attacked the sun-devouring demonic wolf crazily. Roar! The two demonic beasts collided with each other with a loud bang. The sharp claws and teeth of both sides clashed against each other. The battle between demonic beasts was not as simple as one would imagine. They also had the battle skills honed by their ancestors. At this time, the battle between them immediately dazzled Long Chen's eyes. Every time the claws and teeth collided, a sharp sound of friction rang out. Hiss! Although the divine flame beast was small, its strength was much stronger than Xiaolang's. This forceful collision lasted for about a quarter of an hour. In the midst of the battle, Xiaolang's front leg was scratched by the divine flame beast. This angered Xiaolang. He had been a human for more than 10 years and suddenly became a demonic beast. Although it had not been long, he was still not familiar with the battle. Otherwise, he would not have been injured. At this time, after successfully injuring Xiaolang, the divine flame beast suddenly became arrogant. Flames rose from its body and it roared crazily. Its small body suddenly rushed towards Xiaolang like a sharp arrow. Roar! Just when the divine flame beast thought that it had almost finished off Xiaolang's body suddenly surged with raging flames. The flames burned wildly, and black wolf shadows broke away from the flames, turning into black demonic beasts that looked similar to Xiaolang. However, these black demonic wolves were completely composed of flames. The divine flame beast, which had been arrogant a moment ago, was instantly surrounded by Xiaolang's divine flame clones. This sudden strange situation almost scared the divine flame beast to death. It quivered and stopped in its tracks. Then, it turned around in horror, preparing to escape. Of course, Xiaolang would not let it escape. When the divine flame clones appeared, hundreds of demonic wolves instantly surrounded the divine flame beast. In an instant, at least 50 divine flame clones surrounded the divine flame beast and attacked it crazily. The divine flame beast immediately let out a mournful howl. Although the divine flame beast was a type of flame, and the divine flame clone's attacks were not particularly effective against it, it could not withstand the sheer number of divine flame clones. The combat power of each divine flame clone was roughly equal to that of an Earth-rank demonic beast, which was equivalent to Xiaolang's previous combat power. This showed how much Xiaolang had improved. Roar! The divine flame beast frantically tried to break out of the encirclement. One by one, the divine flame clones left wounds on its body, but even more divine flame clones succeeded in hitting it. This caused the scales on the divine flame beast's body to become a bloody mess. Worst of all, one of its legs had almost been broken by Xiaolang. At this time, it was slowly slowing down. It would not be long before it died at the hands of Xiaolang. Xiaolang, stop, let it escape. Just at this time, Longchen rapidly approached and said. Xiaolang was taken aback, but he immediately retracted the divine flame clones. Only then did the overwhelming black wolf shadows disappear into the magma. The divine flame beast stared blankly at its surroundings for a while, then looked timidly at Xiaolang. Without even a whimper, it directly dragged the leg that Xiaolang had broken and fled in a sorry state. Xiaolang had a puzzled look on his face. Only after the divine flame beast had run a certain distance did Longchen catch up. He then explained to Xiaolang, there is no fire essence around this divine flame beast. Ordinary divine flame beasts are the overlords of this fire-evolving earth vein, so how could they not have fire essence? Therefore, I reckon that this is not its base. As long as we follow it, we will definitely be able to find its base. Not only will we be able to obtain its Yaodan, but we will also be able to find fire essence. This was Long Chen's goal. Only then did Xiao Lang come to a realization. He looked at Long Chen with some admiration, secretly praising him in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. After making up his mind, Long Chen followed the divine flame beast from afar. The divine flame beast was bleeding, and Long Chen would get excited at the smell. Therefore, no matter how far the divine flame beast escaped, Long Chen reckoned that he would be able to find it. In the deepest part of the fire-evolving earth vein, Long Chen followed the divine flame beast for a short distance. Suddenly, he felt that he had entered a cave filled with magma. This surprised him. The bottom of the fire-evolving earth vein was the riverbed, and there was a cave in the riverbed. What did this mean? Could it mean that this was the lair of the divine flame beast? Just as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, he used his spirit-devouring demon eye to see that in the deepest part of the cave, there were actually densely packed divine flame beasts. These divine flame beasts were all gathered in a large cave, in 2s and 3s. Long Chen guessed that this was the lair of the divine flame beast, but he didn't expect it to be true. On one hand, the divine flame beast was a 7th-grade Earth stage demon beast, and there were at least 50 of them here. Even if Long Chen and Xiao Lang were together, it would still be difficult to deal with so many divine flame beasts, and there might even be danger. However, danger was usually accompanied by fortuitous encounters, and this place was definitely one of them. To be able to let so many divine flame beasts stay together peacefully, those rare refined fire essence, and even God-refining crystals, would definitely not be lacking. Long Chen told Xiao Lang what he had seen. Xiao Lang frowned, and was also hesitating. The benefits were incomparably huge for Xiao Lang, but the danger could also easily cause one of Long Chen and Xiao Lang to pay with their lives. How about this? Both of us have divine flame clones, and I estimate that with our combined strength, we can at most fight against 20 divine flame beasts at the same time. We will stay here first, and wait for the divine flame beasts to come out, and if one comes out, we will kill one. We can even go in and lure them out. We still have 3 days, and I won't be able to grind these beasts to death. Long Chen thought for a while, then said cautiously. His mind was still relatively clear. When the injured divine flame beast returned to the big cave where the other divine flame beasts were gathered, the other divine flame beasts gradually boiled over. This was because the demonic beast was heavily injured, and their own kind was actually killed by others. Basically, all the adult divine flame beasts were extremely angry, and very quickly, 2 divine flame beasts came towards the cave entrance where Long Chen was. Just as we were talking, 2 of them came out. Xiao Lang, let's attack together and guard the cave entrance. Once they come out, I will use the devouring blood world and kill them. As Long Chen made the arrangements, he and Xiao Lang quickly pushed their way to the cave entrance, and got ready to wait for the 2 divine flame beasts to appear. When the enraged divine flame beasts had just appeared at the entrance of the cave, Long Chen had used the devouring world of blood to suppress them. The 2 demonic beasts were caught off guard for a moment, and were immediately greatly restricted. At this time, Long Chen and the wolf cub were able to launch a sneak attack, and with lightning speed, they fought with one of the divine flame beasts. Xiao Lang was lazy, and directly used the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame to burn through the abdomen of one of the divine flame beasts. Under the effect of the devouring blood world, the divine flame beast's movement was greatly restricted, and coupled with the fact that it was unprepared, it easily died at the hands of Xiao Lang. Long Chen also used a sneak attack method. Under the cover of the devouring blood world, his blue dragon halberd danced wildly, and with a swift and sure kill move, the Dragon Emperor's downfall, he very quickly killed the other divine flame beast. A total of 2 level, 7 Earth stage monster cores were finally absorbed into the wolf cub's stomach. However, it wasn't easy for the wolf cub to level up. At the very least, 2 level, 7 Earth stage monster cores were just enough to fill its stomach. Long Chen had easily killed off 2 divine flame beasts. This undoubtedly proved that Long Chen's method was correct. Basically, he had to kill all the divine flame beasts in order to obtain what was inside. Thus, Long Chen did not want to waste any time and immediately started the next round of baiting. Chapter 370. Long Chen quickly figured out that there were a total of 68 divine flame beasts inside. From the beginning, Long Chen and Xiao Lang had already killed 2 of them. After the 2 divine flame beasts died, Long Chen did not have time to wait here any longer. He had to imprint the divine flame beasts inside, but he could not lure too many of them out. In other words, if he wanted to enter the cave, he could not make too much of a ruckus. Xiao Lang, watch me. Long Chen laughed, then quietly snuck into the cave. Presumably, to Xiao Lang, Long Chen was more suitable to take on the task of luring them. Relying on the spirit-devouring demon, Long Chen could easily grasp the movements of the divine flame beasts inside. He held his breath and slowly approached inside. With his speed, he quickly appeared in front of the cave where the divine flame beasts were gathered. Because of the magma, he could not see how many treasures there were below, but there was definitely a lot of them. This was because the temperature here, compared to the normal temperature outside, was almost 100 times higher. This meant that there was a high possibility that it was filled with fire refinement essence, and there might even be god refining crystals. Long Chen was sure that he had definitely found the place with the most fire refinement essence in the elemental fire vein. This could only be said that his luck was too good, and whether or not he had the fortune to enjoy his luck would depend on whether or not his strength passed the test. Gently taking a few small stones from the ground, Long Chen used all his strength and threw them towards a few of the divine flame beasts that were closer. Although the stones could not cause any harm to the divine flame beasts, they successfully alerted them. When Long Chen let out a light sound outside the cave, a total of 5 divine flame beasts started to walk towards the outside suspiciously. Long Chen instantly ran away. When the divine flame beasts discovered his tracks, they immediately increased their speed and chased after Long Chen. This time, there were a total of 5 divine flame beasts, but Long Chen knew that he could definitely eat them all. Very soon, Long Chen charged out of the cave. The 5 divine flame beasts charged out right after him. It was at this moment that Long Chen used the world of devouring blood. As for Xiao Lang, who had been lying in wait, all his god fire clones appeared the moment Long Chen used the world of devouring blood. They immediately surrounded the 5 divine flame beasts. Afterwards, Xiao Lang used the 9th hell demon ancestral flame. The divine flame beasts trapped by the god fire clones were obviously unable to resist the attacks of the 9th hell demon ancestral flame. They were slain one by one. The 5 divine flame beasts all died in just a few minutes. Long Chen had only killed 1 in total, while Xiao Lang had killed 4. The destructive power of the 9th hell demon ancestral flame was already much more powerful than Long Chen's attacks. However, Long Chen was rather vexed because he had already learned the heaven-tier battle skill, the Traceless Spectre. He had extraordinary god fire clones, but his other aspects were terrible, especially when it came to attacks. The blue dragon halberd had long since become useless against the increasingly powerful enemies. Xiao Lang, on the other hand, had already begun to reveal his heaven-defying abilities. In the following period of time, Long Chen followed what he had done before, luring out around 5 or 6 divine flame beasts each time. There was one time when the situation went out of control and he even drew out 10 divine flame beasts. Without the huge number of god fire clones, as well as the devouring world and the 9th hell demon ancestral flame, even 10 divine flame beasts would have died to their hands. After the wolf cub had swallowed the beast cores of about 57th grade earth rank divine flame beasts, its life once again underwent a metamorphosis. This time, the metamorphosis lasted for half a day. Afterwards, the wolf cub's speed surpassed Long Chen's, and it reached the 7th grade earth ranked. Long Chen had known long ago that the earth fire vein was basically Xiao Lang's paradise. Now, it had truly come true. Right now, Xiao Lang had successfully crossed 2 levels and reached the 7th grade of the earth tier. His body had become slightly smaller as a result, but it was more condensed. His level of life had increased, and he could control more 9th hell demon ancestral flame. When Xiao Lang reached the 7th grade of the earth tier, there were only a dozen or so divine flame beasts left in the cavern. They were no longer a problem. Good job, Xiao Lang. From today on, I'll be relying on you to protect me. Hurry up and open the way to collect our spoils of war. One man and one wolf excitedly rushed into the cavern filled with magma. This time, Long Chen was no longer afraid of making a ruckus. Under the powerful attack of Xiao Lang, more than a dozen divine flame beasts died one after another under his divine flame doppelganger and the 9th hell demon ancestral flame. Although Xiao Lang and the divine flame beasts were at the same level, Xiao Lang had obtained the legendary ancestral flame. Although it was only a doppelganger, and although Xiao Lang couldn't control much, this was already enough. The original divine flame beasts had almost been completely exterminated by Long Chen and Xiao Lang. After getting rid of all the threats, Long Chen went to check the huge amount of spoils of war. This cavern was very big, and could accommodate more than 100 divine flame beasts. There were a lot of fire refinement essences. Almost every few steps, Long Chen could see a fire refinement essence quietly stored there, emitting a dazzling light and scorching heat. Long Chen and Xiao Lang split up to collect the fire refinement essences. Because they were worried about other unforeseen events, their speed was very fast. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a powerful heat wave coming from the front. The heat wave of the fire refining essence was already strong enough, but it did not do anything to Long Chen. But this heat wave actually burned Long Chen to the point that he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Even if he used his true qi to protect his body, he would feel a little better. Taking a few steps forward, Long Chen saw the reason for the heat wave. In front of him, a black crystal was quietly floating in the magma. If Long Chen's guess was not wrong, this should be what Murongyu had said, which was basically equivalent to 100 god refining crystals. I really can't find it anywhere. Long Chen quickly kept the god refining crystal into his own bosom, and then began to collect the fire refinement essence. In the spirit of not wasting anything, he and Xiao Lang wandered around the cave, and finally collected all the fire refinement essence. Of course, there were also other god refining crystals. After Long Chen counted the data, he was completely stunned. Adding the more than 100 fire refinement essences that he had obtained from hunting the Li fire flame beast outside, Long Chen had obtained a total of close to 2,000 fire refinement essences. As for the god refining crystals, Long Chen had also obtained 13 of them. 13 god refining crystals were basically equivalent to 1,300 fire refinement essences. Back in the Baiyang Imperial City, the 9 fire refinement essences that the 9th prince had embedded on his sword had already made Long Chen's eyes red. He never thought that he would actually be able to find so many fire refinement essences here one day. Looks like the fire refinement essence is simply a worthless item. Back then, I relied on those 9 fire refinement essences to forge a high-grade earth-stage divine sword. I believe that the fire refinement essence only played a role in moderation, and the other materials are also very important. It can't be said that just by relying on those 9 fire refinement essences, it can create a high-grade earth-stage divine sword. In the beginning, a single fire refinement essence was enough to raise Xiao Lang's level by 1, but it was different now. To Xiao Lang, the fire refinement essence was more or less equivalent to the demon core of the Li fire flame beast, and the fire energy contained within the god refining crystal was several times stronger than the demon core of the divine flame beast. The reason why Long Chen was able to obtain so many fire refinement essences was ultimately because he had found the lair of the divine flame beast. This group of divine flame beasts was the largest group of divine flame beasts in the fire evolution earth vein. Over the countless years, they had collected countless fire refinement essences and god refining crystals and thrown them into the lair. After experiencing the passage of time, the fire refinement essences and god refining crystals would turn into ordinary stones, and the other fire refinement essences would be replenished. This cycle was the reason why Long Chen was able to reap such a great harvest this time. Of course, there was also a reason for this. Long Chen believed that without the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Ong Danfeng and Murongyu would not dare to fight against this group of 6th-grade Earth-stage divine flame beasts. Although the effect of the fire refinement essence on Xiao Lang was not that great, when the number reached 2,000, the effect was still very obvious. At this time, he had already finished collecting all of them. Long Chen then changed to a quiet place to stay. He had already obtained quite a few treasures, and staying far away from the scene of the accident was the most accurate choice. This time, the harvest has really exceeded my expectations. Little Wolf, a large portion of it is due to your efforts. I reckon that even if there were 100 of them, they would not be able to obtain as many fire refinement essence and god refinement crystal as me, so I will leave 1,000 fire refinement essence and 10 god refinement crystal S for you to use as snacks. Long Chen laughed. The harvest this time made him very happy. This way, not only would the Great Dao Heart Seed magic technique be stable, Xiao Lang's strength would also increase by a terrifying amount. In any case, it was far from the 7th grade of the Earth stage. The Burning Heaven Devil Emperor had once said that as long as Xiao Lang had sufficient conditions, he would definitely grow into the most heaven-defying demon beast. Now was the time for him to display his heaven-defying nature. There was no limit to his devouring of fire treasures. As long as he had enough fire attribute treasures, even the current him could grow to a realm that even Long Chen could not touch. At the very least, it was above the 4 basic realms. Only now did Long Chen know how correct it was to want to enter the fire evolution earth vein and raise Xiao Lang's strength. With so many fire refinement essences and god refining crystals, Long Chen was looking forward to it. After devouring everything in his hands, would Xiao Lang become as strong as the 3 great devil elders, or even surpass them? Xiao Lang's heaven-defying nature had allowed Long Chen to improve a little. In the past 2 months, Long Chen had been seriously cultivating at all times, but in the end, the results were only a little bit of Xiao Lang's. After receiving the snacks from Long Chen, there were a total of about 1,000 fire refinement essences and a few god refining crystals. Xiao Lang happily went to devour them, but at this time, Long Chen took out another harvest that he had unexpectedly found in the cave. This was a sword, its entire body was blue, and it flickered with a faint starlight. Chapter 371. This sword is only at the advanced earth level. Lingxi smacked her lips after looking at it for a while. Of course, there are good and bad swords at the advanced earth level. The Hell King's blade that you obtained previously was a pretty good sword. It's a pity that it was destroyed by Lin Zichen's Emperor Sword. This sword is about the same level as the Hell King's blade. I don't think the entire Sky Demon Palace has more than 10 of such magical weapons, Lingxi said. It's not bad if it's about the same level as the Hell King's blade. This sword is actually shining with faint starlight. Let's call it the Star Sword for now. Long Chen nodded and wiped the blade with his hand. Although a lot of time had passed, he could tell that the Star Sword was still sharp and had not dulled due to the passage of time. Why would this sword appear in the territory of the divine flame beasts? Lingxi asked, puzzled. I reckon that the disciples of the Sky Demon Palace must have found their way to the lair of the divine flame beasts. However, they didn't have the soul-devouring demonic eyes, so they couldn't grasp the number and location of the divine flame beasts like me. They also couldn't take them down one by one, so they were easily surrounded and killed. I reckon that this sword was left behind at that time. This sword probably never thought that it would see the light of day again. Long Chen said with some emotion. He then looked at the tiny Lingxi and said with a smile, "Little she, you know my current situation very well. I'm trying my best to get the Demon Emperor Sword and the Demon Emperor Sword Principle in the Demon Emperor Sword. But before that, the intermediate Earth-level Blue Dragon Halberd and Blue Dragon Battle Technique are really too lousy. It just so happens that I have this Star Sword. Do you have any suitable sword techniques that you can teach me?" Lingxi was a little vexed as she said, "In my memory, you'll have to at least reach the reaching heaven state before you can learn the sword techniques that you can practice. The demonic spirit sword finger from before was something I learned when I was playing around with it when I was young." "Let me think about it carefully," Lingxi's words rendered Long Chen rather speechless. The demonic spirit sword finger had once been one of Long Chen's killer moves, but it was merely a battle technique that Lingxi had played around with when she was young. What she could allow Long Chen to practice was that Long Chen had to at least reach the reaching heaven state before he could practice it. Just how big is little she's background? Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a little helpless. At this time, Xiao Lang began to devour the fire refinement essence. This time, there were a lot of fire refinement essence and god refining crystals, so it would probably take a while. During this period of time, Lingxi was thinking hard about the sword technique, and Long Chen was happy to be free for a while. Finally, Lingxi said excitedly, "I actually thought of a small sword technique. It's a high-level earth stage, but I've forgotten a lot of this sword technique's incantation. Give me 2 hours, I'll try to deduce it." After saying that, Lingxi continued to think hard. It was rare for her to be serious, so her appearance was quite moving. Deduction. Long Chen was a little speechless. Lingxi was basically creating a sword skill for Long Chen to use. This required a lot of knowledge and family background to be able to do such a thing. In any case, Long Chen himself knew that if it was him at his current realm, he would definitely not be able to deduce any sword skills. This sword skill is called the Afterimage Sword, and it was also something I practiced for fun when I was young. At that time, I felt that there was always a shadow on the sword, and it was very beautiful, so I learned it myself and played with it every day. However, when I grew up, I lost interest. Lingxi tilted his head and thought, while stimulating Long Chen's nerves. What a pervert. Long Chen cursed in his heart. He had never asked how big Lingxi's family was, because he was afraid that if he knew, the huge pressure in his heart would stop him from moving forward. Ah, it's finally done. In less than an hour, Lingxi leapt up in high spirits. She said excitedly, "I don't remember the original chant. I've changed it a little, but I can be sure that the current Afterimage Sword is the strongest below heaven tier battle skills. Before you obtain the Demon Emperor Sword, you can use it without worry." "That's right. That's right." Long Chen didn't know what to say. "Hey, I've worked so hard, you don't need to praise me." Lingxi's face immediately darkened. She had done so much and racked her brains for nothing more than for Long Chen to praise her. Every time she thought about it, Long Chen would be stunned. "Little she, you're really too amazing. You're too good to me. You're like a second parent to me." Long Chen hurriedly said with some exaggeration. "Pfft, you're the second parent to me. I'm not that old. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Time is of the essence, so take your time. If there's anything you don't understand, just tell me." Lingxi rolled her eyes at him and left behind the chant for the Afterimage Sword before returning to Lingxi's sword. This girl. Long Chen smiled helplessly. But Lingxi was right, time was of the essence. It was only 5 days, and Xiao Lang was at a crucial point in his cultivation. Long Chen calmed his heart and began to study the afterimage sword that Lingxi had modified. He had already practiced the Heaven-tier battle skill, Traceless Spectre, so it was much easier for him to practice this high-level Earth-tier battle skill. Moreover, because of Lingxi's modifications, many areas that were difficult to understand became very easy to understand, so this afterimage sword didn't take Long Chen too much time. Long Chen already had enough fire refinement essence in his hands, so he didn't need to search anymore. After Little Wolf swallowed the fire refinement essence and the God refining crystal, it recuperated for a day and stabilized its current strength. With the accumulation of so many fire refinement essence and God refining crystal, Little Wolf successfully advanced from the 7th stage of the Earth stage to the 8th stage of the Earth stage. In this trial of the fire flow, the unremarkable Xiao Lang became the biggest winner. The sun-devouring demonic wolf at the 8th level of the Earth tier was already able to fight against Yang Danfeng and the others at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and could even surpass them. Xiao Lang was Long Chen's life and death brother. Basically, Xiao Lang's strength was already equivalent to Long Chen's strength. So from then on, Long Chen's strength increased once again. At the same time, while Xiao Lang was recuperating, Long Chen also successfully completed the practice of the afterimage sword. Of course, Lingxi helped a lot. Chen, when you reach the heaven completion realm, I can give you an even stronger sword skill, even stronger than the Demon Emperor Sword Dao. I can't wait. After Long Chen finished practicing the afterimage sword, Lingxi said sneakily in Long Chen's ear. Really? Long Chen's face was full of surprise. Little Shi, I really love you so much. I swear I will marry you in this life. Otherwise, wouldn't I be giving it to someone else for nothing? Long Chen said with a proud smile. Could it be that you want to be with me because of my sword skill? Lingxi said with some grievance, her big eyes blinking. Who said that? There's no such thing, huh? Long Chen said happily. The heaven completion realm was still a little far away, but Long Chen was still full of expectations. The combat skill that Lingxi officially gave him for the first time would definitely not be ordinary. Although it might not be much to Lingxi, for Long Chen, it might be something that would benefit him for a lifetime. After all, there was still 1 day left of the 5 days. Long Chen was ready to leave this place. Now, there was no need for him to look for the fire essence anymore. He just needed to find the passage that he had come from and get ready to go back the next day. He didn't believe that he would lose to anyone with the fire essence, which was equivalent to 2000 fire essence. After all, not everyone was lucky enough to find the nest of the divine flame beast, and not everyone had the ability to clean out the nest of the divine flame beast in one go. This time, he had gained a lot from the earth vein of fire. Long Chen was getting closer to his goal step by step. When he finally left the black magma, Long Chen ran into Yang Jun and the other 7 people again after rushing for a while. Last time, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them, so he walked past them. This time, Long Chen had plenty of time. Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes found them from a distance of 500 meters. Of course, they didn't see Long Chen. They talked together and came in the direction of Long Chen. Long Chen was hiding at the side. He wanted to see how much fire refinement essence these 8 people could get together. How unlucky. We have been looking for it for 2 days. Why haven't we found the place marked on the map? Senior brother Yang Jun, is this map fake? One of the disciples said gloomily. What do you mean fake? This map was personally given to me by my master. He said that there were only 3 copies. Senior brother Yang Danfeng and senior sister Murong probably found the Ice Soul Origin Spirit long ago. It's just you 8 pieces of trash. You've been circling around this area for 2 days without finding anything, Yang Jun cursed. Yang Jun was the first disciple of the 3rd Demon Elder. His status was higher than everyone else's. Although they were dissatisfied with his anger, they didn't want to show it. Actually, Yang Jun was the useless one. He was the one who looked at the map for the past 2 days. He was also the one who gave instructions. The reason they couldn't find the destination was mostly because of him. I can't be bothered to scold you. We still have 1 day. We still have a chance to find the Ice Soul original spirit. Keep looking. Yang Jun scolded angrily. After walking for a while, one of the disciples said worriedly, "Senior brother, in the past 2 days, the 8 of us have only managed to find a little over 200 flame essences. What do you think you will do if Long Chen obtains more than 300 flame essences? How is that possible?" Yang Jun smiled indifferently and said, "It's Long Chen's first time coming to the fire emanation earth vein. It's inevitable that he'll be a little rusty. You guys can find about 15 fire essence in a day. He'll be lucky if he can find 10. Even if he can find 20, he'll only get 100 in 5 days. Don't worry about this good-for-nothing. We should pay more attention to the Ice Soul original spirit. Master said that it's something that can make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds." Yes. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.